Hello and welcome to event 10 of the 2022 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships here at Kimbolton on what is a very unique, unprecedented and sombre weekend in the UK.
On Thursday evening, it was announced that Queen Elizabeth II had passed away. She was 96 years old and had ruled the UK for over 70 years.
The United Kingdom has now entered a period of national mourning, but after extensive consultation and guidance from Motorsport UK, and in keeping with other motorsport events happening this weekend, the British Kart Championship goes ahead, although the paddock is very sombre and very quiet.
This weekend, we are going to be live, but there are going to be some dramatic changes to the features that you see on the broadcast itself. But for wherever you are watching around the world, please sit tight and enjoy the racing you're going to see today. From Minimax, Honda Cadet, Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax, and of course, the championship decider for KZ2.
Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to Kimbolton and event 10 of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. You're looking at a view of the Huntingdon skyline here in the border between Cambridgeshire and Huntingdonshire in the United Kingdom. My name's Henry Beaudette. Joining me as always is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, welcome to Kimbolton. This is the third year that we've been at this track. And of course, there's been karting here since 1959. A very strange weekend, as we saw, but an event today. We've got 12 races for you, including the championship decider in KZ2. And yesterday, a very busy day, lots of exciting racing.
Lots of exciting racing yesterday, of course, after Friday's practice day was cancelled. Obviously, a decision made by Motorsport UK. I think the right decision as well that was made. Of course, they had to work tirelessly through the night to bring out a brand new timetable to accommodate everyone's practice, qualifying and heat races in one day yesterday, which made it a very, very eventful day. But we saw some excellent racing nonetheless.
Yes, indeed. Now, today we've got 12 races to bring you. The first race, which will be in about 5 or 6 minutes' time, that'll be the repechage for Junior Rotax. Now, we had 50 entries in Junior Rotax. And, of course, for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, Honda Cadet and Minimax, this is event 5 out of 7. Following today, we've got the double header, the final round of the championship at Wilton Mill in October. But 50 drivers entered. 28 have automatically qualified for the pre-final and the final following yesterday's heat races. There were 4 heat races in total. Each driver competed in 2 of them. The remaining 22 drivers will compete in the repechage, the first race of the day, coming up very shortly. The top 6 finishers in that race will transfer into the pre-final and the final. Now, following on from that, we have got the first of 2 KZ2 heat races. Now, KZ2 didn't race yesterday. They qualified yesterday, but they have 2 heat races today. At the end of those 2 heat races, the results are combined, and we get given the championship points for the heat races. If Charlie Turner, driver number 4, finishes second on the combined heat score, he is your 2022 champion, but it has not gone smoothly for Charlie Turner so far today. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Once we finish the opening KZ2 heat race, then we're into the pre-finals. Pre-final for Minimax, pre-final for Honda Cadet, the pre-final for Senior Rotax, and the pre-final for Junior Rotax. Then we have the second KZ2 heat, and this afternoon, then the 5 grand finals. So it's 12 races. There's going to be some exciting action. This is a classic circuit. Like I said, it's been it was formerly the home of the US 379th Air Division in the Second World War. The Hunts Kart Club, one of the most established and venerable anywhere in the UK, and they've got a rich history here in the clubhouse. They pay homage to that very well indeed. In fact, of all the kart clubs in the UK that are based on former air bases, I think Hunts Kart Club pay the most homage to the history. Again, the corners here, you know, Stowe Corner, the Willows, Dan Weldon Corner, TKM Straight, Kestrel Corner, Kimbolton Corner, famous names in karting. The track surface is very old, the tarmac is very porous. Interesting in terms of the weather. It's set to be dry today. Yesterday, though, Anthony, it was a mix.
It was a mix. Yesterday was very interesting because the weather itself, all the weather apps that we had, was saying that it was going to be pretty dry throughout the day, and then we got hit by, I think, 3 full bursts of rain, all at different parts of the day, which made it very challenging for some of the mechanics and drivers, and that actually caused a lot of issues yesterday as well.
Yeah, there was one burst of rain in practice, one during the qualifying sessions, and one then during the heat races.
Yeah.
And I have to say, we saw so many drivers either not make it to the grid because of they were trying to change tyres, they missed the grid gate closing. I've never seen so many drivers miss qualifying because they haven't made it on time. But then during the races themselves, we had several disqualifications for the rear bumper width, things like that, which has caused a bit of a mix-up of starting grids, which we'll go through, you know, as the day progresses. But looking on to Junior Rotax, okay, so Junior Rotax at the moment, in the championship standings, it is Brandon Carr who leads. Now, this is before drop scores. Brandon Carr leads from Vinnie Phillips, Charlie Hart, Jez Williams, and Aditya Kulkarni. That's your top 5. Now, all those drivers have safely made it into the pre-final already. Anthony, just take us through quickly what happened in the heat races yesterday, because there were 4 heat races in total, and each driver competing in 2 of them.
Yes, indeed. Now, you were saying there, Brandon Carr leading the championship, extending that this weekend, 2 race wins in both his heat races. Ethan Jeff Hall took a heat win in his one. Harry Linden took a heat win as well in one of the 4 heats. So a very chop and change of those there between the classes. But we saw the racing as well, and it was incredibly close all the way throughout. There were drivers who were in the top section, but there was some major changes all the way throughout.
Yes. Now, Clay Pigeon, 2 weeks ago, for the last round of the Rotax Championship, passing and overtaking opportunities were at a premium, shall we say. Here, it's very, very different. The racing is very close, but there are lots of overtaking opportunities, which we'll see. I mean, some of the Honda Cadet, the first Honda Cadet race yesterday was absolutely outstanding. Albert Friend coming from 25th on the grid to win that race. So we're going to see an awful lot of excitement and an awful lot of overtaking. Once again, there was no paddock show this weekend, so there'll be no paddock show to show you during the lunch break. We haven't got our usual sort of fan interaction, the comments on YouTube. They've been turned off just for this weekend only. We do have some features to show you. We've done a great interview with James Glenister, who of course is going for the KZ2 Championship, with Caden McQueen, who's doing double duty this weekend in both KZ2 and Senior Rotax, and with the Ellis family, who there's four of them here. They're all involved in the running. Well, there's the dad's the mechanic, then we've got Charlie the driver, then we've got Sam, whose 21st birthday is today, and Mum Mandy, who are both on the marshalling team. But coming up shortly, it will be the Junior Rotax repechage. Looking at the grid, 22 drivers, a lot of drivers, privateer entrants, some guest drivers that we've got here, but 1 or 2 drivers as well that are a bit of a surprise to see in this situation.
Yes, indeed. Junior Rotax Repechage Race 11, though, the first race of the day, will be taken to the circuit in just a moment's time.
So, here we are then, the starting lineup for race number 11, the Junior Rotax Repechage, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Pole position, driving the number 80 kart for BKC Racing is Matthew Lambert. Daniel Sabulin, our privateer driver once again, starts on the outside of row number 1. Thomas Ingram Hill and Matthew Sayer on row 2.
Deacon Russell will start from the 3rd row with Harry Mitchell alongside. Evie Poulane and Sam Longley will go from row 4.
Gracie Mitchell and Jensen Mason, a guest driver, go from row number 5. Reg Hayward and Danny Shields on row number 6.
row 7. Stephen Duncan and Angus Scrivener. Joshua Camp and Ethan Bentley, they'll go from row 8.
Row number 9, Kaiser Ryman and Leo Lacastro, Holly Miel and Alexander Zingarevich start from row number 10.
George Allen and Isabella Franklin. I don't believe Isabella Franklin is on the grid, but 11 rows of karts will start the repechage. And, of course, the top 6 in
top
this race
6 go through. And, yeah, Isabella Franklin injured her wrist yesterday in a practice accident and I think has withdrawn from the meeting. So here we go, around Kimbolton corner. They come to the line. Great camera shot, and it's a false start. You can see the drivers waving their hands in the air to signal that it's a false start, so that the drivers behind them know it's don't press full gas to keep it nice and slow. This is the Willows section, that sort of great sort of right-left flowing part of the circuit. You come out onto the Yamitsu Straight, and then in the foreground here you turn left into Derrick's Corner, a long-time member, sadly passed away now, of the Hunts Kart Racing Club marshalling team. You come out of Derrick's Corner, straight into the Dan Weldon Corner. This is Dan Weldon's home track, the late Dan Weldon. His dad, Clive, was part of the committee here, and his late mum, Sue Weldon, was a lap scorer here for many seasons. This is the TKM Straight, and of course, Kimbolton is the home of TKM karting
very much so.
in the UK, the home of the TKM Festival. Now we're into Kestrel Corner. And you can just see there's our official race director, Ken Potter, moving out of the way. This is the Laser Straight.
It's a very short straight, this one, but it's got
a very short straight, but it gives drivers a great opportunity to duck up the inside going into this corner here. This is Kimbolton Corner, and then you come out of Kimbolton Corner into the tram lines. Matthew Lambert and Daniel Sabula. It's a false start once again.
They've got to be careful now, because that's 2 out of 3 false starts they're allowed before the rule book starts to come out.
Yeah, after 3 false starts, you might see the race directors, the Nigel Edwards, Ken Potter, or he and Lee Manchester are all here. They would sort of bring the drivers to a standstill and admonish the drivers. The 2 front row drivers, it's their responsibility to bring the field to the start line in the correct order. So the BKC Racing Kart, number 80 of Matthew Lambert, the black crash helmet. Then it's Daniel Sabula in number 12. He's still got the Jack's Motorsport livery, but he's now running as a privateer. Once again, I think this is his only chassis. So he hasn't got, several chassis, so he's still running the Jack's Motorsport kit now. We'll see on the right-hand side of your screen, there's Ken Potter now. He's going to point his hands at the 2 front row drivers to say, come on, that you two, there we are, nice and slow. You must be in a line. Everyone, of course, wants to get a jump at the start. On the second row, Thomas Ingram Hill for the Dan Holland Racing Team, Matthew Sayer for MLC Motorsport. This is Matthew's first national event. You can see him in the blue, white and red MLC kart number 24. His first national rating, and of course now Daniel Sabula holding back, and this isn't good either. And they're going to go around again now. This is, and Daniel Sabula failing to get underway there. Now I wonder if we're going to see a change, because of course the race directors, it is at their discretion to put the front row drivers or one of the front row drivers to the back of the grid. Now you can see Nigel Edwards walking across, just giving them the thumbs up, saying, look, you need to be in a line. And of course Nigel Edwards, one of the world's most respected race directors. He was the race director at the CIK FIA World Cup for KZ and KZ2 karts last weekend at Le Mans.
So these 2 now will have to work together. They've 3 false starts. Not the best thing that we've seen in a while.
No, it's a nervy start to the day.
Yeah.
And the watchful eye there of the Vera Tools officials, and Daniel Sabula saying, come on, slow down. Now, this is Matthew Lambert's second event. He made his debut this season at Clay Pigeon 2 weekends ago. Daniel Sabula, he's actually 20th in the championship. Finished 11th in the most recent club meeting here as the warm-up event. Now, this looks a little bit better. They do look in formation. And they come to the line. This time, lights are out. We're off and racing. Down towards turn number 1. Lambert gets a good start on the inside. Sabula in the middle there. And around the outside goes Matthew Sayer. Great move around the outside there from Matthew Sayer, belying his lack of experience.
Yeah, great start. And it already trying to get that battle for second place. Big look over the shoulder there for Sabula, just to make sure that move is covered off. And as they go, and it's not Sabula actually. He's dropped
No, he's dropped out. He was very cautious. Thomas Ingram Hill is up in the second place.
It is
it's Sayer in third. And then it's the number 56 KR Sport entry of Evie Poulane. And Evie Poulane,
good start.
Yeah, very good start there. She's 30th in the championship. Had a best finish of 14th in the heat races yesterday. but has made a very good start here. But it's a good, clean opening lap with 9 minutes plus change and a lap to go. But Matthew Lambert leads at the end of lap number 1 comfortably.
Yep, Ingram Hill then in second from Matthew Sayer, and Sayer on the outside again trying to go for that move, but he's opened up the move there for Evie Poulain and Deacon Russell to go through. Russell squeezing there Sayer, and they both get through cleanly. So now down again the Yamitsu straight in towards Derek Corner. No lunges into the inside there, so everyone in one solid line, but Ingram Hill holding on to second place now by Evie Poulain.
Yeah, Poulain looking very, very close there at the rear bumper of Ingram Hill as they come out of Dan Weldon Corner, up the TKM straight towards Castrol. And behind them, there's the number 12 kart of Sabula, and Sabula is behind Harry Mitchell. Harry Mitchell in the number 26 KR Sport entry, and there's side-by-side action there coming out of Kimbolton Corner. They flash across the line, and that camera angle gives you a great idea of just how bumpy this circuit is. And there's Poulain chasing the number 99 kart of Ingram Hill through the Willows. All 21 starters still in contention, and a move there as Poulain finally passes Ingram Hill for second, with Russell and Harry Mitchell right behind them. And it's Gracie Mitchell, no relation, Gracie Mitchell, the number 61 kart there. She just flashes onto your screen. She is in the final transfer spot with Sabula only 7th, and it's Sayer down 8th. Sam Longley runs in 9th, and a bit of a contact there as Ingram Hill gets nerfed out of the way.
Yeah, so they've got to be careful now, because like we say, the top 6 go through to the pre-final, and still so far in this race they're still scrapping for that third place spot. So Russell, Ingram Hill there, they've got to be careful, because they're just going to allow the rest of the field to close in, and they don't want that. They just need to work together now and get this top 6 away from the rest of the main pack. Yeah,
Lambert and Evie Poulain are now pulling away. This is the battle on your screen. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, with a little gap behind Gracie Mitchell. Back to number 12 kart of Daniel Sabula. In fact, Sabula's been overtaken now by Sam Longley, the number 23 Strawberry Racing driver. Matthew Sayers down to 8th, Ingram Hill defending, and there is Gracie Mitchell up the inside of Harry Mitchell. So the number 61 kart goes past the 26 KR Sport machine, and Harry Mitchell is now the driver on the bubble. But as you can see, Sam Longley, Daniel Sabula, Stephen Duncan have all caught that 6th place battle. So as the top 2 get away, Thomas Ingram Hill, the number 99 kart, is sort of like the cork in the bottle a little bit. He is driving it on the defensive side of things. Deacon Russell there in that Jackson Motorsport number 88. Russell looks to the inside. Ingram Hill, though, fends him off, gets a better run onto TKM straight. Oh, and there's Gracie Mitchell just putting a wheel on the grass coming out of Dan Weldon Corner, unsettling things, but she continues.
Yeah, now you can see this is really closed in now. Everyone coming into play now, and it's starting to scrap at the front as Evie Poulain's caught up to Matthew Lambert. Of course, that battle may happen, and they are going to scrap, and Evie Poulain is going to go for the race lead, but again, that's only going to be 1 extra position gained when they go into the pre-final later on today. Right now, these two don't need to scrap. They just, again, all they can do work together, really, but is that going to happen?
They go into Derek. They go into Derek's corner on lap number 6, and Poulain was a little bit defensive there.
Very,
and you can see Lambert. They do have a 1 second advantage over everybody else, and you can see Ingram Hill there in 3rd, but the rest of the pack very, very closely behind Sam Longley, who is now in 6th position. It's Harry Mitchell 7th, Sabula in 8th, Stephen Duncan 9th, Reg Hayward up to 10th, followed by Sayer and Alexander Zingarevich. Now, of course, Reg Hayward had a problem yesterday. He retired from one of his heat races. Ingram Hill defending, so this is going to help drivers like Duncan, Sabula, Hayward, Mitchell and Sayer, because the driver in 3rd place is defending solidly, and that is causing everyone else to back up, as you can see there. And it's the number 23 kart muscling his way through, so Longley picks up a position, and that brings Sabula, who now passes Hayward. So Sabula in the number 12 kart moves into 7th position, and he's got his former teammate Deacon Russell in front of him. Oh, Harry Mitchell and Matthew Sayer wheel to wheel.
So close here in the repechage for Junior Rotax, and of course there's a lot of drivers in this repechage that wouldn't usually be in the repechage. They'd already be into the pre-final, so there's a lot of quick drivers who are coming through this field, which is why you're seeing some concertina effects coming into this one. Big movers so far in this one. Stephen Duncan for the Hunter Motorsport team, he's up 4 places in this one, currently in P9.
Yeah, Stephen Duncan, 12th in the championship, only qualified 48th yesterday, but then had a 14th and a 22nd in his heat. Oh, Zingarevich has retired.
No, he's not retired. He's still out on track, but he has had
he's had a spin.
He's had a spin somewhere, and he's gone back down into 21st place. So not the best weekend for the Argenti Motorsport driver.
So there's Ingram Hill on your screen, number 99 for the Dan Holland Racing Team, running in 3rd position. Behind him, there's the battle of 4th, 5th, and 6th. 4th, 5th and 6th, it's Gracie Mitchell, Sam Longley and Deacon Russell. Then there's a gap now, there's an 0.8 of a second gap back to between Deacon Russell in 6th position and Reg Haywood, the Coles Racing number 73 who runs in 7th. Sabula is 8th. Then it's Harry Mitchell in 9th, followed by Stephen Duncan, Matthew Sayer, Angus Scrivener, Joshua Camp, Leo LaCastro, Kaiser Ryman, Ethan Bentley, Jensen Mason, Holly Meal, Danny Shields, who's had a time penalty, George Allen for the Air Kart team, and then it's Zingarevich at the back of the pack. There is number 61, Sam Pollard racing kart of Gracie Mitchell. She runs in 4th position, but she hasn't got much of a breathing space over Longley and Russell, who run 5th and 6th.
Joshua Camp, the number 74 Thule Motorsport kart, has just received a 5-second time penalty as well, currently sitting in 13th place. It will drop down the order just a little bit more. Gracie Mitchell now with the fastest lap of the race, 42.040. So was extending that gap out. Sam Longley on the last lap did struggle slightly through the one section as down the inside, changing Ingram Hill and Lambert.
So that's the battle of the 2nd place.
Yep.
And so Lambert slips back to 3rd. And if he's not careful, he's going to move back to 4th position, because there goes Gracie Mitchell into P4. Sorry, P3, so Lambert back to P4. And look at the gap between them. So the number 88 kart, that's Deacon Russell. And Deacon Russell at the moment is on the bubble in 6th position. Now, he did have a 1-second advantage over Reg Haywood and Daniel Sabula. That gap has come down. Here comes Haywood in the number 73 kart. Oh, Russell gets sideways. And that is going to bring Haywood and Daniel Sabula in the number 12, who sets a new fastest lap, 41.95 seconds. He's 7th, he's 8th at the moment, behind Haywood in 7th, and we've got 2 minutes plus a lap to go.
Yeah, not much time left in this race, and of course the lap times around this track very, very quick, but this is only because it's a quick circuit. They can get to very quick speeds all the way around this track. Now, Deacon Russell there in P6 is chopping and changing, still happening on the side. Ingram Hill, a huge lunge down the inside there on Gracie Mitchell, but Mitchell fighting back straight away and holding back fast.
So Matthew Lambert holding on to 4th place there in the number 80 kart. Sam Longley in 5th, pushing him along. And in 6th position is still Deacon Russell. Now, 7th is, up to 7th comes the number 46 Hunter Motorsport kart of Scotland's Stephen Duncan. And there is Duncan. So behind Duncan, that's significant, there's a gap back to Sabula in 8th position. And so Stephen Duncan can start making a move around the number 23 kart of Sam Longley, because Deacon Russell has gone past. Oh, there's the number 74 kart. That's the Thule Motorsport kart. Joshua Camp making his seasonal debut. Raced in Minimax in the British Championship last year, but making his debut this year in Junior Rotax, and he has spun back to what is 21st position. All 21 starters still running. The battle is between the 23 Strawberry Racing kart of Sam Longley and the number 46 Hunter Motorsport kart of Stephen Duncan.
So, as I go through, that was Matthew Lambert and Deacon Russell. You can see very close behind that, still 5th and 6th place. So you can see now it's starting to chop and change, because that looked to me like Stephen Duncan came alongside there, and it was. So Deacon Russell now in P6. Sam Longley there now in P7. Stephen Duncan, 2 places gained on that one, puts himself up into P5. So he's in that bubble quite clearly now. Yep,
so Duncan checks over his shoulder. And again, driver who's 12th in the championship, but qualified 48th. Yesterday, there was a mix of weather in qualifying. Now, here's Deacon Russell. So it's Russell on the bubble in that number 88 Jack's Motorsport kart. Behind him is Haywood, then Sabula, Sayer, and Angus Scrivener.
I think Harry Mitchell's got himself up into the top 6 transfer spots now as well.
Yeah, he's in that battle as well. Yes, actually, it is a change of position there. Harry Mitchell now in 6th, so Longley is down to 7th. Then it's Haywood, Sabula, Russell and Scrivener. So that half spin from Deacon Russell really cost him. The clock has struck 0. Next time around they'll get the last lap board. Evie Poulane continues to lead from Gracie Mitchell, Thomas Ingram Hill. This is the battle on your screens now for 4th place. Stephen Duncan trying to pass Matthew Lambert, and then the driver behind them in the KR Sport chassis, Harry Mitchell, is the last driver safely in. At the moment it does look as though Mitchell's got some breathing space. Under investigation, Leo Lacastro.
Yeah, switching to the outside there. Harry Mitchell wanting to try and get past, but he's got to be careful now because that group behind, Longley, Hayward, Sabula, Scrivener, Sayer and Lacastro. Deacon Russell has dropped way down the field now, crosses the line in P13. He's dropped well off. Final lap board is out, but they've got to be careful because they are closing in. So they are the last 3 drivers in the transfer spot there. 4th, 5th and 6th place as your race leader, Evie Poulane, on this final lap, cleared out by over 3 seconds.
Yep, that's because Ingram Hill sort of being a little bit defensive in his defence of 2nd position. Here is, you can see that Longley is making a last gasp lunge for this race. So he comes into the final corner. Watch for the number 23 Kart. And Longley can't make the move as Ingram Hill and Mitchell cross the line. They're 3 wide further back in the pack. But it is Poulane, Ingram Hill, Mitchell, Lambert, Duncan, Harry Mitchell does hold on to 6th position. So they are your 6 provisional qualifiers as the drivers come back into pit lane. Evie Poulane, Thomas Ingram Hill, Gracie Mitchell, Matthew Lambert, Stephen Duncan and Harry Mitchell. Sam Longley at the moment is out of this event. He did not make it through to pre-final. However, if there are any nose cone penalties or any technical issues amongst the top 6, then Longley will be the first person who will capitalise. Angus Scrivener finishes in 8th position. Matthew Sayer comes home in 9th. Daniel Sabula drops to 10th position. Reg Hayward is 11th and Deacon Russell only 12th. Behind the top 12, we see Leo Lacastro, Ethan Bentley, Danny Shields, Jensen Mason, Alexander Zingarevich, Holly Mial, George Allen, Kaiser Ryman, and Joshua Camp. So that concludes the results for race number 11, the repechage for Junior Rotax.
There are some surprising names not going through, isn't there?
Well, yeah, I mean, you definitely would have expected Sabula, Hayward, Deacon Russell. He's been getting better this season as Deacon Russell. He's still only 45th in the championship. Leo Lacastro, 37th. He hasn't made it. Danny Shields, he only started the championship back at Clay Pigeon, but finished 8th in the most recent club meeting here, so he's got some pedigree here. Jensen Mason, the guest driver. Zingarevich, who started the season in Minimax, has moved up into Junior Rotax. It's been a bit of a culture shock for Zingarevich moving up classes. Holly Meal, George Allen, Kaiser Ryman, Joshua Camp and Isabella Franklin, sadly, who failed to take the start. We hope that Isabella is okay. And here's a look at the drivers coming in. They go over the weighbridge into the scrutineering area where Paul Klassen and his technical team will ask for specific items to be shown to make sure the karts are legal. Now, the next race is the opening heat race for KZ2, the championship decider today, and Charlie Turner is your championship leader, but 3 drivers have a chance of overhauling Turner during the course of the day. One of those drivers is James Glenister. And yesterday, Anthony, you caught up with James to talk a little bit about his thoughts on potentially winning the championship.
I'm here with Rush Performance and James Glenister. James, for KZ2, it's the final round of the championship. We're here at Kimbolton, and it's very, very close in the points. I think the top 5 have got a chance of getting it, and you're second in that top 5 as well.
Yeah, well, fortunately for me, Charlie, my teammate, he's a good driver. He's done excellent this year, and so there's no pressure because I know on track if I'm battling with him, there's a lot of respect. Some of the other drivers out there might be a bit more like they've got nothing to lose if they're going for the championship. But I'm just going to concentrate on just doing what I normally do with the weekend, just getting my setup to how I want it and going from there. So.
Now, today, you know, we walked in, the team was saying, oh, there was no chance of rain today. Of course, it's Saturday of filming. Tomorrow, Sunday, I mean, if it starts to rain in the middle of a race, what's it like driving one of these in the rain? Because we've seen it at Warden Law. It doesn't look too easy.
It's hectic. Like direct drive, it's easy in direct drive because you don't have front brakes, but because of the front brakes and the gearbox, in the wet we usually go more to rear bias. You can adjust it when you're going around, but as soon as it goes wet, you just lock up the front. So a lot of the time you're better off just using the gears to go down if it rains. And then you literally hug every curve just to get your front wheel in, and it hooks you around the track. So.
Now, Kimbolton, a very, very fast circuit here, lots of long straights, so slipstream will play into effect here. How much of a slipstream do you get really down that back straight?
Yeah, it is a huge slipstream, but the straights aren't exactly straight. They're always sort of turning at some point, so it's quite easy. You're sort of like in the middle of the track a lot of the time. So there's only really, I would have said, realistically 3 overtaking points. 2 of them are quite easy at the end of the straight and into the top corner before you come onto this main start straight. And then the only really other taking point is maybe going into the chicane before going up the back straight. But yeah, it's going to be difficult if you have a bad qualifying to get from the back to the front.
When it comes to the racing, obviously tomorrow, if you've got the opportunity to get past, say, Charlie, your teammate, to gain those crucial points that you would need to win, will you go for them, or is it work together? I mean, what sort of mindset are you going into this weekend with?
I'm same with Charlie. I should imagine I'm going into it, as I do all the time, I want to win it. But I'll be sensible about it. I'm not going to be like ridiculous and go for a move that's non-existent. It's got to be 100% on for me to do it. So
that's going to be the main thing for it, isn't it? I mean, we've had a great season so far. You know, to see KZ end so close, we saw it end closely in 2020 and this year as well. You know, it is going to be fantastic to see. We wish you all the best of luck for it. But just predictions, what do you think? What do you think?
Charlie, I think all he's got to do is just be sensible, keep his head in it, don't worry about too much and finish. And I think he's pretty much got the championship secured. Obviously second place is a bit more, I've got to really go for it to keep the second place, so I'll be doing that.
We'll wish you all the best of luck, James, and best of luck this weekend.
All right, thank you.
So here we go then, race number 12, Heat 1 for KZ2, your starting lineup. Pole position, Bradley Barrett, alongside him Morgan Porter. On row 2, Dan Kelly, and championship leader Charlie Turner.
Derek Morgan goes from row 3 with Tom Adams alongside. Dan Gould and James Glenister go from row 4.
Row 5, Joe Charlton and Sam Ward. Row 6, Ashley Lewis and Lee Ward.
Miles Murphy and Spencer Shinner, they'll go from row 7. Charlie Cole and Caden McQueen, doing double duty, go from row 8.
Lewis Halliday and Hannah Lang round out the starting lineup.
Lewis Halliday's first time here at Kimbolton.
Really?
Never raced here before until this weekend.
Wow, I mean, he's one of the drivers making their debut in 2022 in KZ2. So, championship standings. At the moment, including drop scores, Charlie Turner has 428 points. James Glenister, on drop scores, has 409 points. He can only gain a maximum of 25 points, though, during the course of the day, which would take him to 434 points. Bradley Barrett is third in the championship, but he can't catch Charlie Turner's existing score. Morgan Porter is fourth in the championship, but he can gain 24 points, which would put him above Turner if Turner fails to add to his tally. Tom Adams is fifth in the championship, but cannot equal Turner's score, while the real outsider is Dan Kelly. Kelly, the 2018 KZ2 British champion, is sixth in the point standings, but he could outscore Turner by 1 point if Turner doesn't add to his championship score and Kelly takes home the maximum. It is going to be a 10-minute plus 1 lap race, a standing start, the fastest karts in the UK on the short circuits, about to get underway. The engine notes are rising. The Sony Vitesse, number 6 of Bradley Barrett, will start from pole position. Championship leader Charlie Turner is on the outside of row number 2. Tension rises, green flag in the air. They look for the lighting gantry. It is lights out, and we're off and racing. It's a great start from Morgan Porter to cut across the front of Barrett as they head down towards turn number 1, and everybody through Stowe Corner cleanly. Now the KZ2 drivers, they don't go through Derek's corner. They use a much longer run through the Imitsu straight, which we're on here, and then it's hard on the brakes for the Dan Weldon corner, and already Bradley Barrett has fought back to retake the lead. Turner runs third.
Yep, good driving from Bradley Barrett there. Had to get the overtake done straight away after the Porsche off the line. Like you said, Morgan Porter, electric off the line there, really got that KZ2 car off the grid quickly, and the rest of the field go through. So it's still Barrett from Porter. Turner's still there in P3. He's managed to gain one place. James Glenister, fantastic start. Tucks in behind his teammate. First and second in the championship. Currently third and fourth out on track. Keep a very close eye on them as they go through. But again, down the Yumitsu straight for the second time into this very tricky braking zone. So fast as they go into the Dan Weldon corner. There is a gravel trap there as well, and we did see on Saturday, we saw a couple of drivers end up in there.
And we saw that this morning as well. So in morning warm-up, Charlie Turner had a water pipe come loose. It deposited all the water out of his engine. Luckily, he was able to coast home before that engine overheated, but it was right to the Dan Weldon corner, and I think 3 of the next 4 karts that came along hit that water and skittled off into the gravel trap with the tyre barriers. Luckily, everyone was okay, but nervous moment. So Glenister in the number 22 kart, the 2 teammates for Rush Performance. Glenister needs to get ahead of Charlie Turner. Now, championship points aren't awarded on this result alone. It's a combination of the 2 heat results. So we'll try and make sure that we keep you informed of that. But Glenister, who at the start of the weekend was suffering with some food poisoning, he says he's feeling better today, but he certainly has had to dig deep and sort of to really kind of put the pressure on Turner. They go down the Imitsu straight into Dan Weldon corner, and all Turner has to do is sort of hold the inside line. He's going to make it very, very difficult for Glenister to get past. Behind them, Tom Adams in first place. There's the move. So that's significant. James Glenister moves ahead of Charlie Turner into third position.
Couple of drivers under investigation, and it is your top 2, Bradley Barrett and Morgan Porter, under investigation in this race.
Possible jump starts. Now,
you did say they were good starts.
Or it may be a little bit too good. Barrett, head down. So Bradley Barrett in the number 6 kart. Best finished this year, top 5 at Rissington and Glenagorse. He's got 3 wins in the British Championship to his name. Finished 4th in the 2019 Senior Rotax British title fight. There's the number 48 kart of Derek Morgan. He's on the right chassis, Simon Wright's British-built chassis. He is in 6th position, ahead of Dan Kelly in 7th. Sam Ward, who started the season with MK Racing, he's now on. He's entered as a privateer. He's on a Rush Performance graphics liveried kart. There's Dan Kelly in the number 29, the Andy Fairless Racing Birrell ART chassis. And Kelly. Well, if Dan Kelly scores maximum heat points and wins the final, then he moves his points tally onto 429, 1 ahead of Charlie Turner. So he's a real outsider, but not expecting, really to sort of challenge the title. But
I mean, there has been some changes going into this weekend as well in terms of drivers and chassis that they're using. I know that Miles Murphy, who would usually be running a Birrell chassis out there, he swapped it out this time around for a Kart Republic chassis.
Yep, he's still with the Moore Racing team.
With the Moore Racing team who run that chassis.
Yep, and they also run Morgan Porter, who's on a Kart Republic chassis as well. And Glenister has gone past Porter into P2. This is where James Glenister needs to call on all of his experience. He won the opening round at Shennington. He won the most recent round at Little Rissington. He's got 5 British Championship wins in the modern era. Now, Porter, meanwhile, Spencer Shinner and Tom Adams all competed in the KZ World Cup at Le Mans in France last weekend. It was a learning experience for all of them. None of them made the final, but again, a fantastic experience. And Charlie Turner now trying to attack Morgan Porter. So Turner, does he err on the side of caution, or does he continue and be as aggressive as he normally would be? Porter defending at the moment. We're halfway through this opening KZ2 race. It's Barrett, Glenister, and there goes Turner up the inside into turn number 1 and picks up 3rd position. Glenister, meanwhile, has pulled away from this battle and is closing in on Bradley Barrett for the race lead.
Yeah, of course, these top 4 who are currently on your screens in this race, actually, scratch that, the top 5 your top 5 in the championship as well. So
Yes.
it's all...
Well,
these-
and Dan Kelly in 6th position. The top
Yeah.
6 in the championship
Yeah.
are the top 6 on the road at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Tom Adams, the youngest driver. I think Tom Adams, Spencer Shinner and Charlie Cole are all just 17 years old. And there is Adams to the inside of the number 17 Rush Performance kart. Tom Adams passes Morgan Porter for 4th position.
Glenister, another new fastest lap of the race, 35.000.
And he has caught, as you can see on your screen,
yeah.
he has caught nose to tail now Bradley Barrett and James Glenister. Glenister has the momentum. Barrett has the track position. 4 minutes to go. And 4 minutes would be an awfully long time for Barrett to sort of hold off and defend against James Glenister, especially with Glenister all fired up, firing on all cylinders after feeling unwell earlier this weekend. And James Glenister knowing that all James can do is win every race, maximise his score, then the pressure is put on Turner's shoulder. There's a look at the inside over the curb at the entrance down Weldon Corner. And that's going to unsettle the kart a little bit, but Glenister showing that he is quicker than the race leader at the moment.
I don't think that camera angle did that attempt any justice. They're going into that corner at such a fast speed. And it doesn't really look like they're hitting the brakes much. I mean, they go into the corner and they can carry so much speed and back down the inside here into turn 1. Now Glenister goes to the move, but Barrett's going to hold it around the outside, but can't quite do it. Glenister closes the door as they go through the willows and down the Yamitsu straight. Keep an eye on Barrett, though. He might immediately fight back down the slipstream, but I don't think he's got the waft out of the corner.
Well, so at the moment, it does look as though the Glenister has the extra speed. Turner beginning to close in 3rd position. Adams is 4th. 5th is Dan Kelly. Morgan is up to 6th. Morgan Porter has dropped to 7th. Sam Ward runs in 8th position. Then it's Charlie Cole in 9th. Joe Charlton 10th. Lee Ward, Dan Gould, Miles Murphy, Spencer Shinner, Hannah Lang, Ashley Lewis, Caden McQueen and Lewis Halliday. Here is a battle between Adams and Kelly for 4th position. Adams, the number 17 Rush Performance kart, holds on to the position. Dan Kelly, after making that, trying to make that move, then loses momentum, is passed by Derek Morgan and is repassed by Morgan Porter.
Yeah, Morgan Porter struggled in this latter half of the race, so maybe tyre pressures was a player in this one because he had the pace at the start, but it seems to have dropped off now in this latter part. 2 minutes to go, still a long way left of this race, but that gap increasingly opening up between Glenister and Barrett. But keep an eye on Adams here because he's slowly reeling in Turner. Of course, the two teammates out there both fighting for the championship. You know, we were speaking to Glenister in that interview. I asked the question itself, if it came down to the overtake, would you go for it? And he said, yes, I would, but it had to be clean. It had to be spot on. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't. We saw Glenister do that earlier. Is it going to be the same for Adams, though?
Well, I mean, I have to say that the KZ2 drivers, by and large, on the whole, have got there's a great deal of camaraderie and respect between the drivers. Okay, there are some little niggles between certain drivers, as you would expect in any competitive championship. But by and large, they are a very close-knit community. And Kelly and Porter battling over 6th position. There's Adams and Morgan, that's your 4th and 5th place karts. There's the 6th and 7th place battle. Sam Ward in the number 63 kart, tailing them, and then it's the second of the Birrell ART karts of Charlie Cole in kart number 66. 1 minute to go, 1 minute, and Charlie Turner closing in on Bradley Barrett, but not significantly, and is not within range of being able to make a move on the last lap. Well, for the last couple of laps as we get into the final minutes of this race.
I say there's still 47 seconds left to go, and the last lap for these guys, 35 seconds.
Yeah,
so,
that's very
they've
true.
still got a couple of laps left in this one. So, I reckon there is still time for Turner, but, I think you have hit the nail on the head. He is closing, but it's going to be close. It's going to be very close to see if we can get another position in this one.
Have noticed Bradley Barrett looking over his shoulder a couple of times, just to see, that might mean that he's a little bit concerned about the setup on that number 6 Sony Vitesse kart sort of dropping off a little bit. There's Turner through the willows. He has got no pressure from behind, so he can just focus all his energies on catching that number 6 kart in front of him. So Charlie Turner comes around the Dan Weldon corner, checks over his shoulder, looks ahead now, sees Barrett's kart getting a little bit larger in front of him, through Kimbolton corner as they start their final lap. James Glenister leads by over a second. Into turn number 1, Stowe corner. There's Turner. I don't think Turner is close enough. I think he's settling for 3rd position, but it's Glenister, Barrett, Turner, Adams, Morgan, Kelly, Porter and Ward, your top 8. Half a lap to go.
Yep, not long left in this one, and of course championship points will update after the 2nd heat race. Of course, they will work with these 2 race heats. They'll collective the results on that one, and that will give them their who gets the 65 points and so on in the championship. But out of the final corner, checker flag goes out. Glenister takes it from Bradley Barrett. Charlie Turner, Tom Adams crosses the line to take P4, gaining 2 places in that race. Derek Morgan take 5th place from Dan Kelly. Morgan Porter crosses in 7th from Sam Ward. Charlie Cole, the top 9, 6 places for Charlie Cole, a great result. Joe Charlton struggled in that one, dropped 1 position to finish in the top 10.
So, James Glenister, well, that's the first of sort of 3 parts. He had 3 goals to win every race, win both heats and the final. So that's the first part of his mission completed. Charlie Turner will be happy with 3rd position. So on to drop score. We'll get to drop scores in a little bit, but there's Glenister, Barrett, Turner, Adams, Morgan, Kelly, Porter, then Sam Ward, Charlie Cole, Joe Charlton, the 2020 KZ2 British champion, finishing in 10th position, followed by the rest. And there is Dan Gould, Spencer Shinner, Lewis Halliday, all 18 drivers that started this race, making it to the finish as Glenister goes over the weighbridge.
With a little smile on his face as well.
Yep,
so
he's happy with that.
He is happy with that
Now,
one.
we'll check the drivers' reactions. That is race number 12. Next race up, coming up very shortly, is your Minimax pre-final. So a very, very quick run through the starting lineup for the Minimax pre-final. Pole position will be new championship leader Noah Wolf, who was 13 yesterday. It was his birthday yesterday. Sebastian Minns on the outside of row number 1, with Scott Marsh and Harrison Whitcomb sharing row number 2. Harry Bartle and Ollie Wise go from row 3, with Hugh Moulton and Finn Leslie up next. The top 10 rounded out by Joshua Graham and Josh Turnbull. Then it is Daniel Amore, William Murtagh, Josh Salvadori, Josh Smith, Thomas Min-Spearing, Joe Anderson, William Murphy, Brandon Truman, Michael Dalton, Michael Walker, Noah Pikes, Matas Mizanskis, Ruben Dan, Devon Nolan and David Vishkor. And the lights are out, we're off and racing. Noah Wolf leads them into turn number 1 in a concertina effect with 3 and 4 wide. 1 driver in the back of the pack, that is Matas Mizanskis, the Lithuanian driver, a driver that is new to the championship, but you're familiar with him from his club meetings at Wilton Mill Kart Club, Anthony.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So this here is a guest driver, his first time here. Well, not his first time here at Kimbolton. He's raced here at Kimbolton before, but, of course, new first weekend with the British Championship.
Yeah,
so,
to be fair, he started the weekend
very strong.
Extremely, qualified 2nd fastest. Didn't go so well in the heat races. Of course, you know, there's a difference between being able to put in 1 fast lap in this company and then a whole race distance with all the other things going on around you. But certainly good experience for him nonetheless. So it's Wolf. Noah Wolf in the number 45 kart, 2 heat wins yesterday. That's after qualifying only 7th. To extend his lead in the championship over Scott Marsh to 5 points. No, sorry, to 7 points.
Obviously, championship standings are in play in this race, of course. The pre-final, it also determines where they are going to start for their final later on today. In terms of championship standings, Noah Wolf is leading that one by 869 points from Scott Marsh's 857. So there's not many points in between it at all. So it's all going to be down to what these drivers can do. It's a mental game as they go through. It's a mental game in the paddock as well, as Marsh down the inside gets past Finn Leslie. Does he?
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. So gets that done. Again, crucial in terms of points, but he's got to get in front of Noah Wolf.
Strong move there from Scott Marsh, who of course started the season with 2 wins. There's Sebastian Minns making a move on Finn Leslie. Marsh started the season with winning the opening 2 rounds at PFI and at Larkhall. Then was only 6th at Warden Law, and here comes Harry Bartle passing Hugh Moulton, and the number 88 kart going with him as well. That was Joshua Graham. So Graham picking up another position. But after the first 2 rounds, Marsh only 6th at Warden Law, 4th last time out of Clay Pigeon, and that's coincided with Noah Wolf really hitting like a purple patch in terms of his form. Noah started the season with a third at PFI, second at Larkhall, and has won the last 2 rounds at Wardenlaw and Clay Pigeon. And again, won both heat races today, but Marsh is with him. He has closed in, and Marsh will now follow. Let's see if he can... will Marsh be content to sit behind Noah Wolf, or will he go for the move straight away and drag Noah into a bit of a dogfight?
I think he'd probably go for the second of the two because, of course, we're coming into the latter stages of the championship. You can't really play it safe anymore, and he is going to go for the move straight away down the inside of Kimbolton corner. They get a little bit tangled there, but now Sebastian Mins is coming into play. He's put himself up into P2 now, and now he's gone for the race lead as well. So Marsh is now back down into second place, and now he's got the company of, who's that just behind him? Finn Leslie is back in.
And behind Wolf, who's now dropped to 4th place, is the number 66 Argenti Motorsport car of Wales' Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, again, drove very, very strongly. Only qualified 15th yesterday, did Harrison, but drove very, very strongly in the heat race. Got an 8th and a 3rd place effort. There's the Cadet Motorsport GP play of Finn Leslie. So, Sebastian Mins, who is 3rd in the championship. Wolf back up the inside of Leslie for 3rd position.
Now, you may think he's opened up a gap there, though, but Noah Wolf knows how to close a gap here at Kimbolton.
And you can get a good slipstream here at Kimbolton in these Minimax karts. So there's Harry Bartle and the Croc Promotions number 73, side by side with Harrison and Whitcomb for 5th position. Whitcomb has that place at the moment. Bartle behind, and then it is Josh Graham in the number 88 Argenti kart. Then it's the 2 Coles Racing entries of number 83 Josh Turnbull and number 51 Hugh Moulton. Out to Dan Weldon corner we go. The Project 1 kart of Joshua Smith is next up in kart number 23. A good run so far for Joshua, who finished 5th in the last club round here, even though he's only 21st in the championship. As Marsh has caught Mins for the race lead.
Yep.
Will we see Marsh go for it? Because Noah Wolf is also inexorably closing in as well.
Yeah, Marsh has got to go for the move straight away.
Oh, yes.
Looking like potentially going into Derek's corner. He's closing. Looks to the inside and gets it done. So, yeah, Derek's corner, probably one of the most favourable places to overtake around the Kimbolton circuit. You can get a great slip through the willows, great slipstream down the Yamitsu straight, and you can just send it down the inside and towards Derek's corner. Not going defensive this time around. That's crucial. Can hold the speed, but Noah Wolf now go back down the inside of Sebastian Mins.
Wheel to wheel.
Sebastian Mins getting squeezed there.
Yeah, squeezed right to the outside, over the curbs and almost into the tyre barriers. So Mins now losing momentum, and he's been passed by Finn Leslie as well. So Mins down to 4th position and under pressure from Harrison Whitcomb. So the race leader is now number 2, Scott Marsh, with Noah Wolf back. And here comes Mins, fighting back straight away into P3. Leslie down to 4th. Whitcomb there in 5th position, with the NASA panel of that number 66 kart looking quite low, exposing the steering wheel just a little bit. Bartle is next in line. Then it's the number 83 of Turnbull, the 51 of Moulton, Graham, Smith, Min spearing, Murtagh, and there is Harrison Whitcomb lunging up the inside of Finn Leslie. Runs wide though at the exit of Kimbolton corner, and Leslie retakes the position.
Yeah, it was a great attempt, but you just carried too much speed there, and the kart washed out wide, and that just allowed Leslie to just go back down the inside there to retake that position. All kicking off a little further up now as well, because Noah Wolf has closed right into the back of Scott Marsh, and that battle is going to be heating up very, very quickly as well. But Marsh is going to have to do everything he can to try and hold that position. Here it is on your screens. And like we say, as soon as a driver catches up at the front of this one, they're going to go for the move straight away. Looking over the shoulder there was Noah Wolf. That's crucial. Probably expect to move now into Kimbolton corner.
Yep, he's realised he's got nobody directly behind him, so that he can afford to start making it looking for an offensive manoeuvre without getting snookered from behind. Mins and Leslie, Whitcomb in 5th. Then it's Bartle, Turnbull, Moulton, Graham, Smith, Spearing, Murtagh, Murphy, Wise, Truman, Amore, Walker, Anderson, Dalton, Nolan, Dan and Vishkor. All 25 drivers still running.
Now, crucially there, you saw some defensive there driving from Marsh, but then Wolf with the hand signal saying, no, go, don't worry about it. But again, that's a mental game.
Will Marsh believe him? There's the signal again, and Marsh saying, okay, let's think.
Let's go.
Now, let's see, does Scott Marsh respond and drive like non-defensively? Well, no defending manoeuvres going into Kimbolton corner.
Crucially, no sense by Wolf either.
Yeah, and well, Wolf, it's to Wolf's advantage to pull away.
Yeah.
Because, you know, even if Scott Marsh takes the win and Wolf finishes in second place, there's 65 points for a win and 62 points for finishing second.
Yeah.
So Marsh would only be gaining 3 points on Wolf, and Wolf would retain the championship lead. If they battle and Mins, Leslie, Whitcomb, etc. catch them, and Wolf and Marsh wins and Wolf finishes 6th or 7th, then Marsh can retake the championship lead.
Oh, very wide there.
Very tightly poised.
Bartle in the background there in the number 73. Yeah, no, you're exactly right there, Henry. I mean, it's 866 points currently so far for Noah Wolf as he sits there in P2. Scott Marsh, 862 points. 4 points separate the top two in that one. And, of course, it means going into the final. If they finish in these same positions, they'll go into the next round at Wilton Mill with 1 point separating the two of them.
But Wolf would still be ahead.
But Wolf would, crucially, still be ahead. So,
yes.
Yeah, that's the main thing you can take away from that one. But, you know, going into the race, there's still plenty of time left. One in this race as well. Anything can happen. And, of course, because you have to say, Sebastian Mins, he's not he's closing in, I would say. The gap's 1.2 seconds, but he's pulled away from Finn Leslie behind as well.
Yes.
Clear air in front.
Yeah, there's Mins can just get his head down and try and join the slipstream of there. And there's Harrison Whitcomb passing Leslie for 4th position. This is going to continue to help Sebastian Mins because the more these drivers battle, the further away in front Mins gets. And still, Marsh and Wolf work together. So Mins, it's going to be very difficult for Sebastian Mins to close in working on his own without the aid of a slipstream, while the two drivers he's trying to catch are working together at the moment. However, 3 minutes to go. At some point, Wolf is going to try for a move. You know that, and Marsh will defend. So Mins will be thinking, I'm not out of this one just yet. There's Bartle, sandwiched between the two Coles racing carts of Hugh Moulton and Joshua Turnbull.
Yeah, they're having a good little scrap. 6th, 7th and 8th place on track. Of course, all these drivers that you are seeing on your screens right now, rookies this year, aren't they? So,
Leslie,
yeah.
Moulton, Bartle and Turnbull, they are British Championship rookies, yes.
Yeah, so it's their first year in the championship.
First full
That's
season
all
of the
that
British
means.
Championship, yes.
So they may not be rookies.
No, they've obviously got lots of
definitely
experience in other forms of karting. Harry Bartle, for example, came through the Daniel Ricciardo series.
Yes, there we go. And Finn Leslie, of course, GP plate. He's won Kartmasters, so he's not a slow driver, despite the fact that he's a rookie.
Yes, and that's with a new team. He moved to Cato Motorsport halfway through this season.
He did indeed.
So there's Turnbull. Josh Turnbull in the number 83 kart. His best result so far this season, the 7th at Lark Hall. Hugh Moulton, his teammate, the number 51 kart. He's got two top 6 finishes. 6th at PFI, 5th at Clay Pigeon. Finished 4th in his opening heat race yesterday, so Moulton has the pace as well. But as you can see, the fact that Marsh and Wolf continue to work together, they've now extended their advantage over Sebastian Mins to 1.7 seconds. Although Mins, to his credit, is keeping his nose ahead of the Whitcomb Leslie Moulton battle. Now we're beginning to see Marsh defending a little bit more. 90 seconds plus 1 lap to go, and I know it was into Derek's corner last time around. Marsh started to move to the inside line, so that gap between the top two and Mins should start to come down.
It did extend a little bit now. Here we go. Watch for the switchback here as Wolf's going to have the power on the exit and gets the overtake done before they even get to the start-finish line. That just shows the exit speed you can gain out of that corner. And again, here comes Marsh back down the inside. He's going to try and copy that manoeuvre at turn 1, but this time can't quite do it. So now Wolf holds on to that lead. But Marsh, he's not going to drop back from this one. He is going to fight back.
And already Mins has got the gap down from 1.8 seconds to 1.4 seconds. As Wolf and Marsh begin to ratchet up their battle. Moulton is moved into P4 ahead of Whitcomb and Leslie. Marsh right on the rear bumper of the race leader into Kimbolton corner. But Wolf is able to keep himself in front. Of course, it was Noah's 13th birthday yesterday. And now he defends. Oh, Marsh does the crossover.
Oh, what a move.
Great move.
What
Absolutely
a
fantastic.
beautiful move there from Scott Marsh. He timed that to perfection. Just looking to the outside, played into Noah Wolf's hands there, and it just, straight away, great dive there from Marsh. So now he's going to have to try and do all that work again. He's going to try and hold this position. He's got to learn from what Noah Wolf did last time around. Of course, Wolf with that fantastic switchback manoeuvre out of Kimbolton corner. He doesn't want him to replicate that, so he's going to have to position the kart slightly different now. The timer strikes 0, so last lap board is out this time around. I have to say, Wolf struggled through that the last section there.
Yeah, he didn't look particularly particularly good. Maybe chose the wrong line into Kimbolton corner. Mins, Moulton, Whitcomb and Leslie have all caught the leaders now as well. So as we start the final lap, there are 4 karts in a row with Mins and Moulton 3rd and 4th. Joining this lead group, Marsh checks over his shoulder, still has 2 kart lengths to his advantage. No move from Wolf going into Derek's corner, but now it looks like Noah's sizing up for a move, if not coming into Dan Weldon, but maybe on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner and on the run down this straight, TKM straight into Kestrel.
You've got to be careful now because, yes, you could go for the move, but it could all end in tears if it doesn't work out well, and he switches to the outside here. And again, watch for the switch over. It's going to be side by side as they come, but he hasn't got the momentum, and it will be Scott Marsh across the line, but it was side by side for second, but it's still Noah Wolf who takes it from Sebastian Mins and Hugh Moulton, the top 4. Very, very close. 0.4 of a second separated the top 4 out there.
Yep, with Harrison Whitcomb coming home in 5th position. Finn Leslie in 6th, then it's Harry Bartle, sorry, in 7th, followed by Joshua Turnbull, Thomas Bean Spearing, and number 88 kart of Joshua Graham rounding out the top 10. Will Murtagh, William Murphy 11th and 12th, because William Murphy on the podium the last time out at Clay Pigeon. Ollie Wise finishing in 13th, followed by Daniel Moore, Josh Smith, Michael Walker, Joe Anderson, Brandon Truman, Devon Nolan, and David Vishkor. And that's David's first finish of the weekend. Australia's Ruben Dan finishes 21st, followed by Michael Dalton, Matas Biazanskas from Lithuania, Noah Pikes, and Josh Salvadori, the last kart across the line. So that is race number 13. Completed our first pre-final. Next pre-final is Honda Cadet up next. .27 drivers in Honda Cadet. It'll be a standing start. And your pole sitter, the returning Cole Denham, Luca Holmes-Ballock is second on the grid. Kenzo Craigie, winner last time out at Clay Pigeon, starts 3rd alongside Jarrett Clark.
Albert Friend and Mason Brooks, they'll go from row 3 with Max Endicott, and Charlie Wolfett, they'll go from row 4.
The top 10 are rounded out by Finley Lyons and Kai Clark, with Rocco Leon Shenton and Noah Barham completing the top 12.
Charles Kitely and Oliver Majewski will go from row 7. Ethan Griffiths and Ellis Bell go from row 8, the Welsh and the Scottish.
Joshua Griffin and Bella Fairclough on row 9. The top 20 rounded up by Oliver Warner and Jensen Hookey.
Jacob Bachelor and Albie Lapper, they'll go from row 11. Hayden Gray and Harry Taylor go from row 12.
Row 13 is Rio Licata and Oliver Spencer, and the young Scots lady Evie Davidson rounds out the 27 kart field. Yesterday, Albert Friend, who qualified only 25th, came through to win the opening heat race. Kenzo Craigie took the second heat win. Point standings, well, Kenzo Craigie second in the championship behind Jarrett Clark. However, Cole Denham, who was suspended, he had his licence suspended, wasn't at the last round. He's back now. He can use that as a dropped score, however. So even though at the moment, on paper, Cole Denham is down in 12th in the championship, he's still right in the thick of the title chase when drop scores are taken into account. 1 or 2 drivers there just getting moved around ever so slightly. And once we get the green flag, there is Denham checking over his shoulder. Luca Holmes-Ballock on the outside of row number 1. The engine notes rise and lights are out. We're off and racing, and Denham gets a good start, and you can see his teammate Luca Holmes-Ballock trying to move across to the inside, and he does to take second position. Kenzo Craigie gets squeezed out a little bit and down to 4th, and they're all going to get through turn 1 cleanly. Yes, they do. A little bit of a sideways moment there from Albie Lapper, who's moved to Project 1 racing now.
He has indeed, but yeah, slots back into position. Now we'll have that hard work of closing back into the field. All changing in the back, and the yellow flag's actually into the entrance of the Derek's corner section. Several karts off.
Yes, 4 karts off, 1 going across the grass, 1 driver still stationary, and 2 others sort of getting back underway.
Yeah.
Looks like it might have been Jensen Hookey, Rio Licata involved in that, and a couple of others, but up at the front, change for second, that is Jarrett Clark moving into P2, Craigie back into 3rd position, but at the end of lap number 1, it's number 10 for the Synergy Racing team, Cole Denham, who has the race lead.
I don't think Jensen Hookie or Rio Carter actually came out on circuit. I believe the drivers involved in that one, Charles Kitely, Ellis Bell.
Okay.
Hayden Gray and Harry, no, not Harry Taylor. And yeah, so those drivers involved in that one. So a couple of drivers who have not come out on track, which is a shame.
Yeah, because I think they were both out in morning warm-up. Maybe they just missed the gate. Who knows? There's Albert Friend, the SFR Motorsport
Great
driver.
day yesterday.
Yeah, now in qualifying, we were watching, Anthony, and qualifying was in the wet.
Yeah.
And Albert Friend just didn't have the setup on the kart whatsoever. He was skating all over the place. Look, the tyre pressures were way too high. Qualified only 25th.
Yeah.
In the dry, in the first heat race, he came through to win, and it was a fantastic race. It was a fantastic performance. So he's up in the 3rd position now. There's Finley Lines in the number 94 kart, pushing the number 95, Charlie Wolfit, along. That is the battle for 7th position. But here are the top 6, all in one big group. Denham, Clark, Friend, Craigie, Bannock, and Mason Brooks. Youngest driver in the field, number 84, Mason Brooks, still only 7 years old. Mason had a fantastic... there's a move from Albert Friend, who takes the lead. But quickly talk about Mason Brooks in the number 84 kart. Qualified 5th, a 6th and a 5th in his heat races yesterday. And just, 17th in the championship, youngest driver here. And a top 10 result would be absolutely magnificent for him.
Oh, yeah, very much so. We'll keep a very close eye on that one as this race goes on. 9.5 minutes to go, though, and you can see all the heads bobbing up and down there as they try to get as much out of that kart as they can. And a change there for the leaders. Back down the inside goes Jarrett Clark, gets past Albert Friend. Again, a well-timed move through turn number 1, which didn't lose them a lot of time, because you can see there the top 3, still a very clear advantage from the rest of that main pack.
And Albert Friend once again wheel to wheel with Jarrett Clark going into Derrick's there, and that loses Clark a lot of momentum, and Kenzo Craigie capitalises to retake, or to move into P2. Denham runs in 4th position, then it's Brooks, and Wolfit and Lines have caught this lead group now, and behind them the number 77 kart of Kai Clark, the E plate of Rocco Shenton, and the 18 of Max Endicott are also now part of this huge battle with 2, 4, 5, 6 Synergy Racing karts, the factory zip entry of Finley Lines, and privateer entry Rocco Shenton.
Exactly that. So as they go through, this has been a fantastic season so far in Honda Cadet, and again, with all the championships, we are nearing the end of the year. Of course, it's flown through, hasn't
Absolutely.
it, Henry? Blink and you'll have missed the season, and I mean, in the Honda Cadets alone, it's been so good. I mean, Kenzo Craigie this year has shone. We've been watching him over the last couple of years, and he's always been at that sort of top end, but sort of top to mid pack area.
Yeah,
this year, he's really come into his stride.
Finally broke through with that win at Clay Pigeon, a very emotional win, of course, on the anniversary of Martin Hines' passing.
Of course.
Noah Barham gets a warning flag, and of course Kenzo actually won driver of the day for that performance at Clay Pigeon.
He did indeed.
There is Denham, who started the season winning the first 3 finals at PFI, Larkhall and Warden Law. Actually was undefeated in any single race during the first 2 weekends. That has helped him into a fantastic championship lead. But then, of course, didn't race in the 4th round at Clay Pigeon. This is round number 5. They've got a double header at Wilton Mill for the last 2 rounds of the season. As you see Luca Holmes-Ballock having his best performance of the season so far. He there is in 5th position behind the number 55 kart of Jarrett Clark.
So, not the main pack sort of breaking away here, but we've got a good group of drivers all the way through this. 7 minutes to go, and again, back
There's
down
the
the
move.
inside. Kenzo Craigie gets that move done. Nicely timed.
And Albert Friend doesn't defend. He doesn't sort of like try and block him or move across. He's thinking, okay, you go, and I'll just tuck him behind you.
Yep.
And Albert Friend returning the favour now, going into Derrick's. And Craigie doesn't defend, but he does lose 2nd place briefly, although Craigie does look like, no, he can't get up the inside going into Dan Weldon corner, so it's Denham back into P2, Craigie down to 3rd, then it's Clark, and behind Clark it's Holmes-Ballock and Wolfit.
Very Tour de France that we're seeing here.
Yes, the peloton with like drivers almost peeling off from the front of the pack to the back of the pack, and they wait for their chance to cycle through to get back to the front. 6 minutes to go, a long time ago, so I think we could see this sort of like ebbing and flowing go on for another couple of minutes at least before drivers start to defend.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more defensive going on in the sort of mid to backpack of the group here, but everyone slotting through. So still Friend that leads. Now it is Jarrett Clark who's up into P2 now. He's got a synergy teammate of Luca Ballack just behind. So Craigie now down into P4. All chopping and changing here as there comes the number 10 of Cole Denham through the pack. Now
Denham has slipped to the back, and now he's working his way back towards the front.
So again, just chopping and changing all the way through there, and you see this all the time in Honda Cadet. It's one of the groups that they can race so close together. It doesn't even look like they've gone for an overtake, but they've actually gained 4 places in one corner.
So Luca Holmes-Ballack, he was the 2020, finished third of the Bambino Championship in 2020. Didn't do much racing last year as he moved into Cadet. Well, he moved into Honda and, of course, did majority of he did club racing. This year he's tackling the British Championship. Bit of a rough start to the season for Luca, but he took a 10th at Lark Hall, a 5th last time out at Clay Pigeon. Pole position yesterday, had a 2nd and a 4th in his 2 heat results. There he is, the number 23 kart, currently in 3rd position, ahead of the GP plate holder Kenzo Craigie. And again, GP plate, so Kenzo won Kart Masters the first weekend in August. Here we are now in the 2nd weekend of September, and that win at Kart Masters really sort of, spurred Craigie and the Zip Factory team on, and they took their first win in the British Championship 2 weeks ago at Clay Pigeon. And here comes Jarrett Clark for his turn in the race lead, and Albert Friend just moved to the outside and dropped back to 5th position.
Yeah, again, from 1st to 5th in one corner. So everyone changing through there. Kenzo Craigie into 2nd and instantly goes pointing, no, don't defend, go, but everyone holds that inside line as they go into Derek's corner. And again, Kenzo's just trying to get past, and you've got to be so careful because things like that will happen when you're racing so close within each other. Yeah,
and of course with the fast direction changes, if you just make the slightest bit of contact with another driver, that can really throw you offline. You've got to get out of the gas, onto the brakes. You lose so much time. As Craigie now losing another position at Kimbolton corner. In fact, he's losing 2 places, possibly 3, with just under 4 minutes to go. It is Clark, Denham, Friend, Wolfett. So Charlie Wolfett moving closer towards the front, slowly but surely. Then it's Kenzo Craigie, Kai Clark, Mason Brooks, Luca Ballack now at the back of this lead group. Only 1.4 seconds off the race lead, even though Luca is in 8th position. Behind the top 8, there is a gap to Max Endicott in 9th, and then it is Joshua Griffin rounding out the top 10, Finley Lyons 11th, Rocco Shenton 12th, Noah Barham, Oliver Spencer, Bella Fairclough, Oliver Miewski, Oliver Warner, Ethan Griffiths, Albie Lapper and Hayden Gray, your top 20. Of the 25 drivers that started, all 25 are still running.
Good to see. You just saw there Joshua Griffin, the Scottish driver for the SFR Motorsport outfit, receiving a 5-second time penalty out on circuit. So he's going to have some work to do to try and open up a gap between himself and anyone behind, but that's going to be difficult to do. All kicking off here, though, at the front, because now round and up and not over, but getting nerfed out slightly wide there, I think was the 77. I think that was Kai Clark, yeah. Yeah,
and they're still side by side going into Derek's corner. It's allowed the top 3 to pull clear. Here they are on your screens now, and it is Denham, Friend and Jarrett Clark. They've now got some breathing space. Jarrett Clark's going to get a good run out of the Dan Weldon corner, up TKM straight towards Kestrel corner, but can he do anything about it? No, because Denham is defending. So is Friend, and this is bringing Craigie, and it's bringing Wolfett, and it's bringing Ballack, and it's bringing Mason Brooks back into play.
Yeah, definitely so. And now the championship standings are going to look a little bit interesting now, because Jarrett Clark on, I think, before drop scores is there on 813 points from Kenzo Craigie's 803. So, not many points between them, 10 points in total. So, and in Honda Cadet, like you say, you lose one position, you can lose several, and that can be 20 points you lose.
And of course, Cole Denham still not showing in play in terms of the championship because we haven't got onto dropped scores yet. But when you do take dropped scores into account, Denham is right in the thick of the title fight after winning the opening 3 rounds of the season. I have to say, Mason Brooks, what a fantastic weekend this young man's having, although he's bounced back well, because in warm-up this morning he had an incident and bent his axle quite badly.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I saw that kart limp back to the pit lane.
Yes, so the good work there from the Synergy Racing team to get that kart back out and ready, but also still at the same speed it was before. So, 1 minute to go, and Craigie trying to go around the outside at Stowe corner. He is going to run wide there into the Willows, loses second place. Albert Friend for the SFR Motorsport team moves into P2 behind Scotland's Cole Denham.
Yeah, nice chopping and changing here. So less than a minute to go on the timer for this pre-final. Of course, championship points up for stakes in this one. 65 points for a race win. And Friend and Denham there side by side. And unfortunately, Friend getting swamped and swallowed by the main pack and gets pushed out wide onto the grass. And debris will kick up onto the track and he drops right to the back of this train.
Now, with 30 seconds plus a lap to go, Albert Friend did not want to get pushed to the back of the pack. That's why he sort of carried on, sort of defending his position. And it was just that little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. As we can see going through there, the hand signals going out. Cole Denham frantically telling his teammate, Jarrett Clark, come on, work with me, work with me. 17 seconds to go. Jarrett Clark thinking to himself, well, I've got title ambitions as well. So maybe Denham can't rely on his teammates to not attack him. And certainly Denham deciding to defend going into Derek's corner, but Clark makes a little look at the inside. It's going to cost him a bit of momentum, but he does have the inside line for the run into the Dan Weldon corner, and that prevents Kenzo Craigie from making a move. Finley Lines in the number 94 kart, which you can see with the bright, luminous yellow and green crash helmet. He is now into 4th position, and is a gap back to 5th. So the top 4 are clear, and it's Ballack, Wolfit, Brooks, Kai Clark and Albert Friend down to 9th place. We've all dropped off this league group now.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed of how Finley Lines got there so quickly. I mean, he was running at around 8th, 9th place earlier on in this one, way off the league group. Now he's in the league group, currently in P4 on the final lap. But like you say, you saw lots of hand signals there from those 2nd down to 4th place drivers who all said, right, okay, let's go, because they'd seen that there'd been a gap opened up between them and Cole Denham. Now that they've closed in, now we're going to start to see some moves. As back again goes Jarrett Clark, looks to the inside but can't quite do it, and that's already opened up that gap once again.
Yep. Onto the TKM straight. Denham looks over his shoulder. Clark looking over his shoulder. Craigie having a little look at the inside of Clark. So the 2 Synergy karts have now got 2 members of the Zip Factory team behind them. This is the final lap. Checkered flag is out. It looks like Cole Denham is going to pick up where he left off after 3 rounds by taking another win in the pre-final here at Kimbolton. Jarrett Clark finishes in 2nd. Kenzo Craigie is 3rd. Finley Lines is 4th. Luca Ballack comes home in 5th. Joshua Griffin is 6th. 7th for Mason Brooks. That's one of his best results of the year so far. Wolfit is 8th. Friend is 9th. And Shenton, so Friend is 10th. Shenton 11th. Then it is Barham, Endicott, Fairclough, Spencer, Warner, Griffiths, Lapper, Bell, the young privateer driver from Scotland, who is really fighting for that top privateer award. His main competition is Rocco Shenton, Rocco Shenton, Charles Kitely, Evie Davidson and Riola Carter are his main rivals. There is a look at your top 12, down to Noah Barham in P12, and then the drivers that didn't quite get the result they were hoping for in that race on your next screen. Here it is: Endicott, Fairclough, Spencer, Warner, Griffiths, Lapper, Bell, Gray, Majewski, Davidson, Kitely and Harry Taylor, with Jacob Bashler, the last car that started, finishing in 25th position.
Well, next race due to start at 10 minutes past, which is in about 2 minutes' time. You can just see there Kenzo Craigie getting onto the weighbridge there just to make sure all is well. There's Finley Lines, and again, good result for Finley. Struggled yesterday, looked quick, but dropped back into the pack a little bit, but showing that he's got the pace out there. Finishing a very impressive P4 in the pre-final, looking good for the final later on today. There's Luca Ballack. Luca not overly pleased when he came into the pit lane. Still P5 finish, but...
Well, he should be. He's having his best weekend of the season so far, isn't Luca Ballack?
His body language there tells us that he's not overly fond of the positions that he had.
Not every driver wants to win every race, but exactly. Now we'll have a little bit of a conference between some of our Honda cadets. There's Finley Lines on the left. Gives us a thumbs up. The Maximum Motorsport sort of logos on his race suit. There is Jarrett Clark. Taking his race off. You can see all these young drivers wearing rib protectors. So important for every kart driver to have the correct safety equipment. Rib protectors being the main one. There's Ellis Bell, the orange crash helmet, standing in the foreground. waiting to greet his dad on the kart trolley to explain how the kart was handling and what happened. He finished 19th in that race, did young Ellis.
They come from a long way, don't they? Scotland, it's a long old drive for them. So,
and Ellis has never been to this circuit before, so having practice cancelled on Friday didn't help him, and then yesterday the mixed conditions didn't help either. So that concludes race number 14. The next race up is race number 15. It's the Senior Rotax pre-final.
Senior Rotax Race 15 pre-final is coming out onto the circuit in just a moment. Here is how they're going to line up for said pre-final. Callum Bradshaw and Sean Butcher, they're going to go from the front row. Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter, he's fighting for that championship. He's going to be starting from row 2.
Archie Walker and Guy Cunnington go from row 3. Caden McQueen and Jack Stedman on row number 4.
Row 5, Ben Folland and Sam Gornall round out the top 10 from Leo Henderson, and Louis Harvey going from row 6.
Row number 7, Ronnie Smith and Charlie Rippin, then James Jackson and Daniel Armstrong.
Ryan Willis and Teddy Pritchard-Williams go from row 9. David Alesna and Alex Moody round out the top 20.
On row 11 is James Lowther and Gabe Balanka from Australia, then it's Scott Lapsley and Matthew Higgins.
Lorenzo Cordell and Jamie Pirelli go from row 13. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Charlie Ellis round out row 14.
Harry Barlow and Charlie Pritchard complete the top 30 with Declan Russell and James Johnson on row 16.
Brandon Klein-Nangelvoort and Matty Hingley round out the entire grid of 34 cars.
So yesterday, a lot of controversy in Senior Rotax. I mean, Callum Bradshaw started the day, he won everything. He put it on pole, won both heat races. Sean Butcher, a very close second in both heat races. There was a raft of disqualifications. So the last heat of the day yesterday was held in the wet, and several drivers, 8 of them in total, got caught out by the rear bumper width rule, which made things, we got a false start, which will allow us to go through a little bit. So among the drivers that were excluded from the heat race yesterday, and Alex Moody's not gone out. He had a crash this morning in warm-up with his teammate Lorenzo Cordell.
Yeah.
So maybe they couldn't get the number 88 kart repaired in time. But among the drivers excluded yesterday in the second heat, Matthew Higgins, Matty Hingley, Brandon Nagelvoort, James Johnson, Jamie Perilli, David Aulejna, all falling foul of the rear width rule. Now, there were a raft of nose cone penalties as well. So a little look at some of the drivers. So let's take you through this. James Johnson, number 35. James, a former Welsh karting champion, a former race winner in Senior Rotax. This is his final race in the UK. Yep. He's got one more race in Europe to go after this, the final round of the Euro Trophy, and then he says that's it. He's packing up his tools one last time. He wants to stay in the sport, however, as they come to the line. Now lights are out, now we're off and racing. Can Butcher get past Bradshaw on the run down to turn number 1? He's trying around the outside. Has he got the move? Bradshaw's going to squeeze him, and Bradshaw holds on. Butcher falls back, and that's Lewis Gilbert up at the P2. Great start from Callum Bradshaw, even though Butcher timed his part of things perfectly.
You may have the advantage of being on the clean bit of the track on the outside going into turn 1, but just trying to hold the momentum as you try and cut back in to take the apex. You just can't if the person there in the race lead holds that inside line. So it's a real challenge through turn number 1 at the start of these races, and unfortunately for Butcher, sees him drop back. There's someone going in slowly. I think that's Brandon Klein-Nangelvoort going slowly.
There's a couple of drivers that are off. One driver still stuck at the top end of the circuit. We'll get a name check on that next time. Alex Moody did go out, however, but I think it might be...
I think it's Jack Stedman, because it's the Project 1 livery that I'm seeing.
Stedman, unfortunately, well, I mean, Jack Stedman in the number 62 kart, 2 top 12 finishes yesterday, but he's pulling the number 2 off the side of the circuit. There's Guy Cunnington chasing the number 2 of Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter, only 11th fastest in qualifying, came back with a 4th and a 5th place finish in the 2 hit races. The 5th place, though, was with a nose cone penalty. That second race today yesterday was very, very dramatic indeed. Now, you can see that Butcher lost all momentum and has fallen right back to what is 6th or 7th position. It's Bradshaw and Gilbert. Archie Walker has made a great start. He's up in the 3rd position. And those 3 drivers have got a huge gap in hand over this group on your screen, which is Cunnington, Hunter, Butcher, Louis Harvey, Sam Gordle and Charlie Rippin. Now, Louis Harvey, he had a test in a British Formula 4 car earlier this week. So, thanks to obviously the links with Argenti Motorsport. Speaking of Argenti Motorsport, the driver that won the championship for them last year in Junior Rotax, Dan Ginchard, he's here in the paddock with us this weekend.
He is.
Watching on and obviously offering some advice to his former teammates. Guy Cunnington, well, he's having to drive defensively here at the moment. The number 52 Strawberry Racing driver, Cunnington, only qualified 21st yesterday, had a 10th and an 8th place finish in the heat. And that is Harry Barlow in the number 79 kart. And I couldn't quite see who he was. I think it might have been his teammate in the Thule Motorsport team, the number 45 kart of Lucas Ivaskevicius, that came to grief together.
That's not going to go down too well.
No.
Chopping and changing there as Sean Butcher trying to get past Kai Hunter, successfully does so. Now goes second in the second group of karts, so P5 overall for Butcher. And of course, the top 3 are breaking away quite nicely at the moment. Callum Bradshaw again, fastest lap of the race, 40.54, is pulling away with Gilbert and Archie Walker.
And look at Hunter and Butcher chopping and changing positions again. Now, looking at the way that Guy Cunnington was defending, when you look at his performance yesterday, 21st in qualifying, then a 10th and an 8th in the 2 heat races. There were no penalties with that, so he obviously doesn't have the pace, although as I say that, he was defending. Now he seems to have pressed the loud pedal and is pulling away from this battle pack behind him. There's Louis Harvey in the Argenti number 14 moving in. Archie Walker, meanwhile, has passed Lewis Gilbert for 2nd position. Kai Hunter gets a warning flag. A bit further down, Daniel Armstrong in 10th position. Matthew Higgins already up 13 places to 11th. Leon Henderson, Teddy Pritchard, Williams, Ronnie Smith and Caden McQueen rounding out the top 15. Ben Folland in the number 81 Thule Motorsport kart has dropped back to 18th place. This is Ben's first time out in seniors. I mean, this race isn't going particularly well, but yesterday he was superb. Qualified 2nd overall, finished a really strong 5th in the opening heat, had a penalty in the 2nd heat and dropped to 19th. But Folland for the Thule Motorsport team having a very good senior Rotax debut. James Johnson is up for the back of the grid to 19th. Alex Moody runs in 20th. A little bit further back, Charlie Ellis. Good to have Charlie back in the back. We've got a lovely feature that we'll run a little bit later on Charlie and his family. He's in 31st position. Harry Barlow has joined Jack Stedman on the list of retirees, sadly. 32 karts running. Also
with a 5-second time penalty added onto that one. Change again once more for P5. Sean Butcher getting back past Kai Hunter. It seems to me that Kai is struggling with pace here. I mean, he's still quick out there, but you've seen him. He's not managed to break away from that pack behind. And it all stems from not having a great qualifying. Yeah. And he just hasn't. And even though this is a circuit where overtaking is possible, there's Charlie Rippin now being monstered by Matthew Higgins. Higgins, the Welshman, only, again, such a mixed bag yesterday. Went out on the wrong tyres in qualifying, so he qualified 32nd. Then battled his way up to 9th in his opening heat, and I think finished in the top 5 in his second heat, but then was excluded, one of the 8 drivers to be excluded in the second heat for a rear bumper width. And so he had it all to do again. He's still passing people and moving forward at every opportunity. Yeah, definitely so. 6 minutes to go in the Senior Rotax pre-final in terms of championship points. 853 so far for Callum Bradshaw. Kai Hunter, who is so wanting to end this season with that number 1 place. Absolutely. He's still there, 833, 20 points behind. I mean, Bradshaw has just hit his sweet spot. He has. At exactly the right time in the season. Of course, it was Kai's older brother, Reese, who won this championship in Senior Rotax last year. I mean, Kai, in the modern era of the British Championship, which is from 2019 onwards, Kai's the most successful driver in terms of overall race wins. 12 wins in total.
This year, it's been pretty much feast or famine for Kai Hunter. 2 wins, but then only 2 wins at Larkhall and his home track at Warden Law, but then only a 9th at PFI and a 7th at Clay Pigeon. You change that with Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw won the opening round at PFI and then had a 3rd at Larkhall, a 3rd at Warden Law, and 1 last time out. So Bradshaw, the 2020 FIA World Karting Champion, the picture of consistency, and is now just able to keep everyone at arm's length. Archie Walker, there's a move, and that is Leon Henderson in the number 94 Strawberry Racing Kart, passing the number 24 of Caden McQueen. Caden, another driver that we spoke to yesterday, who's doing double duty. So Caden's going to hop out of this kart and get ready for his KZ2 second heat.
Yeah, that main interview was talking about doing the double, really, in that one. And, you know, he said...
Oh, Lowther at the inside. Sorry, Anthony.
No, he said it perfectly out there. I mean, he's got 2 different track layouts that he's doing.
Yep.
He's got 2 different tyres that he's doing. He's got 6 gears on one kart.
And
he's
no
got
gears on another,
no gears. He's got front brakes on one kart, and he hasn't on the other.
Signalling to let Lowther back through. I wonder if there was a little bit of contact earlier on, and McQueen's thinking, do you know what? At the risk of getting a penalty, I'm going to, you go back through, James. And James Lowther retired from his opening heat race, but James is 10th in the championship. He finished 7th last year, so he's aiming to sort of go higher. Archie Walker, first-year senior driver, in the number 91 kart there, ahead of Lewis Gilbert in the number 29 Potenza Racing entry. Walker, first senior podium at Clay Pigeon 2 weekends ago, and he's, that is a big boost for him. He is using that momentum and that confidence that he's gained to good effect. Now, behind them, there is... I'm wondering, is that a back marker? Yeah, so behind the top 3, we have Alex Moody in the number 88 Cato Motorsport kart, who is a lap down. Moody in 32nd position. Scott Lapsley has just retired the number 30 Strawberry Racing kart. Now, yesterday, in heat number 2, for the senior Rotax drivers, 2 drivers went out on slick tyres in the rain. Charlie Ellis was one, Alex Moody was the other. The marshals had their hands full with the blue flags for that one, let's put it that way. Moody and Alex Moody, hand in the air, yes, because Alex Moody eventually received a black flag for not getting out of the way in time during the blue flags, but he's like, nope, I've learnt my lesson, and in he comes.
I think some corner cuttage may have been involved in that one as
also was that as well. And Archie Walker...
he's closed in now, hasn't he?
Closed in.
Yeah, and plenty of time left in this race as well. 2 minutes, 40 seconds plus that 1 lap as James Johnson, once again, fastest lap of the race. Yeah, Archie Walker now with some pace. So... He's split. He's got past Lewis Gilbert there as well, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He made the move a couple of laps ago, going into turn number 1.
Yeah,
and he's closing in. So this is Young Pretender versus Grandmaster.
Yes,
this is Bradshaw having to defend against Archie Walker. Now, up until this season, Callum Bradshaw would have never shared a track with Archie Walker because Archie was a junior and Callum was a senior. The first few events of the season, it's fair to say, Walker was sort of learning the ropes in seniors. Didn't get in the top 10 at PFI, then in a 10th at Larkhall, then 8th at Warden Law, and then was on the podium at Clay Pigeon. So he's Callum Bradshaw. I mean, Callum, he goes head to head with Sean Butcher all the time. He knows Lewis Gilbert. He knows Guy Cunnington. He knows Kai Hunter. Archie Walker is a different proposition. So for a driver, he's not sure, okay, Archie, is he the type of driver that will sit behind me, or will he go for a lunge, where I'm not expecting it? Or will, for Callum, he's got to work out how Archie Walker operates.
Yes.
And defend against him accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. And again, trying to do all that while racing yourself.
At 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, quite difficult.
That is what makes these drivers the best in the country.
Yeah, definitely so. And that timer quickly running out. You can see on track, you can see the dark rubber lines that are starting to bed themselves into the track.
The track started today very green.
It did, yeah, because it was quite cold and moisturous, and now we're starting to see the battle happen. Bradshaw goes to the inside, defends from Walker. Walker takes the normal racing line, doesn't go for the dummy move. Now he's right behind. He'll go to the outside here. No switchback, no late lunge down the inside. Gilbert's closed in as well. Gilbert will go for the move on Walker if he senses the opportunity to do so.
Lewis Gilbert 4th in the championship last year. Currently 8th in the standings this year. Now, Callum Bradshaw's modus operandi. He waits for the driver to make a move or to go offline. Bradshaw will jink and defend. When the driver trying to pass him then gets out of the gas, to adjust so he doesn't run into Callum, then Callum goes.
Yeah.
And of course, then he gets that little advantage and can control things from there. That's what he did to Sean Butcher beautifully yesterday in the opening heat race. Will the same tactic work on Archie Walker in this race as the clock strikes 0? Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. And you can see that Butcher went for a little move into Stowe Corner at the start of this lap. And Bradshaw has got that advantage now. Can Callum Bradshaw, and also with Callum, you never know if he's giving it 100%.
Yeah.
Until is Callum, and he's fantastic at doing it, is Callum, driving at 99% until the last lap. When he's the pressure, he bangs those extra couple of tenths. This is the final lap. It's now or never for Archie Walker.
Here we go then through the Willows and down the Yamitsu straight for the final time. Into Derek's corner, favourite one for an overtake, but no overtake there this time around. Walker holds on to that P2. Crucially, has now managed to open up the gap between himself and Gilbert, so Gilbert's dropped back slightly there in P3. Only one real opportunity to get it done. Bradshaw looks over the shoulder. Thought about going
dear.
Oh no, what's happened to Walker?
I think that may have been tactical. I think Archie Walker's thought to himself, I don't want to start on the outside of the front row. I want to start directly. And he's let Lewis Gilbert go. And Lewis Gilbert slows down. And Archie Walker finishes in second, reluctantly finishes in second. And it's not something we've seen much of this year, but it is something that goes on in karting quite a bit. And Lewis Gilbert probably thinking to himself, I know what you're trying to do, and I'm wise to that. I'm an old campaigner. So just as Lewis Gilbert and Archie Walker slowed down too early, he gave Lewis Gilbert that opportunity to do that.
Yeah, interesting.
So Bradshaw continues his perfect weekend. Pole position, 2 heat wins, and the pre-final win. His championship lead extends to 20 points over Kai Hunter. Here's a look at the results. Bradshaw, Walker, Gilbert, Cunnington in 4th, then it is Butcher in 5th, Hunter in 6th, Matthew Higgins, fantastic result in 7th, Sam Gornall 8th, Teddy Pritchard-Williams 9th, Louis Harvey rounding out the top 10 ahead of Daniel Armstrong and James Lowther. Then it's James Johnson for the Potenza Racing Team, Charlie Rippin, Leon Henderson, Caden McQueen, Ben Folland on his senior debut, Jamie Perilli, Ronnie Smith and David Aulejner rounding out the top 20. Matty Hingley, Gabe Belanca, Ryan Willis, James Jackson, Declan Russell, Charlie Pritchard, Lorenzo Cordal, Brandon Nagelvort, Lucas Ivaskevicius and Charlie Ellis. Alex Moody, Scott Lapsley, Harry Barlow and Jack Stedman failing to take the finish. And there's Lewis telling Callum the story about what Archie Walker was trying to do and how he was wise to it. And here's Archie Walker. Well, I'm sure we'll give his 2 pennants. A quick chat. I mean, we may get a chance to talk about it later on. But James Johnson, just want to say a few words about James, really, who started his career down at Landau and has raced at Dunk as well, and Rissington. Has raced for several different teams. Raced for Strawberry for a while. Raced for Darren at ProTac Racing. Has raced for Dan Holland Racing. His dad Ian always does his mechanics for him. And James was saying he did a bit of commentary with me in the Brazil, the Rotax Grand Finals for a little bit. And he's got 2 young kids now. He's got a young family. And he said, no, that's it. I'm going to do this round. I'm going to do Wackersdorf. And then, I want to stay in the sport somehow. But I think it's time that, it's time to pack things up. It's been a great 10 years. The one thing he said to me, which was really struck home, and I think is the most thing you can say about James as a person. He says, the thing I like, I get on with every single driver on the grid.
Yeah.
After 10 years racing wheel to wheel, he is one of, if not the most popular driver amongst his peers in the paddock. And that says so much about James as a person and his family. And so thanks for the memories, James. Good luck in the final. But yes, maybe we'll see you on a different side of the camera. There's Archie Walker just shaking hands with Callum Bradshaw. There just as in, my plan was foiled. And I think Archie's dad realised that good, they realise what's going on. There's Lee Taylor, Callum Bradshaw's mechanic, going through, and Archie again, good camaraderie. There's Luke Hughes, Lewis Gilbert's mechanic. A good race in senior Rotax, a very good race indeed. And we've got one pre-final left to go. But there's and again, it's great to see. Obviously, the coverage is quite different, but I mean, it's good to see the interaction between the drivers, of course, who arrived here on Friday under a cloud with the news. As we can see, Elizabeth's logo there in the top of your screen, top right of your screen. There's Paul Class on the right, our technical sort of director. There's Sean Butcher. And Butcher is there. But that concludes the Senior Rotax pre-final. Next race is race number 16, the pre-final for Junior Rotax.
So, as Henry said, Junior Rotax race 16 of the weekend about to take to the circuit. And Brandon Carr is going to start from the front row with Harry Linden alongside. Neo Clark and Ted Bradbury, they'll go from row number 2. Gabe Fairbrother, the GP plate for the Ultimate R team, goes from row 3 with Jez Williams alongside. Gustav Uzakovs and Charlie Hart will go from row 4. Joseph Rippin and William Antrobus round out the top 10 on row 5, from Thomas Behrman and Reese Lomax on row 6. Vinnie Phillips and Harrison Crowther, they'll go from row 7. Aditya Kulkarni and Macaulay Bishop, who's back in the championship after missing a round. He starts from row 8. Tommy Harfield and Ethan Jeff Hall, the O-plate, go from row 9. George Donald and Mikey Porter round out the top 20 on row 10. From Tyler Harris and Ollie Stevens on row 11. Oliver Sander and Pearson Bullock Carter, they'll go from row 12 with Henry Beaumont and Alex Duncan on row 13. Harry Hannum and Ewan Charman go from row 14. Eva Poulain, the winner of the repechage, goes from row 15 with Thomas Ingram Hill alongside. Gracie Mitchell and Matthew Lambert on row 16. Stephen Duncan and Sam Longley go from row 17, which means I think
Harry Mitchell did finish in the top 6 initially in the repechage, but was given a penalty, and there is a wheel off a kart, and that has got part of the rear axle assembly. And I'm looking up, and I believe that is Matthew Lambert walking away. So the BKC Racing number 80 kart. Obviously, that looks like a wheel. I think it did have a bit of axle attached to it, or if it didn't, it was just a loose fitting. And so he is out of the race. Will we get a start this time around? Yes, we do. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and from the outside of row number 1, it's a great start from Harry Linden, and Harry Linden in the number 7 Dan Holland racing car moves to the lead. Oh, and a clash there. Someone loses a nose.
It's a KR Sport nose. Do you know what? I think that was Brandon Carr's nose cone.
And if that is the case, the champ... No, it's not Brandon Carr. It may have been Jez Williams. I thought it might have been a single-digit number. We'll catch up on that as the lap progresses. But that's the first time we've seen an incident there at the first corner. Neil Clark is there. Yes, it was Jez Williams. Oh, and Jez, who moved up to 4th place in the championship, courtesy of a top 5 result at Clay Pigeon last time around. And Jez, just as he was sort of coming into form, things go badly wrong in the pre-final. So he'll be starting at the back of the grid for the main event. There's a battle for the lead. It is Lyndon Carr and Ted Bradbury. Bradbury missed the last round of the championship. Well, Lyndon's got a huge advantage. Look at that. And Ted Bradbury missed the last round of the championship, but he can use that as his dropped score. So Bradbury, in the number 20 Sam Pollock racing kart, the pole position yesterday, then had a 3rd and a 4th in his 2 heat races. Finished 7th at Warden Law. That's hard to believe. That's his only top 10 finish in the finals, is Bradbury's. But there's Brandon Carr now into P2. Neil Clark is 3rd, and it's a huge battle for 2nd position. But Harry Linden, at the end of lap number 2, leads by 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's quite an impressive start. I think it all happened at that start there, where you just saw 3 karts going wide. Obviously, Jez Williams being sandwiched in the middle of that one. His nose cone flying off into the air just allowed Linden, who got the great breakaway through turn 1, to just open that gap up. And he's managed to hold that so far. But, like I say, 10 minutes left in this pre-final. Can Brandon Carr close that gap? We'll see what the gap is this time around. It was 1.84 last time around. We'll see what it updates to as they cross the line. Oh, look at that, 1.78. New fastest lap for Brandon Carr, 42.36. So that gap is closing, and I have to say, he's bringing Neo Clark along for play as well.
Yeah, Neo's not had the best season. I mean, he's had a 5th at Larkhall, 8th at Wardenlaw, 8th at Clay Pigeon. He's only 11th in the championship. That's the driver that finished 5th in the series last year. Brandon Carr is in a great position points-wise because his nearest title rival, Vinnie Phillips, is only 11th in the number 87 Strawberry Racing kart. Vinnie Phillips is a former winner here at Kimbolton. That was in his Mini X30 title-winning year in 2020. But Vinnie has not really been at the races this week so far. I mean, looking at his, he's qualified 15th, then at a 12th with a nose cone penalty in his first race. Did finish 3rd in his second heat race. But, so he's one of the drivers. He's had a top 5 finish in all 4 rounds of the championship so far, has Vinnie. But he's certainly not looking very competitive here at the moment as we look at Gustav Uzakov's the number 89 kart and Gabe Fairbrother, the GP plate holder. They're just in front of William Antrobus in kart number 57. This is a good weekend so far from Antrobus. 18th of the championship, hasn't been out of the top 10 in any session so far. And there's a move from Antrobus on Fairbrother for 6th position going into Kimbolton corner. Reese Lomax is up next. Now Reese in the number 52 Coles Racing kart there, he makes a move on Fairbrother. Reese is going to be very good here because Reese is a former TKM driver.
Yes.
And TKM's, this is the home of TKM Racing, so he would have done many, many laps around here. Harry Linden under investigation, possible jump start.
Well, he had a good start to that race, didn't he?
Yeah, he did have a very good start. Was it too good? That's something. But of course, he'll be thinking, well, if I get a jump start, is that going to be a 5-second penalty or a 3-second penalty? Ethan Jeff Hall, the O plate, running a little bit wide. He's down in 12th position behind Macaulay Bishop. So Linden will get his head down and is thinking, okay, I'm just going to stretch things out as much as possible. If I'm going to get a 5-second penalty for a jump start, or whatever the punishment might be, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, I'm going to try and make sure that there's only 1 or 2 drivers within 5 seconds of me.
Yeah, there's Macaulay Bishop just having a scrap there with the driver just in front. That is Vinnie Phillips with the Strawberry Racing team, the number 87. Brandon Carr, the fastest lap of the race, 41.95. That gap down to 1.3 seconds. Actually, it's now 1.2 seconds as they hit the next timing beam. So, closing that gap up. So that battle will kick off in the next few laps or so. Yep.
Here's Ted Bradbury in 4th place with Uzakov's right behind him. Neo Clark having a good job in 3rd position. This would be his best result of the season. A little bit further back. Let's have a look. Well, Gabe Fairbrother's dropped to 12th position. Here comes Macaulay Bishop, 3 wide. Bishop passes both Lomax and Vinnie Phillips. That will put the Dan Holland Racing drive into 7th position. Phillips and Lomax still side by side for 8th going into Derek's corner. And behind them, a bit of a log jam now forming with the O-plate of Ethan Jeff Hall. Then there's Fairbrother and Ripon in the number 22 MLC Motorsport kart. Also, you've got Aditya Kulkarni in the number 32 Argenti Motorsport machine. Thomas Behrman, whose brother Oliver's out racing in FIA Formula 3 in Monza this weekend. Charlie Hart is 15th, and Ollie Stevens 16th. Harrison Crowd the 17th. Tommy Harfield, Pearson Bullock Carter, and Ewan Charman 20th. It's been an up and down weekend for Charman. Won one of his heat races, but then got a penalty. And then in his second heat race was disqualified.
George Donald receiving a 5-second time penalty, the 96, who's currently sitting in 29th place after dropping 10 positions at the start of that one, so not had the best race. Seeing himself with that 5-second time penalty. Gap update for the race lead as well. Just about a second now. It's actually under a second once again as they break the next timing beam. So, and across the line they go, and 0.8 of a second. So that'll be heating up very, very nicely. Gustav Uzakov's making moves as well. He's up into P4 now. Macaulay Bishop, 9 places gained. Ethan Jeff Hall, 9 places gained as well. Ollie Stevens, good start to his race. 6 places gained so far in this one, as well as Ewan Charman. Charman, a driver who's very quick.
Yes.
He's started quite far back in this pre-final, didn't he?
He did indeed. Looking there, the number 42 kart start did 28th. He was the last driver to automatically qualify for the pre-final. Didn't have to go through the repechage, but he is now moving forward. There's the battle between, you can see Stevens, you can see Hart. They're closing in on Joseph Ripon, Aditya Kulkarni, Gabe Fairbrother. Thomas Behrman up into 11th position, which is actually where he started. So he's fallen back a little bit and now moving forward again. Yellow flags waving on the TKM straight, and that is...
It's a Jack's
It's
car.
a Jack's Motorsport car. Is that number 54? I think it is Mikey Porter, who is touring back to the pits to retire. There's Reese Lomax in the number 52 Coles Racing car. Lomax is now, well, he's fallen to 10th position behind Ethan Jeff Hall. Hard to believe that the O-plate, Ethan Jeff Hall, Clay Pigeon, second place, his first, not only his first podium, his first top 10 finish in a final this year.
In the British Champs, but he's got the O-plate as well. So at a Motorsport UK event, he's won. But at the British Champs.
At the British Champs, you know, and of course he's the European champion this year as well.
Exactly.
And he now passes his teammate Vinnie Phillips, so this is working out very, very well for Brandon Carr as he sets the fastest lap of the race, does the number 30 KR Sport driver, and he has now caught Harry Linden for the race lead. Gabe Fairbrother getting a 5-second penalty. The GP plate holder, and again the GP plate, hasn't had a top 10 finish in the British Championship this year, even though he is the Kart Masters champion and has been one of the quickest drivers, you know, has got heat wins. But when it comes to the finals, hasn't managed to put it in the top 10 yet. This is only a pre-final, but he's already dropped down to 11th place and he's got a penalty.
Yep, so not good. Here we go then. Brandon Carr has latched onto the back of Harry Linden with 3.5 minutes to go in this pre-final for Junior Rotax, and immediately going for the move into Derek's corner, not managing to get it done. Now that he's closed up into the back, he wasn't able to carry the momentum and immediately get past. Now he's kind of stuck at that pace now. He's stuck at Linden's pace. Neo Clark's going to start closing in, and crucially, Macaulay Bishop has now started to set the fastest lap of the race. P6 currently, 10 positions gained. He's also closing in. Yes, now I think Neo Clark's the only driver really close enough to threaten the two leaders. There's a 2.5 second gap back to Gustav Usakovs and Ted Bradbury, who are battling over 4th position. So Carr gets his momentum back up onto the Amitsu straight. This is where he made a move a lap ago. He lets Linden defend a little bit into Derek's corner. Now this gives Carr the momentum that he didn't have last time around. So he's regained that momentum that you mentioned correctly, Anthony, that he lost last time around. Will he look for a move up the inside? And you're right, Anthony, that radiator looks a little bit skewiff. As though maybe, and there is a move, and you can see the radiator wobbling about. The bracket might have broken a little bit. Now, that might not be an instant performance deficit, but it's going to be a distraction. Oh, definitely a distraction, because you'll hear it rattling around behind you, and you'll think, what is that that's loose? Well, he'll know what's loose, and he's now worrying, is it going to fall off? Yeah. So he's got to be careful. Let's not bounce over the curb. He just clouts a curb coming out of the willows. But, it's going to be on Harry Linden's mind. Neo Clark closes in as Brandon Carr, now the new race leader, and this is going to extend his championship advantage to over 60 points over Vinnie Phillips, who continues to be mired back in 9th position with 90 seconds to go. Is that potentially a technical flag? Don't know. Possibly, but I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's still attached. Obviously, the water pipe is still attached. The bracket holding it may have broken. And here comes Neo Clark. I think it's definitely affecting the performance of Linden's kart, however. Or maybe it's a psychological thing as well. But Brandon Carr has passed Linden and pulled away. Linden now fights back over Neo Clark. Side by side out of Derek's corner. And you can see the radiator sort of just dangling, but you can see the pipe. That black pipe is attached. The water pipe between. That's the thing that's holding it. yes, and that's all that's holding it together. Yeah. Now, there will be a Jubilee clip on that, and that Jubilee clip is working overtime. Side by side for second place. Neo Clark almost off the circuit. Linden squeezing him. Clark has to fall back in line, and now Clark's going to get the undercuts coming out of Stoke Corner into the willows, just as Usakovs, Bishop and Bradbury close in. 30 seconds to go. This battle's not over yet. And Clark having to defend. Now Linden's going to get side by side, but he's going to be on the outside line. And of course, even though the Dan Weldon corner is a right-hander, when you come out of Derek's, if you're on the outside line, the way that the circuit sort of curves round to the left before the right-hander means you cannot just dive up the inside. No, you can't. And it's got a lot of positive camber through there as well. Yes, so it does. You can really carry the speed, which is why it's difficult to actually get an overtake through there. Oh, Ewan Charman, 5-second penalty. He's 17th at the moment. That's going to drop him back outside the top 20. The clock has struck 0.
Brandon Carr will get the last lap board next time around. Well, this strange race. We start the race with Harry Linden having a huge lead. We end it with Brandon Carr having a huge lead.
Yeah, that gap now over 2 seconds. So, done a sterling job has Brandon Carr. Eyes under this one as well, because...
oh, and there's Ethan
yeah.
Jeff Hall and Ted Bradbury fighting. Bradbury getting 2 wheels off the end of the exit of the circuit, coming out of the Dan Weldon corner and settling the kart as Carr starts his final lap. There is Neo Clark defending from Harry Linden. Harry trying to go around the outside. He'll try and stay on the outside line into the willows. He's got to be careful because Uzakovs and Bishop are there. Bishop, not a championship contender. He is focusing on Junior X30 this year, but doing Junior Rotax again, just to keep his confidence up, to keep it, in seat time for the Dan Holland Racing team. And of course, it does help, having a Bishop in the team helps the regular drivers such as Harry Linden, who's sort of like the only DHR driver in Junior Rotax at the sharp end of the field, should we say?
Yeah, definitely so. One more corner to go then. Brandon Carr out of the final corner. He is comfortably in the lead and takes the checker flag in the pre-final, cleared by over 2 seconds from Neo Clark, who manages to just hold on to second place from Harry Linden. Macaulay Bishop finished in P4 from Gustav Uzakovs for the Hunter Motorsport team. Ethan Jeff Hall in the O-Plate crosses in 6th place from Vinnie Phillips. Ted Bradbury, William Antrobus and Gabe Fairbrother, despite the fact that he has got that 5-second time penalty, finishes in the top 10, but he will drop down after that 5-second to about 15th, 16th place.
Yeah, so his quest for a first top 10 in the final for the GP plate holder will start from right in the middle of the pack, which is not where you want to be. Here's a look at the provisional results. You can see behind Fairbrother Joseph Rippin, Aditya Kulkarni. Aditya has been rather anonymous this weekend. He's been very, very strong of late, but only 12th in this race. Reece Lomax, Ollie Stevens, Pearson Bullock Carter, Thomas Behrman, then Ewan Charman, followed by Harrison Crowther, Harry Hannam and Charlie Hart, your top 20. Tommy Harfield, Thomas Ingram Hill, Henry Beaumont and Evie Poulane, your top 24. Behind the top 24, Alex Duncan, Tyler Harris, Gracie Mitchell, Oliver Sanders, Stephen Duncan, George Donald and Sam Longley, the last finisher in 31st position. Mikey Porter, Jez Williams and Matthew Lambert failed to finish. So as they come onto the weighbridge, this will be the first indication of whether the loose radiator bracket is going to be a problem for Harry Linden. As you can see there, having a chat with Gaynor Griffin, the weighbridge scrutineer. They go across there, and you can see there that the radiator flap, yeah, that pipe there, that black pipe from the engine to the radiator is all that was holding that radiator on. You can see it underneath the radiator. There is a bracket that attaches the cart. There's the number 80 cart of Matthew Lambert going through. Shake of the hands there between Brandon Carr and Harry Linden. There's Macaulay Bishop. So apologies for a bit of choice language there. Like I said, we are, there's Macaulay Bishop chatting with them.
One more race to go before the lunch break, of course. And these guys obviously always, it's one of the parts of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again, we apologise for a little bit of fruity language. Now, let's have a look there. So the bracket should be attached. There's a silver sort of like thing there at the bottom there, attached to the chassis panel that is not there. You can see on the number 7 cart. Now, there's another Jubilee clip, but around the side there, that's there's just behind the clear pipe there, that silver Jubilee clip there, that's the one that has potentially saved Harry Linden an awful lot of money and an awful lot of time, because if that radiator came off, the engine will get very hot very quickly, and things would get very expensive very quickly if one of the engines go bang.
So yeah.
Yes, of course, radiators are at a premium at the moment.
They are, yeah. I heard that information from Louis from KR Sport, actually, who came in and said there is a shortage of those at the moment. So
yeah, and again, this season it's such a strange season as we get out of the COVID pandemic and the various supply chain issues that have been caused whether it be Brexit or whether it be the COVID, things like that. At the start of the season, there was a shortage of Mojo tyres because so many people were in the Rotax classes, and now there's a shortage of radiators as well. But I mean, there's there's Harry Neil Clark getting help there. Jonathan Paler, mechanic in this weekend for Thule Motorsport. We normally see Jonathan for the Dan Holland racing team, but there's been a change of scenery.
Yeah, he has swapped over to the Thule outfit.
Ollie Walker and there's Liam Wright, Harry Linden's mechanic, looking down. And, looking few, thanks to Lucky Stars. And there's Gustav Usakovs, proudly carrying the Latvian flag. Now, Usakovs won the Latvian Rotax Challenge this year, so he has qualified for the grand finals representing Latvia.
Okay.
He can, so I'm speaking to Reese Hunter. So Reese Hunter's got 2 drivers there. He's got, he said, which driver I can, look after. So that is the conclusion of race number 16. The next race is race number 17. It's the final heat for KZ2. Now, this is where things do get interesting in terms of the championship standings. The grid is the same as heat number 1. Bradley Barrett and Morgan Porter start from row number 1. Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner start from row number 2.
Derek Morgan and Tom Adams, they start from row 3. Dan Gould and James Glenister from row 4.
Row number 5 is Joe Charlton and Sam Ward, then Ashley Lewis and Lee Ward on row number 6.
Miles Murphy and Spencer Shinner will go from row 7. Charlie Cole and Caden McQueen start from row 8.
Lewis Halliday and Hannah Lang round out the fields. Now, Anthony, can I ask you on your laptop there to bring up the Heat 1 results?
I can indeed. There they are for you.
So, James Glenister won the opening heat rate from Bradley Barrett and Charlie Turner. Tom Adams, Derek Morgan, Dan Kelly and Morgan Porter. At the end of this race, the 2 heat results are combined to create an intermediate classification. The driver at the top of the intermediate classification gets 65 points, second gets 62, third gets 60, then we drop down in increments of 1, so 59, 58 for 5th, 57 for 6th, and so forth. Charlie Turner his next worst score he drops is a 54, which is the equivalent of a 9th place finish. So if Charlie Turner finishes in the intermediate classification, anything higher than 9th, he does gain a point. So if he finishes 8th, he gains 1 championship point. He's dropping 54, you get 55 points for finishing 8th. So if he finishes 8th, he gains 1 point. If he finishes 7th in the intermediate classification, he gains 2 points. So that's critical because he's on 428 points. Glenister can finish on a maximum of 434 points. Porter 431 and Kelly 429. So Charlie Turner will eliminate Dan Kelly from the standings if Charlie Turner scores 1 more championship point.
Right.
He'll eliminate Morgan Porter if he scores 3 more championship points. If Charlie Turner finishes 2nd in the intermediate classifications after this race, he is effectively the champion. Joe Charlton, the 2020 champion, has got a problem there, the Energy Core chassis. Not going to go out. So Barrett and Porter on row number 1. Charlie Turner, at the moment, is 3rd. At the moment, he's not champion. If he finishes 3rd in this race, the order is the same. Oh, and a slow start for Spencer Shinner in the number 55 kart, who gets away. But Barrett leads them into turn number 1. Glenister, is that James Glenister in kart number 22? Or, no, it's Tom Adams. Great start from the youngster Tom Adams. Porter is 3rd. Glenister is 4th. Turner, slow start, down to 6th or 7th position.
I think it's 7th place. It's not been a great start from Turner.
Tom Adams, great move from Tom Adams. And again, Tom was one of the 3 drivers in this race who went out to the World Cup at Le Mans.
Yep.
And he didn't qualify for the final. There's 123 entries there, and Tom was one of the youngest there, one of the least experienced drivers there. Great learning experience though for Tom.
Yeah.
He finished every race. He got quicker every race. His team were happy with him. And battle is on for the race lead. Adams, Barrett, Porter and Glenister, the top 4. Kelly in 5th and Turner sort of just holding back a little bit in 6th position.
Yeah, thinking it could all kick off in this race. And of course, Morgan Porter started well in his first heat earlier on today, but did fade in the second half. This time around, it's still a good start there in P3. Has got Glenister behind. Glenister knows he can get through this pack as well. Dan Kelly still there just behind also. So, you know, chopping and changing all the way through this field as again down the inside defensive, and Morgan Porter on Bradley Barrett gets that move done, and Glenister tries to make the move as well, but holds off into P4, cannot gain as well. So
Glenister had to really ease out of the throttle in a hurry there, and here comes Glenister again. So Glenister has to make moves. Kelly is next. Turner and Derek Morgan round out the lead pack contenders. You can see Lee Ward in the number 8 Kart. There's actually Miles Murphy getting very crossed up coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. So Glenister now has to start making moves. Let's have a look. So Adams finished 4th in the opening heat. So at the moment, Adams would have 4 heat points. Morgan Porter would have 9 heat points. Barrett would have 4 heat points. Glenister would have 4 heat points, but Glenister would have the advantage of having a win, so he would take the tiebreaker in the first race. I mean, it's going to be very, very close here. So at the moment, even as things stay as they are, James Glenister would get maximum championship points from the heats. Turner, a 6th and 3rd, 9th, he would finish 4th or 5th, so it wouldn't be enough to seal the title for Turner if things stay as they are at the moment. James Glenister does need to start making some moves, and he needs to do it in a hurry, because Adams in the 17 and Port in the 46 are pulling away. James Glenister has to deal with that number 6 Sodi Vitesse Kart of Bradley Barrett and get onto the tail of the 2 leaders, because as Barrett backs the pack up, Charlie Turner is sitting there and waiting.
Well, I mean, this is going to be a challenge for Glenister as well, because Barrett's also a contender for the championship. But no, is he not?
No, even though Barrett is 3rd before drop scores, he can't outscore Charlie Turner. Oh dear, Charlie Cole. Cole, who is fighting for one of the last seeds. He's 10th in the championship, and Scott Allen is here helping Charlie this weekend for the Jade Racing team. Yeah, Charlie with the Jade Racing team. And that is not the best start for Charlie Cole, who is pulling in to retire. Derek Morgan, fastest lap of the race in the number 48 right Kart. Glenister, 6 minutes to go. And you can see Charlie Turner has now passed Dan Kelly to move right onto Glenister's rear bumper.
Very much so. This is going to be an interesting situation then for the 2 Rush Performance teammates. And like you said, I said it before earlier on, if James is going to go for the move, and he does go for the move down the inside.
Critical.
Very well-timed move. He tried that move in Heat 1 as well. It didn't pay off this time around. He's learned from that. He managed to get it to pay off this time around. Now moves up into P3, and crucially, another couple of points.
Yes, so that would put James Glenister in sole possession of the top spot in the intermediate classification. But look at that, Turner following him through. Now, this could have a turn up for the books, because Bradley Barrett is falling back. Barrett, that would give a 2nd and a 4th, 2nd and a 5th. That would put Barrett onto 7 points. Turner, a 3rd and a 4th. That would put Turner onto 7 points as well. Adams at the moment, Tom Adams is the driver standing between Charlie Turner and Charlie sealing the championship at the end of this race.
Yeah.
But Tom Adams, he's not going to worry about that. He is just focused on trying to take a race win.
Yeah, exactly. But Morgan Porter's making that slightly difficult for him. And I have to say, Glenister is closed right in now on Morgan Porter.
Glenister is marching up to the rear bumper of the number 46 More Racing Kart Republic chassis of Morgan Porter.
Fastest lap of the race, 35.210 from Glenister. Here's a look further back. There's Dan Kelly in the midst of that one. Bradley Barrett just in front still with Derek Morgan. Lee Ward also in that group. Back to the leading trio here. And again, a very distinctive helmet livery there of Morgan Porter holding on 2nd place. But now he had a look over the shoulder there and could see the Rush Performance James Glenister just behind. And I suspect he's getting worried. Morgan Porter, very talented, skilled driver out there.
But this was the time of the race in heat number 1 where the setup
to fade.
The setup on Porter's kart went away slightly. Adams, Porter and Glenister. A gap back to Turner. Turner has got Barrett, Kelly and Morgan directly behind him. There's a gap back to Lee Ward in 8th, Dan Gould 9th, Sam Ward rounding out the top 10, then Caden McQueen, Miles Murphy, Hannah Lang, Spencer Shinner, Lewis Halliday, Ashers. Joe Charlton did get out there, so Charlton at the back of the field in the number 3 car did make it to the start. Charlie Cole out of the race.
I suspect he would have started from the pit lane because he is still on that lead lap as well. And Morgan Porter down the inside. That's crucial because that's going to allow Glenister to take advantage here of Adams and get past. But so far not managed to get that move done. So now Porter, where we were saying in Heat 1 at this stage of the race, his setup started to fade away. This time around it seems to be coming into effect as down the inside goes James Glenister on his teammate Adams. Adams fights back but gives away the position, and Glenister now up into P2. Another championship point.
So Glenister would be on a total of 2 points coming out of the heats. That would put him top of the intermediate classifications. Here's one for the mathematicians. As things stand, Morgan Porter leading this race, he would have 7 heat points. Tom Adams running in 3rd place would have 7 heat points. Charlie Turner running in 4th place would have 7 heat points. Bradley Barrett running in 5th place would have 7 heat points. Who gets the tiebreaker? I don't have the rulebook in front of me, I don't know. But Charlie Turner would be in a tie for 2nd place. They wouldn't get 2nd place points. You're looking at me, do you know?
I think it goes from the qualifying results.
Qualifying results. And that would put Barrett, Porter and then Turner. So Turner would be 5th in the intermediate classifications. He would gain a couple of points. He would gain 4 points, and that would eliminate effectively. It would be a head-to-head fight between Glenister and Turner in the final race.
I'd like to stress,
as things stand, that's provisional, ladies and gentlemen, and there's still 2 minutes to go.
And I'd like to stress, I said I think it is from the qualifying results.
I think yes.
So here we go then. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the timer. Porter still leading from Glenister. Glenister still defending from Adams, and I have to say, I think the group behind are closing in now as well, being led by
Charlie Turner with Bradley Barrett in tow. Kelly is still there, so is Derek Morgan. The tension is mounting considerably. I know that Charlie's dad, Derek, is there, and he's got the calculations out. Oh, and there's the number 9 Rush Performance car of Ashley Lewis retiring to the pits. You know, Charlie, he's an experienced campaigner. I remember commentating on Charlie back when he was a junior Rotax driver back in Stars of Tomorrow Championship in 2010, things like that. He's represented the UK in the Rotax Grand Finals. Charlie, he didn't race in the British Championship in 2019 and 2020. He tried to go to cars, it didn't quite work out. He came back into car racing into karting in 2020, did a few rounds here and there, and then last season got into the KZ2 class, finished 4th in the championship last year. He won at Warden Law. He's got 4 third-place finishes in his career in the modern era of the British Championship. Now, Glenister, now, we can sit here, we're doing the calculations. It might even be beneficial for Glenister to stay in 2nd position, because that would keep Morgan Porter on 7 points. Glenister's not going to be aware of this. He's still going to be pushing forward and trying to make a move. He won't be aware of that because he will just... And Porter now begins to defend. The whole season has got 1 race and 1 and a quarter laps to go. And it is coming down, ladies and gentlemen, to, 1 position on track. It's been a fantastic season of KZ2 racing so far. I think we're going to save the best to last. Turner is there in 4th place, and now Porter's defending. He's really hugging the inside line, and Glennis has got to be careful.
He's got to be so careful here, because any disadvantage, and he's going to be closed in by Adams and Turner. And if it's Turner who gets the position, he might seal this before we even get to the final later on today. But again, we're not too sure. We'll work the maths out later.
We will give you an update later. I mean, Charlie Turner's reaction crossing the start-finish line will tell us something.
Yeah.
But it's going to be Morgan Porter who takes the win. 2nd for Glenister, 3rd for Adams, 4th for Turner. Barrett is 5th. The rest of the field coming across the line there. Derek Morgan in 6th place. Then Dan Kelly, Lee Ward, Dan Gould, Sam Ward, Miles Murphy, Caden McQueen, Spencer Shinner, Hannah Lang, Joe Charlton, Lewis Halliday, the 16 finishers. I think no celebrations from Charlie at the moment. That's very, very finely poised. Provisional results, provided there are no penalties or anything like that. My calculations have it that Glenister will take maximum heat points with a win and a 2nd place. Barrett, Turner, Adams and Porter all tied for 7 heat points. Now, so Charlie Turner can finish anywhere from 2nd to 5th. 2nd would give him the championship. 3rd would mean that he only has to score 1 more point. And he's, it's going to be close. He's still got the upper hand. Still has the upper hand. Now, now.
Is he underweight slightly?
Was that that, ladies and gentlemen, could change everything.
It could. Now, I think they're telling him to go back so they can remove...
so that they can try it again.
Yeah.
And of course, this, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unofficial and provisional.
Oh, yes.
We don't have this. There's Tom Adams, Charlie Turner waiting, a sort of a pensive smile from Turner. Nobody will begrudge. No, he's trying to go through again.
And he's being pushed off now.
Well,
so
he's either good. He's either good or he's not good. So James Glenn's now saying, right, fingers crossed, going through. Turner again. Who knows the calculations? But certainly with that result, I believe that Dan Kelly and Morgan Porter are now out of title contention. We do have the time at the moment is coming up to 1:05. Just to remind everybody who is here at the circuit listening to the live stream, at 1:30 we have a 2-minute silence for the late Queen Elizabeth II. That is for everybody here at the circuit. 2-minute silence at 1:30 local time. And it's worth remembering as well, this is September 11th, and the Hunts Kart Club Kimbolton have got ties to the US Air Force as well, and we're remembering all those that were lost on 9/11 in 2001. So, thank you very much for joining us here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. There's no paddock show. There's no paddock show, but we'll be back at 29 minutes past 1, so we will be on the live stream observing the 2-minute silence. So, Anthony, let's go and do some calculations, refresh our batteries, and we'll be back at 29 minutes past 1 for, very important 2 minutes, and then the finals. Thank you. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kimbolton, event 10 of the 2022 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. The finals will be getting underway in approximately 20 minutes, but of course, we are currently gathering out on the start-finish line. The vast majority of the paddock here very shortly will have a 2-minute silence in remembrance of Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II, who passed away aged 96 on Thursday after 70 years as our reigning monarch, the longest serving monarch in the United Kingdom, and her passing has been felt, you know, by everyone around the world, but especially here in the British Kart Championship paddock. You can see various members of the officials, the drivers, mechanics, parents, all gathering here. When we arrived on Thursday evening to set up, that's when the news broke from Balmoral that the Queen had passed away. All track activity was cancelled on Friday as a mark of respect, and we weren't sure that the event was going ahead, but again, a big thank you to Motorsport UK for, you know, providing guidance and consultation with the championship. There are other motorsport events going on in the UK this weekend. I know that some sporting events have been cancelled, others are going ahead, and of course everyone has got, you know, that's right or wrong, it's irrelevant at the moment. We're here, but as you can see, obviously we're doing things very differently. Myself and Anthony Jordan, normally part of the British Championship weekend, we, you know, like to laugh and joke with you, the viewers, you know, on the live chat, you know, especially with the drivers, the mechanics especially, but not this weekend. That would be insensitive this weekend, especially while there are, you know, certain events aren't taking place. This one is. We hope that we have, certainly this morning's broadcast, and we'll make sure that it happens this afternoon, that the tone of the broadcast, although the racing is very exciting, we're going to crown a champion, our first champion from 2022, very shortly in KZ2. We do hope that the tone is in keeping with the mood of the nation, and Nigel Edwards will address the paddock.
Show of appreciation, really. I know you do follow things like, you know, royalty, etc. Whether we do or we don't, I think it's sort of perhaps touched everybody, you know, how, you know, that 70 years or whatever of the Queen's life has gone. She's seen all sorts of things happen. Probably we're a bit the same in our sport. Obviously we've been here a few years and we've seen lots of things change. The good news is, and I know this weekend's been a bit traumatic one way and another, obviously not being here Friday as well, other things maybe for the weekend. Some things are good, some things are not so good. It's not always right, but at the end of the day, we are all in it together. We're all here for one thing. From our point of view, that's our sport of karting. But just for the moment, our thoughts are with the royal family and obviously the passing of our Queen. So just as a token of appreciation from everybody in the karting fraternity, from down at Motorsport UK, everybody who's here this weekend, thank you. Just 2 minutes of silence would be great. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Great afternoon, guys. Enjoy your finals. Thank you.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. And it's one of those things, you'll never forget where you were when you heard the news that the Queen had passed away. And for a lot of these drivers, you know, they'll never forget this weekend as well, you know, when people gather together, different teams, different classes, they battle and fight with each other. But then for a moment like that, we're all really as one. And, you know, that's a very fitting tribute. The racing will commence again shortly. Now, karting is, there's lots of families, and I've been here. In fact, I was talking to Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing.co.uk. We both started our sort of full-time commentary career here in 2007. And in that time, you know, whole generations of drivers have come and gone. A lot of the cadets that were racing that day in 2007 are now mechanics, team managers, etc., etc. So karting is a family sport. And this weekend, we got caught up with a very special family. You can see in the foreground there with the AIR stickers on his back. That's Nick Ellis. And just to the left of Nick, in the orange tabards, two members of the Orange Army, the most important people in racing, the marshals. That's Nick's wife, Mandy, and his eldest son, Sam. We caught up with them yesterday. Karting has always prided itself on being a family sport. And this is no more evident than this weekend at Kimbolton with the Ellis family. Not only do we have driver Charlie, we've got chief mechanic and team boss Nick, we've got two members of the Orange Army, the most important people in motorsport, Mandy and eldest son Sam. And this weekend, it's a very special weekend, is it? Because it's Sam's 21st birthday. Well, on behalf of everybody at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, happy birthday.
Okay, yeah.
Now, Sam is a registered marshal, you're a licensed marshal, as well as Mandy. You are on the end of the grid, aren't you? Yeah.
Yes.
And so, as a family, how does it feel then, Charlie, to have Dad on the spanners, Mum and Sam marshalling?
Yeah, I think it's really good because it's more like a family sport. You see all the big teams, you know, they got payment for mechanics. You don't really get that feeling. You know, we like to spend the whole weekend here. Me and my dad, we feel really close when doing karting because, you know, we're together and we're always like one team. And it's really good to see my brother being able to get involved. We like to promote diversity in motorsport, so it's really good that we can get people with special needs, special, you know, abilities to finally get themselves somewhere on the grid. Excellent,
thank you very much. Now, Mandy, obviously being a marshal, what's it like not being around the paddock, or when Charlie's on track? What's going through your mind?
I hate it really, but I have to blank it off and completely just be a marshal and be impartial, and and just I'd hope for the best for Charlie, but everybody's equal out there.
Exactly. So Nick, if we can sort of come round a little bit, you've got the whole family here, but it's just you and Charlie sort of like on the karts. What's it like having the whole family spread out around the venue?
It's bizarre. We started this journey just Charlie racing, and it's just grown, and Sam and with Mandy, HKRC, we're a part of their family as well. It's not hard to come here. No matter what happens during the day, we love coming back and can't wait to come back. But yeah, sometimes it's difficult. Time pressures can be there to make things difficult, but when you enjoy something, you don't work a day in your life, do you?
Oh, exactly. And regarding with Sam, you're spending your 21st birthday at a kart circuit. What better place to spend your 21st birthday?
Okay.
Yes, and for you guys to have Sam involved and for motorsport to be accessible to all, how does that make you feel? You must be very, very proud of this young man.
Proud of him, and the karting community have welcomed him with open arms. Is just part of the team. He's part of the marshal team as well. He's treated just as equally as everyone else. It's brilliant.
Now there's one thing that we're not supposed to mention, but is there going to be CAKE tomorrow?
there might be. Yeah, but we don't really want to say that because it might get him excited.
No, exactly. That's why we got just between you and me.
Yeah, yeah. You want to come round sometime? Have some cake tomorrow?
Oh, why not? Why not? That'll be a good way to celebrate a very special young man who's doing an excellent job. You know, he's got the registered marshal for a reason. He's had to, you know, prove that he's capable and, you know, safe and doing that as well. That must make you very proud.
He's attended all the training days as well. He can put out a fire. He's learnt the first aid. So he's just, yeah, he's brilliant.
Brilliant. So, last word though has got to go to our birthday boy, Sam. Happy birthday! Are we going to see extra special waving your flag tomorrow?
Yes.
Excellent. Congratulations on being a registered marshal, and the Ellis family, it's fantastic to have you back in the paddock. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you.
Well, what a great story, and it's
Yeah.
great to see the Ellis family back in the paddock. But now the Ellis family are a very busy family here this weekend. But Anthony, you caught up with perhaps the busiest driver.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Cade McQueen. He's doing the double senior Rotax and KZ2, two completely different karts. We had a chat with him. This is what he had to say.
I'm here with Cade McQueen in the Zip Factory kart tent with two different karts. We've got a KZ2 with a Croc Promotion chassis, and we've got, well, a senior Rotax with a Zip Factory chassis. That's quite a difference, isn't it? Two different karts over one weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it gives me plenty to do. Going to keep me very busy. I think there's something like 20 minutes between both races or practices. But yeah, no, so yeah, the Croc is the Croc team. They provided the kart, you know, I raced for them as well. And then we've got the Zip kart over here, which is a Croc chassis, but just under the Zip colours.
So a bit of a change-up for you on that one. Now, of course, we talked to many drivers over these weekends who are doing two different classes, but they're both, well, they're essentially the same kart, just a different engine. But this one, well, this is completely different. You've got gears on this one, no gears on this one. The mindset change that you're going to have to go through between sessions, that's quite a change.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely different to drive, especially because this one's got front brakes and this one doesn't. So that makes it incredibly difficult. You almost jump back into the Rotax and think, oh my God, is this going to stop? But yeah, no, we're getting on well at the moment. The gear changes are quite hard to get as well, especially jumping from one to the other. The most difficult thing is remembering to do the bus stop in the Rotax and not in the KZ. So, yeah, no, but we've got the hang of it at the moment.
I think you bring up an excellent point there. You've got two different circuit layouts as well to contend with. And, yeah, with it being so fast, it's got to be a challenge. Has it happened at all today where you've jumped back into the senior one and gone for a gear change and nothing's happened?
No, to be honest, I've got the hang of it at the moment. You know, everything's going really well. We're fast in both, considering the tyre wear in both. We haven't got a new tyre yet, whereas others have in both classes. So, yeah, we're playing the long game. We're happy with where we're at the moment.
No, there's excellent stuff. And, of course, yeah, tyres as well. You've got the LeConte tyres on the KZ. You've got the Mojos on the senior. So, you know, a change-up with that. Any major difference between those, or are they pretty similar?
No, there is a massive difference. The LeConte, the tyre wall stiffness is really soft, so it's very important not to push too hard too early and wear the tyre out. Don't get me wrong, the Mojos, they wear out quite quickly as well, but nowhere near as much as the LeContes.
Well, this weekend is going to be a challenge. Luckily, you don't have any KZ heats today. They're all going to be Sunday. Obviously, we're Saturday of filming this one, but you've got your heats for your seniors. How do we think it's going to go?
Yeah, I think, you know, it all depends on qualifying as well, because, you know, that plays a massive part, especially in the KZ, because, like I said, you've got to look after the tyres so well. So if you do qualify at the front, you can relax a little bit in the heats, just to get that final position for the final, of course. So, yeah, no, hopefully it will go well. I think we're looking good in both, so it should be good.
Is Kimbolton one of those circuits that's kind of up there on circuits that you enjoy?
Yeah, the track's really good. It's a lot different to a few we've had on the calendar this year, so yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it, and I think it should be a really good weekend.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Cade McQueen, wish you the best of luck both in Senior Rotax and KZ2, but we'll see you out on track.
Cheers.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. Finals are about to take to the circuit. There you can see the first final race, 18 Minimax, getting themselves primed and ready. But, Henry, like you said yesterday, you had the interview with the Ellis family. And, of course, one member of the Ellis family who takes pride in his role in the marshalling team is Sam, right there, 21 years of age today on his birthday. and he is there with his green flag doing what he loves doing best.
Well, yeah, so careful now. So you'll worry the drivers if you're waving that right now. They'll think that the race is starting. But no, I mean, it's fantastic. 21 years old. So happy birthday to Sam. And, you know, he's a fully accredited marshal. And a big thumbs up there. His family, they had cupcakes this morning for us. And a big wave there. But, yeah, he does this at Wilton Mill as well. And so he does his training, goes to all the training days as well. And, again, it just shows that, you know, people with, you know, special needs, what have you, can still get involved in motorsport UK events and still training and things like that. It's an inclusive sport, as well as a family sport, motorsport as a whole. But karting, especially, is the grassroots level of motorsport, working extremely hard to be as inclusive as possible.
Yeah.
Now, looking ahead to this next race, Minimax, race number 18. And believe it or not, this is the first time in the modern era of the British Championships that the Rotax classes have come to Kimbolton. Normally, it's the TKMs and the X30 classes, but the Rotax class is here. So we haven't got any previous results from Rotax here at Kimbolton. However, if either Scott Marsh or Noah Wolf win today, they would move to a tie for third place on the all-time Minimax winners list with Harry Linden and Jez Williams. Archie Kitching and Ethan Jeff Hall, 4 Minimax wins each. They tied for the top spot. Coles Racing have still got the most Minimax wins of all, 9 wins. Dan Holland Racing are up to 5. Strawberry Racing have got 4. Vision Motorsports have got 3. And then Project One and Synergy have got 2 wins apiece in the Minimax class in the modern era of the British Championship. Of course, there was a British Championship before 2019 for many, many years, but since Motorsport UK took over the running of it, that's what we call the modern era. Now, there's a look down at some of the drivers. Looking there, there's Thomas Min Spearing, the number 27, there's William Murtagh. Privateer driver Dan Amore, 13th on the grid. He is the best of the privateers. He's got Brandon Truman is alongside him, the second best of the privateer. But Brandon, he's got the Strawberry Racing graphics kit on, but he's still running as a privateer, I believe. And a little bit further up the order, there's Josh Turnbull, just getting a last-minute tyre pressure adjustment. Finn Leslie getting some words of advice there from his dad. Noah Wolf starting second. I'm in the championship standings. At the moment, Noah Wolf leads Scott Marsh by 4 points. So, this race, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. It's round 5 out of 7. Sam Ellis brings the drivers onto the circuit. Race number 18, the Minimax final.
Yes, indeed, Henry. Minimax race 18 final taking to the track. Here's how they're going to line up then for the final of their race. Scott Marsh and Noah Wolf will go from row 1. Sebastian Mins and Hugh Moulton go from row 2. Harrison Whitcomb and Finn Leslie start from row 3 from Harry Bartle and Joshua Turnbull on row 4. Top 10, Thomas Min Spearing and Joshua Graham. William Murtagh and Ollie Wise go from row 6 from Daniel Moore and Brandon Truman on row 7. William Murphy and Joshua Smith go from row 8. Michael Walker and Joe Anderson. Devon Nolan and David Vishkor will go from row 10. Ruben Dan and Matas Miazanskas go from row 11. Michael Dalton and Noah Pikes. Josh Salvadori rounding out the grid, but I don't think Josh Salvadori has gone out on track. He's still showing his in and into the tram lines. It is a false start.
Yep, false start. Let's have a look. No, I cannot see the number 53. 53, sorry, not 83. That's Josh Turnbull. The 53 car of Josh Salvadori out there, and I'm wondering if there is still a kart on the W grid. I can't see that, so go around again. Championship positions. Noah Wolf leads by 4 points over Scott Marsh. Sebastian Mins third in the championship, but he's 50 points back. Then Harry Bartle, Hugh Moulton, Harrison Whitcomb, Josh Graham and William Murphy. Drop scores haven't come into effect yet. 65 points for a win, 62 for second, 60 for third. So if Scott Marsh wins this race and Noah Wolf finishes second, that means that Noah Wolf would have a championship lead of 1 point heading into the last 2 rounds of the weekend, which will take place on October the 15th and 16th at Wilton Mill. So for the second time here at Kimbolton, drivers into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing, and it's neck and neck between Marsh and Wolf. Down towards turn number 1, Marsh on the inside line, gets round cleanly, everyone else follows in line. So Marsh and Wolf already trying to break away from, that's Hugh Moulton, I believe, up at the 3rd position.
You saw at the start there that these two already had the advantage before they even surpassed the start-finish line. They got on the gas early, and I don't think 2nd and 3rd really, well, 3rd and 4th, reacted quick enough for it. But anyway, they get underway. And like you say, Marsh holding on to that lead, crucial. It was a drag race, really, for the apex at turn 1. And these two have been nose to tail all the way throughout this season. It's been fantastic to watch. And like we say, the final round or the final event at Wilton Mill and is going to take place soon. But down the inside, there's Noah Wolf. He's got that move done. And Scott Marsh is going to fight back, but Scott Marsh has dropped back into 3rd.
Noah Wolf runs a little bit wide going into the Willows, and Hugh Moulton capitalises. Moulton in the number 51 kart, best finish so far, a 5th place effort last time out at Clay Pigeon. Hugh, 5th in the championships. And in his debut season, he is a British Championship rookie. And there is Sebastian Minns at the inside of Finn Leslie. A lot of looking over their shoulders heading down there, but it's Moulton from Wolf. And now Noah Wolf back to the inside at Kimbolton corner. Takes the race lead back. Moulton under pressure. Marsh into P3. Looking, here comes Hugh Moulton back up the inside of Noah Wolf. And Marsh goes through. Wolf back to 3rd. No, make that back to 4th because Sebastian Minns moves into P2.
Yeah, Noah Wolf managed to get back down the inside of Scott Marsh there, so he's back down into P3. So Marsh there in P4. This is certainly shaking things up. We weren't expecting Hugh Moulton and Sebastian Minns at the front of this one. They are still two very quick drivers, and they're in there in the top points.
Yep.
But we thought this was going to be Marsh and Wolf.
It had all the hallmarks of a head-to-head battle, especially when you see how quickly they got off the line at the start of proceedings. But here comes Sebastian Minns. No, Wolf gets a warning flag. Oh, Hugh Moulton there squeezed very, very wide, coming out of Kimbolton corner, almost into the barriers. Has to ease off the gas ever so slightly. He drops back into 4th place, but considering how much of a breakaway that Marsh and Wolf got at the start, the rest of the chasing pack were able to close in very, very quickly indeed, and joining the front 4, turning it into a lead pack of 5, is the number 88 Argenti Motorsport kart of Joshua Graham.
There we go. So Ruben Dan sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in 21st place at the moment. Shows the paces all the way through the pack.
Yeah, very, very evenly matched.
And again, no overtakes so far within these top 5. Like I say, like you say, Joshua Graham is latched onto the back of this one also. So down into the first corner, and again, everyone sticking to the outside line, move further back. That was Finn Leslie getting past Joshua Turnbull, or vice versa.
Yeah, Finn Leslie is now ahead. No, Finn Leslie is behind Turnbull.
There's a change of the lead.
Minns, was that Minns making a mistake or being squeezed a little bit going into Derek's corner? But certainly,
I think he's got an issue, maybe, because he's...
Well, he ran offline in a very strange place and lost an awful lot of speed, but he's sort of like head down again, sort of getting back into line. I'm not sure if we just didn't quite catch the sort of incident that precipitated Sebastian Minns sort of running offline, but certainly a top 5 battle, nose to tail. Behind them, Leslie, Turnbull, Whitcomb, Bartlewise. Here's another change the lead. Scott Marsh. Oh, and Marsh runs Wolf a little bit wide because he knows that will allow Hugh Moulton to get back into the race, into 2nd position. Here comes Hugh Moulton for Coles Racing, and Coles Racing now retake the lead. 5 drivers, nose to tail. And I have to say, Anthony, considering how much they're battling, the fact that nobody from the chasing pack behind has been able to close in, if they carry on like this, we're going to have a 20-kart battle for the race lead before the end of things.
Quite literally. I think we've had about 5 lead changes over the space of 3 laps.
Amongst 4 leaders.
Yeah.
And you know.
This is shaping up to be quite a final, I have to say, in Minimax. And again, Wolf back down the inside, retakes 2nd place from Scott Marsh, and Marsh now back down into about 5th place now. So Joshua Graham's got through, and Sebastian Minns has got through as well. So Seb there in third place. He's wanting to get through, and again, you just see there the concertina effect kicking in as they go through Derek's corner. Now back through Dan Weldon corner. And again, everyone just looking over their shoulders, but no moves going. And that's kind of crucial in these stages now. Kind of crucial, actually, for Hugh Moulton. Because, like I say, he's leading this way, looking pretty comfortable out there.
Again, 10 minutes to go, a long way to go. But Coles Racing's last Minimax win came the final round of last season at PFI with Harrison Crowther. They haven't won in nearly 12 months in this class. Moulton under pressure going into Derek's. Mins in third place. Wolf putting that pressure on Moulton now. Out of Derek's into Dan Weldon corner. Marsh in fourth. Graham back to fifth. Leslie and Whitcomb, 6th and 7th, beginning to close in. Turnbull in 8th. Ollie Wise runs in 9th. Then it's Murtagh, Bartle, Min Spearing, Murphy, Amore, Smith, Walker, Anderson, Nolan, Dan, Truman, Vishkor, Dalton, Mizanskis, and a new change. Well, another change. New leader, Noah Wolf, number 45, Synergy Racing Developments.
Yeah. So as these go through, again, Hugh Moulton looking back down the inside. He's done him. So I don't know what's happened over the lunch break.
I mean, look, okay, yesterday was a different day, but yesterday you and I were looking at, there was one Minimax heat took place in the dry and one in the wet.
Yeah.
Both races, Noah Wolf was able to just close in, pass, and pull away in the lead.
Yeah.
Now, different day, is that on their mind? Are the drivers like Hugh Moulton and Sebastian Mins conscious of the fact that if they give Noah Wolf a lap or 2 laps at the front of the field, he can get that break again? So they're considering, right, if we have to fight back. The minute he gets the lead, we can't run the risk of letting him get the breakaway.
Yeah, definitely. I think you could be right there, Henry, because I mean, those two,
Mins at the inside, and now this is going to slow them down. Mins, Graham, and Marsh tripping over each other, and that is going to bring Leslie and Whitcomb back into play. And again, we mentioned happy birthday to Sam Ellis, who's 21 today. Noah Wolf, 13 years old yesterday. Happy birthday to Noah.
James Glenister, 32 years old today in KZ2.
Oh, what a birthday present that could be, fighting for a British title. Marsh passes Mins. Now, alarm bells will start ringing for Scott Marsh. Noah Wolf, I think, has realised, okay, there's no way that this kid in number 51 kart is going to let me lead. So the best thing I can do now is push him away so that at least I'm not going to lose lots of places if we start battling. You know, it's just one-on-one.
No, exactly. So keep a close eye on all of these drivers all the way throughout. But like you say, yeah, they did trip over each other at Derek's corner the last lap.
Yes.
You just saw the concertina effects in. Heads went forward, heads went backwards, and all sorts. So, you know, these drivers have to be careful. They do need to try and work together, because I have to say Hugh Moulton and Noah Wolf are pulling away from these two. The gap's opening up. I mean, they cross the line now.
And there's a driver off circuit. That is Matas Miazanskis, the number 12, the guest driver. And he does look, I'm just looking at, he's in a bit of discomfort. Now he sort of gets out of his car. Yellow flags, excuse me, waving.
Oh dear. And a Battenberg flag's come out, and there's a bit of chopping and changing.
Yeah, well, Scott Marsh had gone for the move, and see that, and then he backed off. There was certainly a flag waving, so the Battenberg flags, and
Sebastian Mins there
saying, hang on.
Yeah, because I think Harrison Whitcomb.
Yes. Well, let's see if they sort themselves out. Harrison Whitcomb has let Mins go again.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, I think that we are in the same order that we were before the Battenberg flag went out. And I think that was again, there should be a short interlude. Now, Moulton does have to slow down and back the pace up. As you can see, the field is still quite spread out.
Yeah, he's still nearly at full race pace, I'd say.
Now, a championship rookie leading a race for the first time in the British Championship. It's probably the first time that he's been in the lead of a big race where there's Matas Miazanskis again holding his left wrist as he walks off there, being accompanied by one of the marshals. Green flag comes out again, and we're off and racing.
Marsh to the outside here, looking to get the switchback potentially on all three. can't quite get it on any of them. Sots back there into P4, no positions gained or lost.
But
through
we
turn
do
one.
have, let's have a look, let's count them. There is now 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers in the lead battle.
Oh, yes.
Make that 8 or 7 and a bit, because you've got in 8th position Ollie Wise for KR Sports. He is doing his best to try and close in the number 55 car. It's been Ollie Wise 12th in the championship. Has gone about things very kind of quietly, calmly, you know, almost unnoticed. But I know Ollie does racing in Europe. He's driving the E20 class in the Deutsche Electronic Kartmannschaft, the German Electric Kart Championship. That's the Rotax E20 karts. And yeah, Ollie, yeah, top 10 all day yesterday. And you can see Noel pointing to Humo saying, "No, go, don't defend."
Yep.
4.5 minutes remaining. Like I said, it's in Noah Wolf's interests to push Hugh Moulton away. And Hugh Moulton is sort of, he doesn't really matter either way. Hugh's just thinking, I'm leading and I'm going to do everything I can and I'm going to run my own race. Graham in third. Josh Graham, number 88, he's been knocking on the door of a race win all year. Got on the podium at Lark Hall. He's currently 7th in the championship. But Noah Wolf, I believe, the only driver to finish on the podium in every single round of this year's Minimax Championship.
Yes, and so far they're in P2. That will stay the same.
Yep, if things continue as they are. Scott Marsh, now, championship positions at the moment. It would be a 7-point advantage for Noah Wolf over Scott Marsh. Really is a head-to-head. Hugh Moulton is this is putting Hugh into 4th place in the championship. There goes Marsh up into P3. That will trim Noah Wolf's championship lead by a couple of markers, by 1 point. So it's now a 6-point advantage for Noah Wolf. 3 and a bit minutes to go.
Yeah, he needs to close that gap up now. Work with Graham and Mins. And these drivers know how to work together, and I suspect they will do so. Hugh Moulton, of course, rookie this season, first season in the British Championship. You know, he's doing a fabulous job this year and in this race that we're currently seeing right now. But Wolf, crucially, has not gone for the move straight away. But now Marsh has started to pull off the group just behind him.
Yeah, Noah Wolf will be checking over his shoulder. You're getting signals from around the circuit as well.
Yeah.
But Wolf will sort of, you will see him check over his shoulder at some point just to see. There he is. He has a little glance over his shoulder there. He did catch it on camera. I was looking out the commentary box window as Whitcomb now passes our Argenti Motorsport teammate Josh Graham for 5th position. Marsh has now caught Noah Wolf. So Wolf, I don't think Wolf's going to have time to make a move before Marsh catches him. No, he won't. So now Noah Wolf is sort of in the meat in the sandwich, as it were. And he's gone for the move. He realised the danger he was in and has gone for the race lead. Takes it with 2 minutes to go. We start lap number 19.
As we do, Marsh goes down the inside as well, so Moulton drops back down into P3 now, into the clutches, of course, of the waiting Sebastian Mins, Jensen Graham and Harrison Whitcomb. And as they go through, Marsh looked like he was going to go for the move there into Derek's corner, and I know someone who's gone for a move, and that was Sebastian Mins, but he has to concede the spot. He holds on to it, but Hugh Moulton goes wide. Wide goes Moulton, and Whitcomb and Mins goes through. Finn Leslie goes through as well. So Moulton dropping down the order very, very rapidly here.
Sebastian Mins is going to get a great run onto the start-finish straight. He's going to get a great run, but the leaders are covering the inside line. Can Sebastian Mins get the undercut coming out of Stowe Corner? Here comes Scott Marsh. We're 3 wide for the lead. Marsh runs a little bit wide. Wheel to wheel. Here comes Harrison Whitcomb into 2nd position. Mins to 3rd. And that move from Scott Marsh, it ended up costing him down to 4th. A minute to go. 1 minute to go. Synergy Racing Team, they've got a total of 8 wins in the British Championship across Cadet and Minimax. Could this be win number 9? Argenti Motorsport, 7 wins across the Rotax classes. Could this be win number 8 and a first win for? Sebastian Mins up over the curb there into, he didn't make contact with Whitcomb. Technical flag for Michael Dalton. 30 seconds to go, and suddenly Noah Wolf has got the gap that he's been working on and craving all race. It's finally happened, with Mins and Marsh second and third, now frantically trying to work together to close in on Noah Wolf, but time is running out.
Yep, the last lap board will be out this time as the timer now strikes 0. So no time left in this one as everyone else just scrabbling for track position and positions as best they can. And there's a nose cone off, and it's a Synergy nose cone.
That would be from the second Synergy kart of William Murphy,
yeah,
who was in 12th and will now have to retire to the pit. And you can see Scott Marsh still signalling as they start the last lap, saying, no, you've got to push, you've got to push. And do you know what?
Say, they've pushed, they're closing.
Scott and Sebastian Mins, they're quite pally in the paddock. I've seen them with and again, Scott sold Sebastian a dummy there. He went for the move going into Derek's corner, into second place. Is time ticking out? Noah Wolf's gonna have to make a mistake coming out of the next corner, and I don't think it's gonna happen. Marsh is giving it absolutely everything though. 2 corners to go, through Kestrel corner, up Laser Straight, down towards Kimbolton corner. Noah Wolf will take his 3rd consecutive race win. It's win number 9 for Synergy in the British Championship. For Noah, it is win number 6 in the British Championship provisionally, and that would put Noah in a tie with the likes of Vinnie Phillips at the very top of the British Championship rankings overall. 6 wins provisionally, of course, as Wolf, Marsh and Mins your provisional podium. Josh Graham finishes in 4th place, Finn Leslie is 5th, Harrison Whitcomb in 6th, Josh Turnbull in 7th, Hugh Moulton, after a fantastic drive, only comes home in 8th position, Ollie Wise, and a first top 10 in the British Championship, a 2nd consecutive top 10 for privateer driver Dan Amore. William Murtagh, Thomas Min-Spearing, Josh Smith, Harry Bartle, William Murphy. In fact, William Murphy will have to be removed from that because he was given a technical flag late on. There is a look at Noah Wolf crossing the weighbridge. Now, we saw at the start, at the end of this morning's part of the broadcast, Morgan Porter having a few issues getting over the weighbridge. He was excluded, which has had a slight impact in the KZ2 point standings, but we'll get to that later on. That's the last race of the day, the championship decider in KZ2, and the championship has gone down to the final round. Anthony Jordan will be catching up with Noah Wolf, Scott Marsh and Sebastian Mins very shortly. So again, that is Noah's 3rd straight win in the Minimax British Championship. Synergy now have 3 wins in the class. They move to a tie with Vision Motorsport in 4th in the overall rankings. Dan Holland Racing, they've got 37 final victories. They're second to only Fusion Motorsports, who've got 40 wins. Another podium for Dan Holland and for KR Sport as well, who are, I believe, they are 5th, they're 4th. Fusion Motorsport, Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing and KR Sport, the 4 most successful teams in the modern era of the British Championship in terms of race wins across all classes. Believe it or not, privateer drivers have accounted for 30 overall race wins, which shows you that even at this level of British karting, there is room for a privateer driver, a family-run team, to succeed in this sport. But again, as we look at some of the mechanics families watching from the Spectators grandstands here, there's good to see a good crowd here as well this weekend at Kimbolton, the Hunts Kart Racing Club. But again, we will have a quick word from our sponsors. And while we're just waiting for the interviews, again, chance to pay tribute to the marshals. You can see there in the foreground on your screen, the Orange Army, the most important people in all of motorsport. And again, this weekend, as always, here at Kimbolton, they've been extremely good, very quick to get to every incident, but Anthony Jordan is down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in our, well, paddock area, and Noah Wolf, another race win for you. Congratulations. That was a tight race all the way to the end, but those last couple of laps, they just came in your favour, didn't they?
Yeah, pushing Moulton, we had a massive gap, so I told him to go. We're going to push till the end and battle it out. But then there was a Battenberg, which brought the field all up together. I pushed Moulton for a few laps. We got a little bit of a gap, and then they started catching us. They got near us, and I went in for the overtake, and I defended a lap, and then I pulled away.
I mean, a cracking result for you, and of course all done on your, well, birthday was yesterday, but a nice way to celebrate your 13th, isn't it?
Yeah, great way.
Well, talk us through, I mean, we lead the championship now by a couple of points, and going into the final round at Wilton Mill, it's still all to play for. Are we still feeling confident?
Yeah, very confident. I'm very good at Wilton.
Excellent stuff. Well, anyone you'd like to thank?
My dad and my family, Sam, our mechanic, everyone that helped me, and good commentary.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, Noah Wolf, congratulations on P1. Sebastian, let's get Seb in P2. Obviously, a couple of changes in this one. I think a couple of nose cones, Scott Marsh and Joshua Graham, both with nose cone penalties in that one. Sebastian, you come across the finish in P2 in that one. Cracking race and a good result for you.
Yeah, P2 is not bad, but I think I should have won, but should have been, would have been, could have been, really, so...
It was a tight race. Talk us through what happened going into the Kimbolton corner, because we saw you go for the move on Harrison Whitcomb, but you clipped that inside curb by quite a way.
It was quite a late move, and I kind of clipped the start of the curb, so I kind of launched up in the air, but...
From our point of view, it looked quite painful. From your point of view, was it all right?
No, it was really, but I felt like I was going to do a backflip, so...
You got away with it a little bit there, but you know, P2, good points, but final round at Wilton Mill coming up soon. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm quite good round there, so should be able to do.
Who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, my sister, my dog, my team manager Ash, my mechanic Steve, everybody who helped me really, so. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, Sebastian is there, and we'll chat to third place GP plate Finn Leslie. Finn, obviously Kart Masters champion, but this time around P3 in a British Champs final. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah, it's a very good feeling. Just good points. It might bring us up a bit in the championship. So yeah, quite good.
I mean, Kimbolton's probably a favourite for a lot of people. How does this rank in terms of circuits for you?
Well, I'd never been here before until like 4 months ago. So I've not had a lot of experience around here, so it's good to come away with a good result.
Exactly that. So it shows that you've got the pace out there. Team done a fabulous job, of course, but you know, you're feeling ready for the final round. Yeah,
I mean, Wilton is probably one of my strongest tracks, so we'll be looking for 2 wins there.
Well, who'd you like to thank?
Cato Motorsport, KR Racing Engines, and my family for supporting me.
Oh, well, Finn Leslie, congratulations, P3 here at Kimbolton.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our top 3 for the Minimax category. I can hear some 4-stroke engines rumbling in the background, so something tells me that the Honda Cadets, they're going to be coming up next, but back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, Honda Cadet is up next, but before we get to that, this wouldn't be possible without the support of our title sponsors, Wera Tools. So the starting lineup for race number 19, the Honda Cadet final. Cole Denham and Jarrett Clark share row number 1. Kenzo Craigie and Finley Lines on row 2. Luca Ballack and Kai Clark go from row number 3, with Charlie Wolfett and Albert Friend up next. The top 10 rounded up by Rocco Shenton and Max Endicott. Noah Barham and Bella Fairclough on row number 6. Row 7, Oliver Spencer and Oliver Warner, Ethan Griffiths and Albie Lapper on row 8. Hayden Gray, Oliver Majewski, Charles Kitely and Mason Brooks round out the top 20 ahead of Evie Davison, Harry Taylor, Ellis Bell, Joshua Griffin, Jacob Bashler, Jensen Hookey and Rio Licata, although I don't think Rio Licata has gone out. Now, the last time the Honda Cadets came to Kimbolton was all the way back in 2019. On that day, a double-header, Mitchell Gibbons and Jaden Gregg won. 2021 World Junior Karting Champion Kian Nakamura Berta was second in the second final. And Zach Drummond, who will compete in the World Junior Karting Championship next weekend at Sarno, he was third. But here we go. This is the Honda Cadet stars of today. 28 of them, Anthony. And looks like it's going to be a fantastic race as the sun comes out.
Yes, indeed. Track temperature warming up and the air temperature warming up. Honda Cadet for their final. Should be an exciting one. It was an exciting pre-final.
Very much so,
We saw, obviously, Cole Denham take the race win on that one. Good to see him back, of course,
yes,
after his race suspension. He's back and, kickstarts it, starting on pole position for the final. Green flag up at the back. Lights will be at the ready. And the lights go out. Here we go. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's a great start from the front row. And it's a great start from Jarrett Clark. Gets hold of that race lead before they even get to the apex. Finley Lines on the outside's going to go for all three.
Great move.
And he does do it. Goes into the race lead as the rest of the field squabble at the back. But in terms of a race start, it's a good start throughout.
Kenzo Craigie in third place there, just signalling to Jarrett Clark to push, but Clark's choosing to defend, going into Derek's corner. Finley Lines, though, round the outside at turn number 1 from 4th on the grid to take the lead, and Cole Denham just not that sharp off the line. Denham has fallen to, I think that is 4th position, so it's Lines from Clark, Craigie and Denham into Kimbolton corner as we complete 1 lap of this 15-minute race. Now, a win for Cole Denham would take him on to 4 wins. That would give him 2nd place in the all-time Honda Cadet Roll of Honour behind Mitchell Gibbons, who had 5 wins. So Cole Denham could still sign off his Cadet Honda career as the most successful Honda Cadet driver in the modern year of the British Championship. A long way to go, though. This is round 5 of 7. Kenzo Craigie in P2 behind Jarrett Clark. Jarrett Clark, again, 3 podiums for the first 4 rounds. Clay Pigeon was the first time that he failed to reach the podium. Only finished 9th last time out of Clay Pigeon. And look at that now, Finley Lines. I must have missed it because he's gone from the lead to back to about 8th place.
Yeah, so into turn 1. Kind of went slightly defensive but didn't commit to the full, and then the train went through.
Okay. But that explains that then. As you can see, already we've got, well, I'd say there's 11 or 12 drivers in this league group. They go through the Willows onto Yamitsu Straight, and Luca Holmes-Ballack into P2. This is Luca's best weekend of the season by a long way. Driver who won as a Bambino in the British Championship back in 2020, as Kai Clark there just gets muscled wide at Dan Weldon corner by Cole Denham. Clark down to 5th position. So it's the 55 of Jarrett Clark, the 23 of Holmes-Ballack. There's the GP plate Kenzo Craigie up the inside, passing Ballack. Ballack slots to 4th place as Cole Denham capitalises. And the back of this lead group, look out for the E plate. Rocco Shenton, privateer driver. Rocco Shenton as Kenzo Craigie takes the lead. That would be the 3rd leader in, and we're starting lap number 4. 3 different leaders, 4 laps.
There we go. So there we go. I mean, it just shows that it's just the same as Minimax in this one, although
yes,
it's
indeed,
a little bit slower and a little bit, I'd say, noisier.
Yeah, but again, parity is the key, because there's nothing to choose between so many of these engines and the setups of these cars. There's Albert Friend, the number 91 SFR Motorsport team, and he just squeezes it inside of Bella Fairclough in the number 63 Zip Factory driver. Bella is up into 8th place. Now, Bella, she did enter Clay Pigeon in the number 63, but then an incident in the final, didn't finish the final, but she's been very, very quick and is running inside the top 10 once again here. Finney Lines has dropped back to 11th position, but now he starts to make moves back up through the field, passing Bella Fairclough going into turn number 1 as Craigie holds on to the lead.
There we go. So changes all the way throughout the field as well, chopping and changing a little bit further down as well, because I can see, I think that was Ellis Bell making moves there as well, getting up. He's had a good start. 5 places gained with Joshua Griffin just behind as well. The 2 Scottish drivers working well.
As a privateer driver, Ellis Bell, it's his first time here.
Yeah, exactly. So big changes there. Now, Craigie still holding on to this lead, but Cole Denham back there in 2nd place. Jarrett Clark doing a good job in P3, but like you say, was leading this one. I'd say in terms of championship standings, it's going to be interesting going into the final round, of course, because so many of them could chop and change, and there was an overtake there as Cole Denham gets through into
once again,
the race lead. And yeah, it just shows that there's lots happening in this latter part of the race, or this early start of the race. Another, how many changes? 4?
No, 4 different leaders.
4 different leaders.
4 different leaders, and we're on lap number 6.
Yeah.
The only driver in this lead group now that hasn't had a turn of the lead, well, Luca Holmes-Ballock hasn't yet. And I say yet because there's a long way to go, 10 minutes. And, there's certainly not... Now, you'd normally expect sometimes you'd have drivers just in a line, following, working together. Not the case in this race. It is every man and woman for themselves at the moment.
Quite literally, yes, as the timer goes under 10 minutes. And I have to say, I was going to say, has Kenzo got breathing space? No, not at all. Cole Denham back down the inside, and he actually gets freight trained there. 3rd, 4th, 5th place.
Yeah,
he slots back in.
Still offline, going through the willows. It's going to affect his momentum coming up the Yamitsu straight. And 2 more drivers go back. So Kenzo Craigie goes from 1st to 7th. Finney Lines under investigation.
Potentially for the start, it was a very good start.
It was a very good start. I mean, it might have been Tram Lines. I mean, he was obviously starting on the 2nd row of the grid, so he couldn't have jumped the start, but maybe out of position. Well, it was a standing start, of course, so he may have jumped the start. We'll have to see. There's Rocco Shenton. Now, hard to believe that Rocco's 3rd place at Clay Pigeon was his first, not just his first podium, his first top 10 finish of the season.
Yes.
Oh dear, and that was, oh my word, that was close.
Yeah.
Kenzo Craigie, wheel-to-wheel contact with another unseen driver going through Kimbolton corner, and Craigie had to get on the anchors very suddenly to avoid going into the barriers. Now that has put Kenzo back to 11th, but believe it or not, 11th place is still only 2.3 seconds behind the race leader.
Albeit that's still going to be a lot of work to get back up to that front section. So, but he's got plenty of time to get that done. 8 minutes 40 seconds left on the timer, so plenty of time left in this race.
2 new contenders at the front, number 77, Kai Clark, number 95, Charlie Wolfett, Noah Barham in kart number 22. So, looking down, so I mean, of the drivers that we did have Luca Ballock, he's dropped to 8th. Finney Lines has dropped to 10th. Kenzo Craigie has dropped to 11th, and they've just been replaced. So, I mean, Synergy Racing Developments are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now they start to work together. Albert Friend in the number 91 SFR Motorsport car, running in 6th position. And he has got to try and rustle together some support from any non-Synergy driver around him. He's got Rocco Shenton, privateer driver. Then he's got 2 more, Endicott and Ballock next in line. Then the first 3 Zip Factory drivers, Lines, Craigie and Majewski, 10th, 11th and 12th. And you can see...
That's Rocco Shenton in the background, yeah.
And you can see Majewski is a little bit off this lead group in 12th position, but certainly this pack here going around Kimbolton Corner, Kenzo Craigie, the GP plate holder, at the back of that lead group. So that is effectively still 11 karts in contention.
Very much so. Gap starting to form, though, out there. I mean, you can see as they go through... The timing says the top 11 are in that one big group. Yes, of course, but there are still bits of real estate in between.
Yes.
I mean, Albert Friend has got
7 tenths, 8 tenths,
7, 8 tenths, yeah, behind Barham. So, you know, there are gaps starting to form. There's Finney Lines. He's tucked in behind Luca Ballock and Max Endicott, a little further behind. So It still works. I think this is the first time we've had the top 5 synergy
I'm sure there's been at some point, but at this point of a final, yes.
Yes.
I think that's right. At this point of a final, just quickly looking at the rules, we've had 2 complete synergy racing clean sweeps. Lark Hall and Warden Law were synergy racing clean sweeps of the podium, the top 3. But the thing that gives me hope that this will be a full 11 kart battle for the race lead before this race is over is the fact that the 10th and 11th, Rocco Shenton and Kenzo Craigie, are amongst 2 of the... we've got a smoking kart. That is Joshua Griffin, I believe, pulling off to the side of the circuit.
No, it's Albert Friend.
Oh, no, Albert Friend. And you can... that is the left rear tyre has moved in and is fouling against the chain guard. You can see that red Tillet chain guard there leaning across. Now, it does look as though the tyre has moved in because it's inside the rear. So that maybe a hub has broken or something like that. Albert Friend out of the race. So we're down to 10. And, that tyre is about to come off the rim. I think that
it has popped.
Yes. And that is, maybe the bead has come out of the thing. So technical flag for Albert Friend. He pulls in. That is unfortunate for Albert Friend. Here is the 11th place battle, now being led by the number 13 SFR Motorsport kart of Joshua Griffin. And behind Joshua Griffin is Oliver Warner, Oliver Miewski, Hayden Gray, rookie leading privateer, second place in this race, but leading the championship, Ellis Bell, Charles Kitely, Mason Brooks, Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Spencer, Bella Fairclough, who's fallen back a little bit. But at the front, there's now 2 distinctive groups of 5.
Yes.
There's the second group of 5. Which is Endicott, Ballock, Lyons, Craigie and Shenton.
Top 7 now, all Synergy Racing development karts.
That is very, very impressive. And even though, you might think to yourself, but these bigger teams, they've got more drivers, of course they're going to go quicker. To get 7 drivers all at race winning pace at the same time is very, very difficult indeed.
And this year alone, we've had the Zip Factory team
They've,
at the sharp end. They've won
Renaissance.
finals. We've had the SFR Motorsport team up at the sharp end. We've had Privateers up at the sharp end. This is the first real time, I think, this season we have seen a major grouping of one team at the front in Honda.
Yeah, yes, without any interlopers, without any sort of single kart from another team sort of getting involved. The gap between 5th and 6th at the moment is 1.3 seconds. We've got 4 minutes to go. Kenzo Craigie sets a new fastest lap of the race. Now, Craigie follows Finley Lyons past the number 18 kart of Max Endicott. So the top 7 is now gone. It's now a top 5 with 2 Zip Factory drivers, Lyons and Craigie, 6th and 7th. And there's the signal being given. Right. Let's go.
Let's catch up.
Now, Kenzo Craigie just hit the fastest lap of the race, so we know he's got the pace. Has he got the time? 3.5 minutes.
That's going to be the question, really, in this final. 3.5 minutes is a long time in terms of karting, but, I mean...
it's track position. You've got it's Finny Lyons and Kenzo Craigie. It's not just getting past 1, it's getting past 5. Cole Denham, Jarrett Clark, Kai Clark, Charlie Wolfett, Noah Barham, your top 5.
It could take them that 3.5 minutes to get to the back of the pack.
Yes, and then even if the top 5 start battling, it's getting past 5 drivers in maybe 1.5 laps when they do. But I mean, fair play, they're pulling away. The gap's still 1.3 seconds, but Craigie is pushing lines away from Ballock in the number 23, Shenton in the E plate, and the 18 of Endicott.
Oh well. I think this is tactical again. Still, maybe thinking, Craigie, he's got the fastest out of the race. Thinking, I've got to go. I'll pull you along.
Yeah, but also, and he didn't do it at a place where they would lose time.
No,
the gap has actually come down. It's 1.29 seconds, only by a tenth, but it has come down. That shows that Kenzo and Finney, they chose the right moment to swap positions. Looking there, so Kai Clark, number 77, currently in 3rd place. He finished 4th last time out as Clay. That was his best result of the season. Charlie Wolfett, a 6th and a 7th. A 6th at Lark Hall, 7th last time out at Clay Pigeon. He's currently 4th. Noah Barham in Kart 22. He was the podium at Warden Law. in third position. Barham's actually third of the championship, very consistent at the moment. But yes.
Oh dear, that's not gone.
That's the number 64 kart of Charles Kitely. The bottom NASA panel bracket has broken.
Yeah.
NASA panel, he was able to push it down, but will that trigger a technical flag?
I suspect it will.
90 seconds plus 1 lap to go. The gap between the top 5 and Craigie in 6th is 1.21 seconds. So they're closing, but only by hundredths. And they need to do that more. The question is, when will Cole Denham start to defend? Jarrett Clark is your current championship leader by 18 points over Kenzo Craigie. Cole Denham is a factor, but of course he missed that round. He can use it as his dropped scores, so Denham is almost right in the thick of the championship hunt as well. The only thing working against Cole Denham is the fact that he won't gain the 20 bonus points for entering every round.
That's the one thing. And will that be potentially the championship clincher in that?
Well, that could be. But, I mean, Denham's championship score at the moment, I mean, he's got one non-maximum score.
Yeah.
From the pre-final at Warden Law, where he finished 4th. Everything else, maximum score, which will be pretty hard to defend against. But, of course, he is giving away 20 points to everybody else.
Yes.
And we've got 30 seconds to go. Jarrett Clark, Kai Clark, there's the move. So, Denham did come across to defend. Now we're 3 wide, but Denham holds on to the lead. That spoils Jarrett Clark's momentum. It puts Kai Clark into P2. 13 seconds to go. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. And suddenly, Craigie and
Finn Leslie.
Finley Lines.
Oh, Finley Lines, sorry, yes.
They're 1 point. They're closing in. They're closing in.
I got that name completely wrong. I do apologise. Timer has struck 0, and yeah, like you say, they are starting to scrap now that top 5, and that's really going to, cause them to close in. And we see this time and time again. We see this in, I have to say, in the other cadet class that we race in the British Championship, of course, the Ironman cadet class, when it is dominated, and by the Fusion or the ORM team, they'll work together all the way through the race, and then come the last lap, it's
all bets are off.
Yes.
So the clock strikes 0. Last lap board goes out. Charles Kitely is black flagged. He hasn't obeyed the mechanical flag. Now Denham defends into Stowe corner from Kai Clark, Jarrett Clark. Charlie Wolfett. Then Jarrett Clark in 4th. And Noah Barham in 5th. Craigie and Lines, I think they're going to be just a little bit too late to the front, and they're not going to be able to make an impact. But Denham is defending into Derek's corner. Watch the number 22 of Barham. He's got the best run, but he can't get past until coming out of Dan Weldon corner at the earliest opportunity. Craigie and Lines have caught them. It's a 7-kart train. Denham has the lead. What can Kai Clark do?
Let's find out then into the final section. One more opportunity to overtake down the inside here into Kimbolton corner. It happens in the background, but doesn't happen at the front. And to the checkered flag across the line, it will be Cole Denham who takes it from Kai Clark and Charlie Wolfett.
So a 4th win for Cole Denham. Provisionally this season, and that moves him to 2nd behind Mitchell Gibbons on the all-time Honda Cadet winners list. And again, even with that one race suspension, here we go. There's Charlie Wolfett. There's a big celebration there. Wolfett on the podium. That's his first. Just double check that. That is his first podium. It's Kai Clark's first podium, and it's a 4th win for Denham. Jarrett Clark finishes in 4th position. He retains the championship lead, but when dropped scores come into play, Cole Denham will be right back on top of things. Kenzo Craigie comes home in 5th position ahead of Finley Lines, then Noah Barham, Luca Ballack, Rocco Shenton, Max Endicott. Another fine result for Scotland's Ellis Bell in 11th position, gaining 12 places there on what is his first trip to Kimbolton. Joshua Griffin comes home in 12th, and then, as you can see, some of the drivers that finishing down the order. Sadly, Albert Friend and Charles Kitely there at the back, the only drivers not to finish. And Cole Denham, Scotland's Cole Denham, well, that's Kai Clark, you can see on your screens there. But Scotland's Cole Denham is already by P1, the P1 board. Kai Clark will put his number 77 Synergy karts, and that is a top 4 clean sweep, provisionally, of course, for the Synergy Racing team. It is their third podium clean sweep of the season, and it's their 7th win in Honda Cadet overall. That puts them just 1 win behind Ambition Motorsport on the all-time Honda Cadet Roll of Honour. That is 2 finals, 2 provisional victories for the Synergy Racing team, and that would give them a total of, that's their 10th final win, and that draws them in line with Croc Promotions, who have got 10 wins, just 1 behind Oliver Rowland Motorsport, who have 11 wins. As we look at now the tarmac in the foreground, you can see the racing surface, but that tarmac in the foreground, that is the original runway here at RAF Kimbolton, home of the US Air Force, the 379th Bomber Group in the Second World War. I would advise anybody who is visiting here at Kimbolton at the Hunts Kart Racing Club to go into the clubhouse, look at the cabinet full of trinkets and various bits of ephemera that have been found over the years here from the Second World War. The photographs, the history, the stories behind some of the planes and their crews who battled in the Second War is quite moving indeed. Anthony Jordan, however, is down with our podium.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our top 3. All synergies, all looking the same, but our man here who's back in the paddock, Cole Denham. Cole, congratulations. Good to have you back and kick-starting it off with another win.
Yeah, it's been good the last couple of rounds of the British, but not the last one, but it's all right.
It's all right, is it? Yeah, no, it's all right. I mean, championship points are still looking good. It's going to be close going into the final round. Do we think the maths is there? Do we think we've got the capability of winning it this year?
Hopefully. All I need to do in the last round is hopefully just win it and hopefully come out on top in the championship.
Well, fingers crossed for that one. But this weekend at Kimbolton, a tough weekend. You had to fight for it, but you came across the line with 4 other teammates to take a top 5 for Synergy. So a nice achievement for you and the team.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum, dad, Synergy Kart Racing, everyone that supported me over the weekend.
Brilliant. Well done, Cole. Let's head over to second place, Kai Clark. Kai, again, another brilliant race for yourself, working well with your teammates there. But, you know, anything you can take away from that one going into the final round?
It was hard, but it was a fair race.
So fair race all the way throughout. I mean, tough when it is racing with your teammates, of course, because the last thing you want to do is be involved in anything with a teammate. But you know, you've still got to race fair. But you know, a good result for yourself, P2. You can be happy with that.
Yeah, really happy.
Who'd you like to thank?
My dad, and my mum, my dad, and Synergy.
Synergy, perfect. Well, congratulations, Kai Clark, P2. Let's head over to third place, Charlie Wolfit. Charlie, great result for yourself. You can smile.
Thank you.
There we go. You're on the podium, of course. You'll be enjoying the trophy a little bit later on today, but a tough weekend.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. You always have a lot more to say when we chat in the paddock, but I'll put a microphone in your face and you suddenly go a bit quiet. But a great result for yourself. But, you know, working with your teammates, racing with your teammates, is it more of a challenge than racing against someone who isn't in your team?
Well, yeah, definitely, because you don't want to upset them or do something to them and then go back in it and all be a massive scrap at the awning, but you don't want that. You want to push with them and get the win with them, so...
Yeah, that's probably the main thing, of course. Racing with respect is the most important thing, especially in cadet racing. But you take a third from that one. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum, dad, Synergy Racing and RPM for the mega waft.
Brilliant stuff there, Charlie Wolfit, and our top 3 in Honda Cadet. More races coming up. Henry, back to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And a few minutes to go before the next race on our calendar. So let's hear once again from some of our loyal sponsors who help make this event happen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 20, Senior Rotax, is going to be coming up next. Now, again, this is the first time the Senior Rotax drivers have raced here in the British Championship at Kimbolton. A lot of the drivers don't have much experience here. Looking at the most recent club meeting here at Kimbolton, Matthew Higgins was the best placed, the British drivers. He finished third in the most recent club meeting here. Scott Lapsley, Ryan Willis was in the top 5 the last time we had a club meeting here at Kimbolton. But I mean, Senior Rotax, well, Callum Bradshaw will start from pole position, and it's race 20 coming up now. So 34 drivers will set off for this 15-minute plus 1 lap race. Callum Bradshaw and Archie Walker share row number 1. Lewis Gilbert and Guy Cunnington share row 2.
Sean Butcher and Kai Hunter, they'll go from row 3. Matthew Higgins and Sam Gornall, they'll go from row 4.
Terry Pritchard Williams and Louis Harvey round out the top 10 ahead of Daniel Armstrong and James Johnson.
Charlie Rippin and Leo Henderson go from row 7. Ben Folland and James Lowther start from row 8.
Jamie Perilli and Caden McQueen on row number 9. Matty Hingley and Gabe Belanca round out the top 20.
Ryan Willis and James Jackson go from row 11. Declan Russell, or Declan Russell I should say, and Lorenzo Cordell go from row 12.
Row number 13, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Ronnie Smith with David Olejna and Charlie Pritchard.
Lucas Ifitskavicius and Charlie Ellis go from row 15 and rounding out the top 30 from Alex Moody and Scott Lapsley.
Then the final row, Harry Barlow and Jack Stedman, who round up the thing. Ben Folland, what a debut weekend in seniors the number 81 driver has had. Second fastest in timed qualifying. Callum Bradshaw, 20 points to the good against Kai Hunter. And Kai only starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Callum Bradshaw has been magnificent this weekend, undefeated so far. What can Archie Walker, first-year senior driver, do about Callum Bradshaw? And the answer is he's made a great start. Bradshaw sideways into turn number 1, holds it, and Archie Walker for KR Sport leads the field through the willows, and Kai Hunter's made a great start. He is up into P3.
Yeah, Kai Hunter tried to go down the inside as well of Bradshaw through turn 1 and failed to do so. So yeah, he slots back into P3, but a great start from him nonetheless. Looks like Lewis Gilbert there in P4 as well, distinctive pink helmet design going through. There is Cordell just in the middle of that main pack, but everyone getting through this first lap pretty cleanly. One kart going quite slow off the back. It's a Thule kart that's going slow.
Yeah, and David Olejna, there you can see David Olejna with an engine issue going on, but it's Walker who leads going through turn number 1. Now, I will cast my mind back to Junior X30 last season at Kimbolton, where in Junior X30, no, it was Archie Walker didn't quite make it onto the podium. There he was 3rd in Junior X30 here in 2020, however. So Archie maybe got a little bit more experience of Kimbolton than some of the other drivers who just race in Rotax. Like I said, Rotax not a usual class here in the British Championship at Kimbolton. There they go, out of Kimbolton corner to complete lap number 2. Bradshaw and Kai Hunter now both closing in on that number 91 KR Sport machine. Hard to believe KR Sport have only had 3 wins in Senior Rotax in the British Championship. The last time they won a Senior Rotax final was the last round of 2021. Sean Butcher at PFI. Butcher has slipped back to 7th at the moment, however.
Yeah, so there we go. That's not gone too well. And reports as well that the 65 David Olejna front puncture.
Oh, okay. There was an incident. So maybe, well, Jamie Perilli has had a problem as well. And already we've had Callum Bradshaw catches Archie Walker and moves into the race lead. And now Bradshaw defends, brings not only Kai Hunter, but brings Lewis Gilbert into play. And instantly, that's what Callum does so well. I'm not chairman of the Callum Bradshaw fan club or anything. I'm just trying to explain to the viewers that he defended going into the first corner because he knew Archie Walker would be slow coming out of turn number 1. And Callum is eased to the outside line to take the best racing line into the willows and suddenly he finds himself, when we go back to him, look at that, a 3 kart length lead.
Yep, no drama there whatsoever. Kai Hunter then's latched onto the back of Walker for P3. It's allowing everyone else to close in as well. Guy Cunnington there, but he has just received himself a warning flag. He goes down the inside in towards the first corner and squeezes Kai Hunter out of the way there, but that brings Matthew Higgins into it.
Oh, yes.
And Higgins now goes up into P3.
Lewis Gilbert has fallen back a little bit. He is down in 7th place. Sean Butcher in the number 3 kart is there for KR Sport. And at the back of this league group, that looks like the number 27 Coles Racing kart of Sam Gornall in 8th place. And the next driver in line with the blue race suit with the red sort of lapels, that is James Johnson on his farewell to the British Kart Championship. His last kart race in the UK. He's got his Team Great Britain race suit on in the number 35 kart. James Johnson bidding to go out on a high. There is Butcher to the inside of Lewis Gilbert coming out of Stowe Corner. Bradshaw, meanwhile, extending his advantage over Walker to 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, indeed. So 11 minutes to go then on the Senior Rotax final, race 20 of the weekend. There is James Johnson, obviously a guest entry into this weekend. And like you say, Henry, his last time racing in the British Champs paddock. Wackersdorf is his final race before he hangs the helmet up, and it doesn't look like he's about to retire from racing as he sends it down the inside at turn number 1 on Sam Gornall and gets that move done, moves himself up into P8 now.
Well, James was saying, and again, he is virtually universally liked around the paddock, especially amongst his fellow drivers. He says, the best thing, I'm leaving and I get on with everybody. I'm not quite sure that hand signal was saying, oh dear, that's Harry Barlow backwards going into the Willows,
and
that is a Cato Motorsport car of Alex Moody involved as well. Here's James Johnson though, and again his dad Ian has always been his mechanic, and as somebody who's not from a traditional karting background, his dad always says, oh, I'm holding him back, and James always turns around and goes, well, I don't want to do it without you, because it's a family thing, which always has been very touching, as well. And it looks as though that Ian has so far done a good job of bolting it together properly. Matthew Higgins, meanwhile, there's Harry Barlow. That's the main thing, that he's okay. He strides away. Harry Barlow, last round at Clay Pigeon, was a threat for the top 10. Kai Hunter getting it a bit wrong coming out of Kestrel Corner, onto the sort of the grass spot, the old tarmac, unsettles the car. Yellow flags waving down at turn number 1. And, there's a big... Now, there were yellow flags waving, and something went on behind this lead group amongst the chasing pack that I won't comment. Well, this pack here, let's just say that was not the order that pack was in as they went into the yellow flag.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. 9 minutes to go, and I think that, is that lead group kind of pulling away? I think it is. I think Bradshaw and Walker, 6/10 between them. I think, that they are pulling each other along, but there's a sizable gap between the two of them, isn't there?
Yes, I mean, Bradshaw's controlling things at the front. Walker is, he's doing enough to stay clear of Matthew Higgins. And what a result this would be for Matthew Higgins after qualifying 32nd out of 34. In fact, he didn't go out for qualifying. He missed the gate. Came through from 34th to 32nd to 9th in his first heat race. Then got excluded from the second heat. One of 8 drivers to get excluded. So has started right from the back and is moving forward. There's Guy Cunnington. Is that Guy Cunnington? Number? Yeah, he's dropped right back to 13th position, just in front of Jamie Perilli in the number 40 kart. So we've got Lowther there in the number 7. Then it's Gilbert and Johnson in 8th, with Gornall, Teddy Pritchard-Williams for the MLC Motorsport team. There, Teddy Pritchard-Williams making a move. And James Johnson battling. And there is Gornall over the grass. The Coles Racing 27. So he loses a few positions there. There's Louis Harvey. And again, Louis had a test in a BRDC Formula 4 car.
I believe so, yeah.
Earlier this week. I know his dad, Chris, his mum, Charlene, very, very proud of what Louis has managed to achieve. And again, a big thank. They want to extend their thanks to everyone here. But here's the battle between Butcher and Higgins. That is a change for third position, Anthony.
Yes, it is indeed. Butcher really coming to his stride in this latter half of the race, constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and like you say, making moves left, right and centre up into third, and now he's got the clean air to try and latch onto the back of his teammate Archie Walker. Will those two, if they do catch up to each other, do you reckon they'll work together to try and close the gap on Bradshaw?
They will try. They will try. Walker looking over his shoulder, not to see if help is on its way, but almost to check to see the gap. I mean, Archie Walker, though, without any assistance, that gap has shrunk a little bit. It was 3/4 of a second. It's now less than half a second.
And we did see this earlier on as well, where Bradshaw struggled slightly and did have to fight for a position.
Yes.
But this time around, is that going to happen again?
Well, I mean,
the setup,
does
the setup fade?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if the setup fades or whether this is now Callum just controlling things.
Okay.
I mean, at Clay Pigeon, when he won, he interviewed you, and I thought his interview, because he talked about, following drivers closely and tyre performance going off.
Yeah.
And various things like that, which you don't hear that from any other drivers. So his mind is calculating lots and lots of things. If he eases back now, then he's got one more heat cycle in that tyre towards the end of the race when he needs it the most. And that is something that he's got to the stage. I mean, obviously a world karting champion. So the science of racing and the science of tyres and engine temperatures and things like that, that is what he's an expert at. So Walker is driving out of his skin. I have to say, we nominated Archie Walker for, as the senior Rotax driver of the day candidate for Clay Pigeon. I mean, Callum Bradshaw has won everything so far, but Walker, in the last month, Archie Walker has come on leaps and bounds, and is really, along with Sean Butcher now, leading the KR Sport team charge. I have to say, and it all stems from him not doing Kartmasters.
Yeah.
Had the weekend off. He didn't do Le Mans, didn't do the International Trophy, didn't do Kartmasters, had some time away, and has come back, obviously saving money on equipment. There's James Johnson following his teammate Lewis Gilbert. Since he had those couple of weeks off, I mean, at Warden Law, he was 8th at Warden Law, which was his best result of the season at that point. But really, he hadn't featured strongly at the front. He'd been, top 10, 12 at best. And he's really sort of got to grips with it. Things just click.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, it happens to some drivers, doesn't it, where it does just fall into place. But, sometimes it does take time. You have to learn the strategy. You have to learn what other drivers are going to do. And I think one driver who's very difficult to learn what they're going to do is Bradshaw, who's currently leading this one. And, I think for Walker, this is going to be not just a challenge, but an experience for him at the front with Callum Bradshaw.
Absolutely. And you look at Callum Bradshaw, he's not looking over his shoulder. He knows that Archie's there. He's not looking over his shoulder. He's there. And now he has a little glance. But yeah, and again, a proper glance just to check the number on that kart to see which KR Sport machine it is. He now knows it's Archie Walker again. And again, let's see what Archie can do. Archie is his first year senior driver. So he's like, I've got no... I've got no sort of I'm not in awe of Callum. I haven't raced against him many times, so he's just another driver to me.
Yeah.
Warning flag for James Jackson behind these front runners. Now, Butcher is third and closing in as well. Sean Butcher, the top three now within a second of each other. 3.5 minutes to go. Look down the order. They're behind the top 5. Lowther in 6th, Gilbert 7th, Johnson 8th, Pritchard Williams 9th, Charlie Rippin up in the 10th. So 2 MLC Motorsport karts in the top 10. Cunnington is 11th. Perilli is 12th. Then it's Charlie. Then it's Leon Henderson, Daniel Armstrong, Sam Gornall, Ryan Willis, Louis Harvey, Gabe Belanca, Caden McQueen, Ben Folland, top 20 on his senior debut. Cordell, Hingley, Jackson, Lapsley, Stedman, Nagelvoort, Ivaskevicius, Russell, Pritchard, Smith, and Charlie Ellis.
3 retirements from this one so far: Moody, Barlow, and Al Lejner. with Archie Walker in his current position, obviously P2 at the moment, this just bump him up in the championship standings a bit. He's now put himself into P8 in the standings, 778 points, 2 points behind Sam Gornall.
Yep, and now with 2 minutes to go, now Bradshaw beginning to defend. That's a bit early, so Bradshaw under pressure. Butcher's closed in, so Archie Walker, it's got to be now or potentially never, because Bradshaw's vulnerable and Walker's had that momentum spoiled. Butcher has caught him, so Sean Butcher, does he play nice with his teammate? We're going to find out now, but certainly Bradshaw feels that Walker, again, another look over his shoulder from Callum Bradshaw.
This is maybe nursing, not an issue, but maybe has he pushed that card a little bit too hard, maybe in the latter part of the day, heats, pre-final, so on. Now the tyres are starting to fade a little bit.
He is defending. Here comes Sean Butcher. Now Butcher's going to go around the outside. Bradshaw again does that defensive move going into the corner, then comes out of the corner on the racing line, gets a maximum speed to the Willows, and suddenly he's not under pressure anymore.
Well, they've closed him up under braking once again, so maybe struggling with something with that kart because they have closed up straight again. Keep an eye on Kai Hunter there in fourth race, because now he's going to capitalise on this. That you'll be seeing them scrapping and thinking, you know, I want to get involved in this.
Yeah, indeed. So it could be one Strawberry kart, 2 KR Sport karts with another 2 Dan Holland racing karts, and the Coles racing entry of James Lowther closing in. Behind him is the 2 Potenza racing machines of Gilbert and Johnson trying to, in 7th and 8th, trying to join in. 1 minute, 10 seconds plus a lap to go. And Bradshaw under pressure, but Walker just hasn't been able to try and make that move yet.
No, he hasn't. He has tried to position that kart in a way that he could get past, but Bradshaw's just defended it pretty well, I think, all the way throughout. He's just positioned that kart in a nice spot, and again, it looked like there that Walker was going to go for the move. He just didn't have the space to do it, really. No. He was a little bit far behind, but no defending that time around.
I think that Walker is going to have to. It's going to have to be a very last-minute decision, last split-second decision to make the move.
Yeah.
If you look to the inside and give Callum a chance to sort of defend and manage the potential threat, then you're snookered. If you just wait until that one split second where he potentially not, it's a high-risk strategy, but with 10 seconds to go, it's. Nothing comes without a risk. So they're going to cross the line. 2 seconds clock. So 2 laps to go. 2 more laps for Bradshaw to hold on from Walker and Butcher. Sean Butcher, he's had 3 second-place finishes and a win in Senior Rotax. Never finished 3rd. Archie Walker, though, well, the 3rd place at Clay Pigeon was his best result of the season so far. Is he about to go 1 better? Potentially 2 better. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board.
Big look over the shoulder there again from Bradshaw. And
he's driving with it like... These karts don't have rear view mirrors, but he's like driving through his rear view mirror at the moment.
Quite literally.
He's being reactive instead of proactive. 1 lap to go, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Doesn't go defensive into turn 1 that time around, thinking that he saved the tyres enough to maybe push this one all the way to the flag. But can Walker fight through? Going into Derrick's. Likes to go for a move down into this corner, but again, not this time. Slots back and no changes all the way throughout. Bradshaw's just dancing that card around, the same as Walker and the same as Butcher. I have to say, the same as Kai Hunter. He's latching onto the back of this one as now, but there's really only 1 more corner to get it done, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Nope. No room under braking for Kimbolton corner. Callum Bradshaw will take win number 3 on the season for Strawberry Racing. He extends his championship advantage over Kai Hunter, who comes home in 4th position. And Archie Walker, well, he will be disappointed not to win, but that is his best result as a senior driver. Callum Bradshaw gets out of the car. Archie Walker looking up there again, smiles and a nod there from Archie Walker. Sean Butcher finishes 3rd. That keeps Butcher 6th in the championship. And a warm handshake there from Archie Walker and Callum Bradshaw. Good competitive, clean sporting action there. There is your provisional result with Kai Hunter in 4th, Matthew Higgins in 5th, James Lowes 6th, 7th Lewis Gilbert. Congratulations, James Johnson. Again, thank you for the memories, finishing top 10 on your British Kart Championship swan song. Guy Cunnington comes home in 9th place. Jamie Perilli picks up another top 10 finish for Project 1 Racing. Charlie Rippin is 11th. Then it is Daniel Armstrong, Sam Gornall, Ryan Willis, Leon Henderson, Caden McQueen, Lorenzo Cordal, Ben Folland, Louis Harvey, and the top 20 finish for Australia's Gabe Balanka. Down towards the bottom of the finishing order, Teddy Pritchard Williams retired with 2 laps to go. Charlie Ellis finishes 30th on his return to the British Championship for the AIR Air Kart team. Now there is a look at the scrutineering area as Callum Bradshaw takes his car. Now, of course, there is a ticket. Obviously, tickets available for the championship for the Rotax Grand Finals. Callum Bradshaw, there's one event that Bradshaw has unfinished business with. It is the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain last year. Crossed the line first, but was given a penalty for contact with W Series driver Teresa Babichkova on the start line. He did not claim the win, but for a driver that has won nearly everything in karting, that's the one major event in direct drive karting, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, that Callum Bradshaw has not won, and it is surely now on his mind that that would complete pretty much all there is to win in direct drive karting. The next question would be, are we going to see Callum Bradshaw move into gearbox racing? That would be, I mean, obviously he's with the Tony Kart team, he's with the Strawberry Racing team. Strawberry don't tend to do KZ2 racing, but would the temptation of doing that with Callum Bradshaw be too much for Paul Spencer and Warwick Ringham to resist? That would certainly be a very, very interesting and enticing prospect for the next couple of years of karting in this country and maybe even beyond. Anthony Jordan, that's a question for later on. The questions right now come from Anthony Jordan down in the pits.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, down in winner's circle with Callum Bradshaw. Callum, a great result for yourself, but looked like you were struggling at the latter part of that race. What happened?
Yeah, we obviously had a good break. I think we were just a little bit high in the pressure a little bit. We were a little bit high in the pre-final. We come down, obviously not just that little much, but obviously doesn't matter because we came out on top, so it's obviously the better one. So.
Yeah, it looked like a struggle for you. But, you know, out there, Henry likes to talk about the style of racing you got out there, the defensive style that you chuck out there, and showing it at Kimbolton, it really shows that your style of driving works well when you're at the front.
Yeah, I think, obviously, you want to be at the front, so it's a style to get there. But, yeah, Archie was putting me under a bit of pressure towards the end, like you said. So I just knew I had to sort of keep on and defend where I needed to defend. Not everywhere, but defend where I needed to defend, and it paid off. So.
Your championship lead extends going into the final round at Warden Law later in the year. We feeling confident that this year you turn a 25 into a #1?
Yeah, that's what we come here to do, so let's get that #1 plate on.
I think that's what we need to do. Who'd you like to thank?
Just everyone all at base, Strawberry, Tony Kart, Cream Engines, everyone just back at the guys bringing me this package. We're coming strong towards the end of the season, and that's when it counts, so yeah, it's shown.
Brilliant stuff. Callum Bradshaw, congratulations there. P1. Archie, come on over. Mr. Walker, great result for yourself. First year in seniors, coming away with a P2 here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, only one better to go next round, isn't there? So P3 last time, but yeah, just building on what we had in juniors, and it's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, solid stuff. So, yeah, like you say, third in Clay, second here, and then, yeah, is it first at Wilton?
Yeah, first at both of them. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
That would be a nice chunk of points for you, wouldn't it? You do bump yourself up a little bit in the point standing as well. I think you move yourself into 8th place in the standing. So, you know, it's looking good. A great result for you here as well. Kimbolton, is it one of those circuits that you enjoy?
Yeah, we've been here for years now. Obviously in the X30 a couple of years ago. It's just a really flowing track, nice, fast, and you've got the slow section in the middle. So it's a mix of all the techniques, and I think it produces a good bit of racing.
Obviously, you had Callum Bradshaw in front, but you were behind for quite a while. How did it feel? Were you learning quite a lot for being behind an experienced senior driver?
It's just, yeah, it's just so hard to follow. Like I would have liked to get the move done, but obviously Sean was behind me, so I couldn't couldn't try anything too creative. But yeah, he drove a good race and he defended well, so I think that's the best we could have got.
Who'd you like to thank?
Just my mum and dad, everyone at KR, Ash, and then Louis and Tom for the engines.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Archie, well, congratulations, P2. Let's get Sean Butcher in. Sean, tough start to that race. Obviously, senior Rotax going into turn 1 here at Kimbolton. It's very fast, it's very technical. Talk us through the first kind of few laps of that one.
Yeah, I think Archie did a really good job at the start to get ahead, and then unfortunately it messed Myro up, but happy for him to get the good start. And then yeah, we just sort of got shuffled. Like, there was a few moves in there where were just unavoidable, like, so we lost a few, and then we were just really, really quick, so we got back through.
I say, yeah, you came back during the latter part of the stages. What were you thinking, catching up to your teammate, of course, very close to the top 3? Were you just thinking, would you want to go for that move, or did you think, you know, you don't want to affect really what's going to happen here?
To be honest, I'm not really, like, the championship's a bit out of reach now. Like, yeah, I was just hoping something would happen, but we sort of got to the point where we were all just following each other, and there's not much you can really do when you're understeering. So, yeah.
A solid result still for yourself on the podium. Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank everyone at KR Sport, my mechanic Jay, my mum and dad.
Brilliant stuff. Sean Butcher, congratulations. P3 in the number 3 car. Now, we don't usually do this, but I do want to quickly chat to one more driver, and I don't know, honestly, where he's gone. He's behind me, James Johnson, because obviously Henry was sprouting it out all the way throughout this. James, mate, it's your last time we're going to see you in a British Champs paddock racing. Wackersdorf is your final time before you hang the helmet up. It's been brilliant having you here. You've been the biggest smile in the paddock throughout the years, and we just wanted to say thank you for you being in this paddock. And who would you like to thank as well?
Well, the main person I'd like to thank is my father for obviously making me be able to do all of this stuff and things like that, and the bonds and the memories I have with him, and the people who I've met over the years and things like that. It's a real strong community, and I couldn't be any more happier for the people I've met and everything I've been given and the help I've had, and I've made some real good friends. So yeah, go out with a bang, and we had a good race. You know, we missed qualifying, so we qualified last, but we managed to get to 8th in the final, so I'm happy with that. Not bad for the old veteran, you know, so yeah.
Exactly, and we're going to see you in the paddock again, hopefully soon, but not in a driving capacity. But I do hope you don't just disappear from us.
No, I definitely won't. I mean, Henry said maybe I could come and commentate a few races in time, maybe, you know. I commentated the Brazil World Finals, and he said I did pretty well, so we'll give that another go, maybe, if he invites me along, and maybe you'll be there. We'll see. We'll see.
If I need a weekend off, we know who to call.
You know who to call.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly. Brilliant stuff, James. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tell you what, do you want to intro the next race? I think it's juniors.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? What do I have to do?
Just intro. Just say it's Junior Rotax coming up next.
It's Junior Rotax coming up next. Was that all right?
Oh, thank you very much, James. Thank you to Anthony. And again, yeah, that's, you know, every driver wants to go out on top of the game, but with a smile on their face. So many people, you know, it's such a joy to do this sport, and James has certainly encapsulated that. But let's have one or two words more from the people that make the event happen, the sponsors. Race number 21, the penultimate race of the day. It is the Junior Rotax final. A capacity grid of 34 drivers led by championship leader Brandon Carr, alongside Neil Clark on the front row of the grid, Harry Linden and Macaulay Bishop on row number 2.
Gustav Uzakovs and Ted Bradbury go from row 3, with Vinnie Phillips and William Antrobus from row 4.
The 5th row of the grid will see Aditya Kulkarni and Ethan Jeff Hall, with Rhys Lomax and Ollie Stevens starting on row 6.
Row 7, Pearson Bullock Carter and Thomas Behrman, Joseph Rippin and Harrison Crowther. They'll go from row 8.
Row number 9, Harry Hannam and Charlie Hart, with Tommy Harfield and Henry Beaumont rounding out the top 20.
Evie Poulane and Alex Duncan go from row 11. Tyler Harris and Gracie Mitchell round out the top 12 rows.
Gabe Fairbrother and Stephen Duncan start from row 13. Sam Longley and Thomas Ingram Hill on row 14.
Ewan Charman and Oliver Sander go from row 15, rounding out the top 30 from George Donald and Mikey Porter on row 16.
Jez Williams and Matthew Lambert, who both retired from the pre-final, they start shotgun on the field in row number 17. So, Junior Rotax not being here before to Kimbolton as a round of the British Championship, but in terms of race wins and everything like that, they're hard to believe that nobody in the field has got more than one win. Brandon Carr, Macaulay Bishop, Vinnie Phillips, Harry Burgoyne Jr. all have wins this year. Yeah, so this is round 5, so we have 4 different winners: Burgoyne, Bishop, Phillips and Brandon Carr. I'll be going to see our first 2-time race winner this season. Well, Neo Clark would like to do something about that. Neo, a 5th and 8th place is the best time this year. The false start, yes.
I think Brandon Carr a little eager to get away. Well, not okay. I won't blame that entirely on Brandon. I think he was eager. No one else was.
It was either Brandon Carr being too eager or Neil Clark being less than eager.
Yes. Either which way.
Well, in a situation like that, where Neil Clark at a split second to think, I've missed the start here, so I'm not going to start at all, and they got no choice to do that. So that was, you know, again, Neil Clark wants to make sure that he gets the best start possible. Looking at, it's hard to believe that nobody in this field has got more than one Junior Rotax race win to their name. Of course, Kai Hunter has got 8 to his name during his victorious 2019 season. Dan Holland Racing, 12 wins in total. Coles Racing have got 4. Argenti have got 4. KR Sport and Strawberry Racing have 3. Thule Motorsport still looking for their first win since reforming the team. Since Andrew Thule reformed the team, about 13 months ago now.
Yeah.
That second place came with Neil Clark last season. Let's see, now the start formation looks good. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And it's a great start from Neil Clark. Brandon Carr didn't get away well, but Neil Clark leads. That was Neil. What was that? That was Neil Clark getting sideways going into. And there's the number 15 Jackson Motorsport car of Pearson Bullock Carter and Aditya Kulkarni in the number 32 Argenti kart coming together. Now, I didn't see what happened to Neil Clark, because he certainly had a great start, but then seemed to sort of fade going into the first corner, got caught out, and it's Macaulay Bishop, I believe, who has come out on top. Yes, the number 79. Then it's Brandon Cart, then it's Harry Linden, and Ted Bradbury making a move up the inside there, and then runs wide, coming out of TKM corner, out of Kestrel corner. So at the end of lap number 1, a real topsy-turvy look about things, with Bishop leading Carr, Linden, and that's Gustav Uzakovs up in the 4th position.
Yeah, very interesting start. I'm not like you say, not sure what fully happened to Neo Clark. So he was on the inside, but then someone on the outside swooped across the front.
Yes,
but
I think Neo Clark under investigation. That was a very, very good start.
It was a very good start.
I think that may have been a bit too good, perhaps. We'll have to see, but he's certainly under investigation. And I wonder if he swept across the, swept across the front and then sort of slowed down to brake early.
Yeah.
And that's what cost him, because Bishop was able to go round the outside, because Macaulay Bishop starting 4th of the grid.
Now leads, and like you say, speculation there what happened at the start, but like you say, we'll leave that to the officials here at the circuit to find out exactly what happened. 13.5 minutes to go then, and Bishop starting to pull a gap already at the front with that clear air. Not setting the fastest lap of the race. That actually goes to Gustav Uzakovs for the Hunter Motorsport team in 4th place. He sets the fastest time, 42.53. So looking quick in P4. And he's actually looked quick all weekend.
He really has, yes, as Gustav. And again, like I said earlier, he's dovetailing his race in his native Latvia. I think he won the Baltic Cup. I think it was I said it was the Latvian Rotax Max Challenge. That's not. I think that was the case. I think it was the Baltic Cup that he won.
Right.
Reese was telling me. And of course, Reese also qualified Micromax driver at Clay Pigeon. And of course, so he'll be representing Team UK, and Usakovs will be representing Latvia. They'll be parked at different parts of the big driver's tent in the grand final. So Reese can have his obviously be doing a lot of walking back and forth between the two drivers. But look at the number 9 kart of Ollie Stevens, privateer driver, the leading privateer at the moment in the top 10, just in front of Charlie Hart of the Sam Pollock Racing team, and in front of them is Ted Bradbury in kart number 20. There's Harry Hannum in kart number 91, running with Jack Dex as always, and Harry Hannum, committed to running the British Championship this year, obviously even though he's based out in the United Arab Emirates, and has come on leaps and bounds this year. There's Charlie Hart passing Ollie Stevens, Hannum capitalising and going through, Harry Linden another new fastest lap, and Linden rather, is closed right up to Brandon Kart and Macaulay Bishop. So, Macaulay Bishop, not a championship factor.
No.
Hasn't raced all the rounds. Is just doing this almost to help Harry Linden by getting another fast driver in the DHR touring. So, again, there's lots of setup data. So, Brandon Kart answers my question before I even get to ask it. My question was going to be, does Brandon Kart sort of let Macaulay do what he wants and settle for second? No, he goes to the race lead. Harry Linden is up to 7th in the championship. Here's Bishop back and side by side, wheel to wheel. Great stuff through the willows there, and that has brought Usakovs into play. And here comes Gustav Usakovs around the outside going into Derek's.
Couldn't quite hold it on the second apex then. Linden closes the door, preventing that overtake happening, and there Usakovs looking over the shoulder, can see that he's got some clear air. Vinnie Phillips is the driver just behind, but there is a bit of real estate between, and back down the inside there. And Brannick, I have to say, looked like he gifted that more than anything.
I think he probably saw out of his peripheral vision, he saw the flash of a kart was inside, thought, okay, I'll let you go, and just, now, because what Brandon Kart doesn't want to do, he's in a great position. His nearest championship rival is just coming into frame now, the number 87 Strawberry Racing kart of Vinnie Phillips. So that's the driver that Brandon is really concerned with.
Yeah.
Is staying ahead of Vinnie Phillips. What Brandon can't do, he can't be too cautious, because then he sort of gets out of his rhythm, loses momentum, and a lot of drivers can go past. It's now Bishop from Linden, Carr, Usakovs, then Phillips, then Ethan Jeff Hall, the second Strawberry kart. Here comes Vinnie Phillips past in Gustav Usakovs. Then it's Phillips, then it's Neil Clark, and then it is Joseph Rippin in the MLC Motorsport number 22. Now, all 34 drivers are still running. Pearson Bullock Carter and Aditya Kulkarni down in 33rd and 34th place, although, as I say that, they just catch the tail of the field, and so start making moves and putting some of the back markers to the sword. Let's have a look. Jez Williams up 9 places to 24th. Thomas Ingram Hill up 10 places to 18th. Gabe Fairbrother still looking for that first top 10 final finish. The GP plate holder up 11 places to 14th.
Yes, indeed. So obviously he had to work through that race as well. 9.5 minutes to go. Warning flags coming out for 2 karts, the number 5 and the number 56. Now,
Neil Clark in the number 5 and the 56 of Evie Poulane.
Two drivers who are nowhere near each other on track.
But it was separate incidents. Now, Gustav Usakovs there, I noticed, losing a few places. He's dropped back to 8th place. Gabe Fairbrother now fastest lap of the race for the Ultimate R team. 41.86 seconds. There is Rippin and there is Hart, the number 10. And behind Hart, Bradbury for the Sam Pollock Racing team. Again, Sam Pollock, 9th and 10th.
Chopping and changing at the front here again, as I think Linden's taken the lead. He has. Linden now in front behind Bishop, and Brandon Carr switching to the outside here, looking for the cutback, but Bishop's going to defend that one perfectly for his teammate.
Yep,
This is going to allow, this is the ideal situation that Linden wants.
The last time Harry Linden won a junior Rotax final was round 3 of 2021 at Wilton Mill. That was a double header. He won the Saturday round of that event, and since then, apart from a second place at the opening round of this season at PFI, not a single podium for Harry Linden. So he's in a bit of a drought at the moment. The driver that finished 7th last year. Now Brandon Carr gets past Macaulay Bishop, and again, Bishop, he's been very good at not, putting other drivers around him who are in the championship fight at risk. Yes, he's battling with them. Yes, he's racing them very hard, but it is being very fair.
Yeah.
There's been no incidents and accidents where he's like pushing drivers off that are fighting for a championship, because he's here to race for the win.
Yeah.
But there are drivers that are battling for a championship, and he doesn't want to be the reason that he doesn't want to be a championship decider.
Technical flags coming out for Stephen
Duncan.
And I can see out of the commentary box window, it is the rear bumper that has come loose.
Oh, it's a shame for the Scotsman, Stephen Duncan. Stephen, a multiple podium finisher in Minimax, and finished second in the Minimax Championships back in 2020 behind Harry Linden. So, Linden now 1.3 seconds in front of Brandon Carr. So Brandon Carr has got past Macaulay Bishop and is starting to ease away from Bishop. Bishop in his traditional plain white crash helmet, now holding off Strawberry Racing's number 87, Vinnie Phillips.
I think we've actually very recently just lost Mikey Porter as well. He's pulled into the pit lane, the number 54.
And he's actually the second retirement of the race. So Stephen Duncan is also retired. Brandon Carr gets a warning flag.
Interesting.
For his troubles. The gap is growing between Harry Linden and Brandon Carr. So this would be, well, Harry, he's got 4 wins in total in the British Championship. So Ethan Jeff Hall, he's got 5 wins overall. Linden has got 4 wins. Who else has done that? 3 wins in the British Championship overall for Brandon Carr, 5 for Macaulay Bishop, and 6 So the most successful driver in terms of race wins in the British Championship in this race is your 2020 Mini X30 champion. Looking at him now on your screen, number 87, Vinnie Phillips.
Yes, obviously, Mini X30.
Yes, not with us this year.
Not with us this year, but in 2020...
when he won the championship, he won...
It's 5 out of the 6.
5 out of 6, yes.
And the 6th one was very close.
Yes, and he lost out to Ethan Simmons. But almost a clean sweep of race victories. There is the number 22 MLC Motorsport kart of Joseph Rippin. There's Alex Duncan, the Argenti Motorsport number.
3 drivers under investigation.
Charlie Hart, Alex Duncan, and Neo Clark, all under investigation. Possible tramline infringements, jumping starts, something like that. Now, it does appear as though Bishop is beginning to struggle. 5 minutes to go. Vinnie Phillips is trying to point to Macaulay Bishop, saying, go forward, go forward. Not sure that Bishop is going to listen, and I'm not sure that Vinnie Phillips was... I think Vinnie Phillips realises that and goes, OK, I'm not going to even try and push you, I'm just going to go past you. Which he does, into Derek's. Just under 5 minutes to go. We're on lap number 14. It's Linden, Carr, Bishop, Phillips, Jeff Hall, Hart, Rippin, Clark, Bradbury and Stevens, your top 10. Then it's Uzakov's Fairbrother up to 12th. Then it's Behrman, Lomax, Hannum, Beaumont, Charman, Duncan, Antrobus, Tyler Harris, your 20th place driver. Tommy Harfield, Thomas Ingram Hill, Jez Williams, Evie Poulane, Harrison Crowther, Gracie Mitchell, Pearson Bullock Carter, Sam Longley, Oliver Sander and George Donald. The top 30, Aditya Kulkarni and Matthew Lambert, the last 2 drivers running.
I'm getting pre-final vibes from this final right now as Linden leads.
Yes.
And Brandon Carr is closing in.
That is exactly what happened. And there's Macaulay Bishop coming back at Vinnie Phillips. Oh, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel contact. Bishop onto the grass, coming out of Derek's. And again, Bishop and Phillips just trying to go side-by-side through that traditional one-line part of the track. Macaulay Bishop losing out there, getting muscled to the outside. And here, Vinnie Phillips down under pressure. Here comes Charlie Hart. So Charlie Hart has managed to get past Ethan Jeff Hall in amongst all that. I think Ethan Jeff Hall having to back out of the throttle ever so slightly as the 2 drivers in front of him clashed.
Yeah.
That allowed Charlie Hart. So Charlie Hart, the quest for a first podium for Charlie Hart continues, and he's only one place away. He's one place and about 2 kart lengths away from that podium. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. Brandon Carr, your pre-final vibes are coming true because Carr is closing in on Linden at a rate of a couple of tenths per lap.
Yeah, less than half a second now, and looking out the window, visibly, they are nose to tail coming out of the final corner and back across the start-finish line. This is the battle for 3rd place downwards, but the battle for the race lead with 3 minutes to go is starting to heat up.
Yes, indeed. And Brandon Carr, I mean, he's got the momentum. Here we go. Down the Amitsu straight into Derek's corner. Linden now is aware of Carr's presence just about 3 inches off his rear bumper. Out of Dan Weldon corner. Up to TKM straight. Linden checks one side, checks the other side. Doesn't defend, but now he defends because he knows that Brandon Carr's going to get a good run coming out of Kimbolton corner. But all Harry Linden has to do is cover the inside line. There's nothing that Brandon Carr can do round the outside. Linden comes across to defend. This is great sort of tactical driving from Harry Linden. There's nothing that Brandon Carr can do as they go through the willows, nose to tail. Yamitsu straight. Now Brandon Carr's going to get a good run through this next part of the circuit, Anthony, but there's nothing that he can do. This is a one-line racetrack until you get effectively down to the braking zone for Kestrel corner.
Yes, exactly that, and there's that timer is slowly running out. I mean, at 42 seconds a lap, it's going to be about 3 or 4 more laps in this race, so not much time remaining in it. And like you say, Brandon is caught up to the back. We know Brandon can overtake, but like you say here at Kimbolton, there is a handful of places you can overtake. It's not much, so you know, as he comes through here, he tries to switchback move through turn 1, that fails. Then you've got this attempt here into the braking zone. You can try the outside here as Linden goes defensive. Watch for the switchback on the outside of this corner, but no, he can't do it. Stays in single file, and like we say, as we exit out of Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight, like you say, that move into Kestrel is the one that a lot of drivers like to go for, but Brandon Carr ran a little wide there out of Dan Weldon and switches to the outside here. This is where you can get a switchback move, and if you can got the momentum down the outside, you can potentially squeeze your way across the line side by side, squeezing all the way onto the rough part of the track. And how on earth these two drivers stayed in a straight line there, I'll never know. And again, he tries it, does Brandon Carr, down the inside as they exit through the willows, but again, couldn't quite do it. Linden is defending beautifully right now.
Brandon Carr at the inside, wheel-to-wheel contact, a little bit of touching and barging there. Brandon Carr takes the lead. So Brandon Carr trying to win the double this year in Junior X30 and Junior Rotax. And Dan Kinchard did it last year. In total, so far this season, Brandon Carr's got 6 podium finishes. He's been ultra competitive in both classes. He's taken the race lead here. Harry Linden in second. Vinnie Phillips is third. Joseph Rippin up to 4th place, the number 22 MLC card. Here's the battle for 5th as the clock strikes 0. This is Charlie Hart holding off Neil Clark, Ethan Jeff Hall, Gabe Fairbrother up to 8th. Is this going to be Gabe's first top 10 finish in a final in the British Championship? Then it's Ollie Stevens and Macaulay Bishop rounding out the top 10. Bradbury, Beaumont, Usakos, Ted Bradbury, unbelievable. He's been such a factor in the heats, pre-finals. He's always there. He still hasn't got a top 1. He's got 1 top 10 finish. 7th at Warden Law this year. That's hard to believe. So, the final lap. Brandon Carr. Jez Williams under investigation. Brandon Carr leads. So many drivers under investigation. Yeah. But worry about that later. Carr leads. Linden in second. I imagine he'll be somewhat aggrieved after that little bit of contact coming into this corner 2 laps ago. But nothing he can do. Vinnie Phillips is safe in third. The best battle is for 5th place. You're looking at it now. There's Rippin in 4th. Here's the battle for 5th. Hart has it. Clark is next. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall. But Brandon Carr, 2 wins the last 2 rounds, solidifying the championship lead for KR Sports. Takes the checkered flag and the victory. Harry Linden will take second. He returns the podium for the first time since the opening round of the season at Paul Fletcher International. And Jez Williams off at the end. Now, wonder what we'll see. Brandon Carr, great win there. Wonder if there'll be a conversation between him and Harry Linden. But Harry Linden has sort of like gone off to chat to his mechanic already. Brandon Carr now leads unofficially the championship by 66 points. Linden second, Vinnie Phillips third, Rippin in fourth, Charlie Hart fifth, Neil Clark, Ethan Jeffo and Gabe Fairbrother unofficially does get the top 10 finish. Ollie Stevens, Macaulay Bishop, Ted Bradbury and Henry Beaumont. I believe that's Henry's best finish of the year. There is Jez Williams looking down at the remnants of the back end of his KR Sport number 8 kart. He was fighting his way up for the back of the field and it all came to nothing at the very last corner. And he eventually finishes 32nd. And some of the drivers down at the back there, Aditya Kulkarni, Pearson Bullock Carter. Kulkarni falling to 6th in the championship, so Brandon Carr comes across the weighbridge and he will be going down to the number 1 place. Let's have a little look at that. There's Daphne Freeman going through, part of the her husband Nigel, the chairman of Hunt's Kart Racing Club. We'll have a look. Harry Linden. It was one of the things. I mean, you'll obviously be disappointed, but I mean, it was clear to see that. It's clear to see that Linden was not the fastest kart there at the end. He had the lead, and there's Jez Williams just having a little look down on what happened there. I mean, it went badly in the pre-final. He was battling his way through, and I think he was up into the top 20. And it looks like there's a radiator. There's certainly damage to that kart off at the side of the circuit. So commiserations to the young Welshman, Jez Williams, who, well, he's dropped out of the top 8 in the championship. Things are very, very close behind the top, well, behind Brandon Carr. Looking there, behind the top 2 rather. So from the 3rd down to about 8, there's only about 50 points between them. 2 rounds to go, and yeah, there's certainly some damage to the back of that kart. So unfortunately for Jez Williams, his efforts this weekend come to naught. And well, we'll have a look. So I mean, on the track it was Carr, Linden and Phillips. I wonder if there's going to be any nose cone penalties. Certainly 1 or 2 drivers in the top 10 looked at their karts looking a little bit worse for wear. We'll have to see if they have fallen foul of the nose cone bracket rule. And we now wait to hear from Anthony, who will be down in the pits very shortly. But there's Chris Walker coming across your screen there, kartpics.net, the official championship photographer. And across, of course, you've got a big thank you to Ian Rogers at Motorsport-Timing for all the timing keeping. But Anthony Jordan has your winner down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in winner's circle, Brandon Carr, again, a very exciting final. Not the start of that race that you wanted. What happened at the start?
No, I just got shuffled back a bit at the start, but just kept us calm and got back up there at the end.
I mean, all the way throughout that race, you were making positions, you were setting fastest up at the fastest up, pretty similar to what we saw in the pre-final. When it came to getting past Linden itself, Derek's corner, talk us through that move. What happened?
He just slowed it down a bit much, so I thought I'd try go on the outside, and then he squeezed me a bit over the curb, and then that's about it, really.
Right, got alongside, got the move done, and like you say, he came to get another final victory. Championship's looking pretty tasty this year, wanting to change that 30 to a number 1.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Wilton, obviously, the last round coming up. Do we feel confident?
Yeah, Wilton's good track, bit bumpy, but we should be all right.
Yeah, definitely. So who'd you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, Ash at KR, Jordan, Louis, all my sponsors, and just everyone who's helped me on the way.
Well, brilliant stuff, Brandon Carr. Congratulations on your race win. I don't know where Harry Linden is. We'll find him in a moment. We'll go to 3rd place, Vinnie Phillips. Vinnie, great to see you on the podium again. 3rd place. Happy with that one?
Yeah, I'm happy. I tried to get there towards the end, but just couldn't get there.
But, yeah, I mean, a tough old race still. You had to fight through the grid quite a bit. And like you say, there's some talent in this paddock now. And like we say, we were talking about your year in Mini X30, of course, dominating that one. To see you here, you know, you're getting back on the podiums again. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to be back on the podium. Yeah, almost got there.
Almost got there, mate. It's a tough old race. But who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Dazza for the spanners, Cream for the motors, Shorbs for having my back, and just everyone else who supported me, mainly my dad. He's putting some hard work to bring me here.
Yeah, well, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations, P3, mate, Vinny Phillips.
Yeah, cheers.
Excellent stuff. Right, if we've got time, I want to see if we can try and find Harry Linden. He's behind us. Right, Harry, let's have a chat. Great race for you. I'm sure you're probably thinking not the result you wanted. I mean, talk us through what happened with that overtake with Brandon.
With the overtake, he tried doing this in a place which you just don't really go for overtakes. Yeah, a bit of wheel banging, and yeah, just put us on the grass. So, it's what it is.
I mean, coming into this race, you know, championship standings, you're looking okay with the points. You know, you're up there. I mean, you got the number 7 from last year. We feeling that we can gain a few more numbers on that one.
Yeah, hopefully. I think the win's out the window, but I think we can still compete too. So, yeah.
In terms of an overall race, though, in that one, you had Macaulay helping you for part of it. You know, your teammate there who's not been in the championship rule standings in, this year. But, you know, talk us through, it was a great start to the race, though, still.
Yeah, a good start to the race. We had Macaulay helping us. We just got caught towards the end. Mistake on my half. Just one of those things.
Well, again, Kimbolton, a tough old circuit. In terms of rating it out there, what would you say?
Not very good.
No, don't say that. Kimbolton are listening. It's a good old track. But Wilton coming up next, you know, that's a fun old track, a bit bumpy. But who would you like to thank?
Dan Holland Racing, my mechanic Liam, and Russ Carter.
Brilliant stuff there for Harry Linden in P2 at the end of that one. One more race to go. It's time for the title decider. It's time for KZ2. Henry, back to you.
Thank you, Anthony. And the clouds overhead are waiting in anticipation, but also waiting in anticipation to say thank you for what they do for us, is us, the sponsors. race number 22. It is the final race of the day, the final race of the season for KZ2, your championship decider. Pole position, James Glenister. Bradley Barrett on the outside of row number 1. Charlie Turner, your current championship leader, on row number 2, alongside Tom Adams.
Derek Morgan and Dan Kelly will go from row 3. Sam Ward and Lee Ward go from row 4.
Dan Gould and Miles Murphy round at the top 10 ahead of Joe Charlton, and Morgan Porter was excluded for being underweight at the end of the second heat.
Spencer Shinner and Charlie Cole, whose sprocket carrier exploded, which is why he stopped. He starts from row 7. Caden McQueen and Hannah Lang go from row 8.
Row 9, Ashley Lewis and Lewis Halliday. So, the maths are complicated. However, by my calculations, unofficially, and we'll get this, so Charlie Turner currently has 454 points. James Glenister has 442. However, James is dropping 53 points. That's his worst score at the moment, which is effectively a 10th place finish. So, James can add 12 points to his championship tally. That would put him on 454. Turner is dropping a 60 points, which is a third place finish. So if Turner finishes second, he wins. If Glenister wins, Turner has to finish second. Because if Glenister wins and Turner finishes third, they are tied on points. And the tiebreaker goes on who wins or who finishes higher in the last race.
So I just ran downstairs very quickly.
Yes.
Just to chat to Ian Rogers. I always like to confirm this. Those points that we see on our screen include drop scores.
Yes, they do. Yes.
I just wanted to double check.
Now, okay. Obviously, everything that we say on the commentary is unofficial.
Yeah.
The engine notes rise. Glenister on his 32nd birthday starts from pole. Bradley Barrett. Oh, and there's a problem for Lewis Halliday.
Yeah.
Coming into the pits. Now, will they go around again? The officials are watching Halliday touring into the pits in that Energy Core chassis. He pulls off. Engine notes rise. Green flag waves. Lights are out. We're off and racing in the championship decider. It's a great start from Bradley Barrett on the outside of row number 1. Will he cut across Glenister for the race lead? Yes, he does. Glenister runs wide. And here comes Tom Adams in the number 17 kart to take second place. Glenister is third and Turner is fourth.
The championship standings on each lap will update in our commentary box, and we will update you as well as we bring it up on the screen. But right now, it's all going to be down to what happens between those two drivers you see in third and fourth place.
And James Glenister has to win the race to have any chance of the title. He must win. If he wins, Turner misses a gear coming out of Kimbolton corner. Suddenly, Charlie Turner's kart slowed. He's back up to speed now, but he missed a shift coming out of Kimbolton corner. Glenister must win. If Glenister doesn't win, it's Turner's title. If Glenister wins, Turner must finish second. At the moment, Glenister chasing his teammate. Tom Adams, Bradley Barrett leads. Then it's Turner in fourth. Sam Ward is up into fifth position. Sixth is Dan Kelly. Seventh is Derek Morgan. Eighth is Lee Ward. Joe Charlton and Miles Murphy round out the top 10. Turner gets a warning flag.
And Glenister's looking very quick here. Had a great exit out of Kimbolton corner and dives down the inside in towards the first corner, and he gets it nearly half done, fully done. Gets past Adams and moves up into P2. This is what Glenister wants. Now he's got to claw in Bradley Barrett, and he's done that before in the other races we've seen today. So let's see if he can do it again. Charlie Turner's still there. He's managed to sort that car out. Like you say, just a missed gear that we saw there, but now he's back into this top group.
And Charlie Turner finished fourth in the championship last year. Bradley Barrett sixth in the championship last year. Tom Adams in his first season at a gearbox as a gearbox driver. I said less than 12 months ago. So Tom Adams and Spencer Shinner, who is in 14th place, they drove a gearbox kart, KZ2 kart, for the very first time last October down at Landau. And within 12 months, they both raced in the World Cup, the CIK World Cup, which is the World Championship for gearbox drivers. And now they find themselves, well, Turner, and here comes Turner. Adams smartly moved there, doesn't defend against his teammate, doesn't want to interject himself with the title series. Didn't give Turner the place.
No.
But he did not sort of put Turner at risk. Smart driving there from Tom Adams, who I think turned 18 earlier this year. One of the youngest drivers. Him and Charlie Cole, the two youngest drivers in the field. So, Charlie Turner, Glenister sets a new fastest lap. Charlie Turner, the urgency.
Oh, he's
12 minutes to go. Glenister's caught Barrett, has he?
Yep, he's caught him. There it is on your screens. He is right behind him now. He's got to go for the move straight away. He has to go for the move as soon as he's got a given opportunity, and I reckon it's going to be in towards turn one now, into Stowe Corner. Down the straight they go, into the braking zone. No, thinks against it, but Barrett goes defensive.
Yep,
essentially, he's backing Glenister up into his championship rival.
This is going to get very close. So in 2019, James Glenister just lost out on the KZ2 title to Adam Gleer. In 2020, around the outside into the Mitsu Straight. Now Glenister is getting around the place. In 2020, he finished 4th in the championship. 2021, he didn't complete the series. The birth of his child, birth of his young baby, meant that he didn't finish the series. He's come back this year. This is what we talked about. The new breed of KZ2 drivers, the likes of Barrett and Turner and Adams, against the old guard, Glenister and Dan Kelly, who has just joined the lead group in 5th position. We promised you at the start of the year that this season in KZ2 would be an absolute classic, and it's not disappointed. No. Up to nearly 100 miles an hour before we get to the braking point at Dan Weldon Corner, and Turner has caught Glenister. At the moment, Turner has 454 points, Glenister on 451. The difference between second and first is 3 points. If Glenister passes Barrett, there's a tie, and Glenister would win it because he wins the last race.
Yep, that is how it was worked out when we had double points scoring last year, and we were all scrambling. Who's won it, we don't know, and then we finally got the confirmation that it does fall down to who wins the last final of the season. So, like you were saying there, Henry, yes, if they are joint on points, if Glenister wins it, he wins it. So, let's see what's going to happen. 10 minutes to go. And everyone's closed in now because Tom Adams is there. Dan Kelly's closed in as well.
So the Andy Fairless Racing, number 29 of Dan Kelly, leads. Barrett defends the Sodi Vitesse, number 6, into Stowe Corner at the start of lap number 9. There are just under 10 minutes to go. Glenister checks over his shoulder. Now Tom Adams having a little look around. I mean, what does Tom Adams do? Does he go for a move on his teammate, knowing that it could affect the outcome of the championship? Does he sit there and risk losing a position? The top 5 are pulling away from everybody else. Derek Morgan is 6th. 7th is Sam Ward. Lee Ward is 8th. Morgan Porter in 9th. Charlie Cole rounds out the top 10. Once again, Barrett defends. Now Glenister has got the switchback, but Barrett defends again.
Oh, this is so close. Every time they go into that corner and get so close at that speed, I wince a little inside.
Because nose cone penalties still take effect in KZ2 racing.
Yes, they do indeed.
You just think how many nose cone penalties you get in the direct drive classes, which are going 10 to 15, sometimes 20 miles an hour slower than these karts.
So you've got to be so careful at these speeds.
Turner right on the rear bumper of his teammate.
Hey, you say about Tom Adams not wanting to get involved with his teammate. Dan Kelly's getting involved, though, with him. And, he nearly collides into the back of Charlie Turner. And Turner, slow out of the Stowe Corner and through the willows. He's going to have to try and work his way back up to close back into Glenister. But as they go through, Glenister still right latched onto the back. Turner seemingly unfazed by that potential lunge.
What Charlie Turner can't do is he cannot drive scared. Because if he's worrying about getting bumped from behind, if he's worrying about that, then that will take away his focus. He cannot drive scared. He has to be calculated. And of course, Glenister, well, we've got 8 minutes to go. The problem that Charlie Turner will have is that if Glenister sits behind Barrett until the very end of this race and then somehow makes a move with a lap or 2 to go, that gives Turner no chance to get past. So Charlie Turner, he thinks, right, if James is going to pass Barrett, do it now, because then I've still got 8 minutes to work on Barrett myself to get into second place.
Yeah.
Glenister will know this.
Yeah.
Glenister, at the start of the...
Here he goes! The move down the inside in towards turn 1, and he's done it. James Glenister gets past Bradley Barrett and moves up into the race lead. That's 3 extra points. And at this moment in time, Charlie Turner is still there in third. Bradley Barrett fights back fiercely as they go in towards the Dan Weldon corner, but he couldn't quite do it this time around. Down the TKM straight, and again, he's not got the momentum this time around, and Glenister is already starting to pull away. It's going to be a story now of what Charlie Turner can do about getting past Bradley Barrett. They go across the line. What does the points do? They go across. It's joint on points. 454 apiece for Glenister and Turner, but Glenister leads, which means he would win the championship if he wins this race.
The tension has ratcheted up to its maximum level. Charlie Turner has 6 minutes, 50 seconds plus 1 lap to save his British title. He checks over his shoulder. Tom Adams, 3 kart lengths behind him, is a teammate of both Glenister and Turner. Now, that tells me that Adams will want to just, in his first season, just take a step back and watch the championship battle unfold in front of him. Derek Morgan is closing in on these 5 karts. Dan Kelly in 5th position. The gap between, Glenister can do it. The gap between Bradley Barrett and Charlie Turner is nothing. Into the Dan Weldon corner at nearly 100 miles an hour, hard on the brakes. Now up TKM straight. Will Turner look to the inside? No. It's going to be into turn 1. I feel it's going to be anywhere. Barrett on that Sodi Vitesse kart. The Rush Performance trio all on the Maranello chassis. And does Turner look to the inside? No, he does not yet.
Crucially, yet.
Turner doesn't need to worry about James Glenister.
No.
He only needs to worry about finishing second. At the moment, it's a tie on points. Glenister would take it because he is higher placed in the last race. If Turner gets past Barrett, that gains him another 2 points. 60 points for finishing second, 62 points for finishing third. 60 points for finishing third, 62 points for finishing second. That would give Turner the title.
Oh dear, 5 minutes to go, and he's looking for the move, isn't he? He needs to get this done, does Charlie Turner. Like I say, this will be a championship overtake on Bradley Barrett. That's all it is.
It's got to be the perfect, and he sets a new fastest lap of the race. So he's got the pace. He's got the pace. Now has he got the opportunity, the track position, and the nous to make it happen cleanly, and make it happen so that Barrett can't retake the position and cost him the momentum. Glenister is not trying to back things up. So James Glenister, and this is great. This is pure racing. This is not Glenister deliberately backing things up to hopefully manufacture a situation where Turner gets pushed back to 4th or 5th. No, Glenister's gone. Glenister is up the road. That's all he can do is win out. He got maximum points from the heats, and he's on course for maximum points to final. He's leaving the ball squarely in Charlie Turner's court. He's saying to him, okay, Charlie, if you want this title, you go and earn it. Yeah. I'm not going to play games. You go and do your thing.
Yep, exactly. Glenister had to fight for it all weekend. He's fought for it, and he's done what he's needed to do. It's now the ball very much firmly in Charlie Turner's side of the court.
Just under 4 minutes to go into the Dan Weldon corner for the 19th time. It's Glenister, Barrett, Turner, Adams, Kelly, Morgan, then Porter and Cole in 8th place. Charlton, former British champion himself, in 2020 is 9th. Spencer Shinner rounds out the top 10.
Here we go, down the inside. Sorry, Henry, and there it is. There's the championship move. He's done it. Charlie Turner has got past Bradley Barrett for 2nd place, and you think, but that's not for the race lead. No, but that was for the championship. We'll have to find out what the points are going to do as they next cross the line, but by our calculations, that should be good for Charlie Turner. But what's Bradley Barrett going to do? What's Tom Adams going to do? What's anyone going to do? We're going to have to find out as they go through. 3 minutes to go. This race is far from over, but Charlie Turner has now done what he needs to do, and I have to say, he's already pulling away from Barrett now. Barrett looks like he's struggling. They cross the line. Charlie Turner retakes the championship lead by 2 points.
And again, Barrett's looked like he's being defensive the whole race. I'm not sure if Bradley Barrett has got the pace to challenge Charlie Turner. Now, Charlie just needs to get his head down and run, I would say, 4 faultless laps. Charlie Turner has done tens of thousands of laps in a kart during the course of his career to date. The next 4 laps will be the most important 4 of his entire career. And Charlie Turner, again, we spoke to James Johnson earlier, and he said thanks to my dad for making it all happen, the memories that we've got together from this. Charlie Turner and his dad Derek has always been Charlie's mechanic. He's been there. Very, very similar story. And could this, and Charlie's been a champion in various series before. He's had race wins. He's represented the Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals. They tried car racing. They came back to karting. This would be the biggest moment of his career. And Barrett is defending from Adams. Barrett has not got the pace to challenge Charlie Turner. This is now Charlie Turner's championship to lose. It's been a lot closer. Glenister has pushed him every inch of the way. 90 seconds to go. Anthony Turner checks over his shoulder.
I'm sure at this point Glenister doesn't even know that Turner's there.
And he won't. He won't look over his shoulder. Glenister will not look because he knew that coming into this event it was still out of his hands.
Yeah.
It was still, all he could do is win, but if Turner comes second, that would be that. You know? So Glenister will keep his head down. We've got 75 seconds to go here at Kimbolton. This circuit, and Tom Adams now making a move. Could this be a 1-2-3 for Rush Performance? I was going to say, we've never had a 1-2-3 for Rush Performance. They have never taken a clean sweep of the podium in the modern era of the British Championship. And on this day, a day that could ring out in history as one of their greatest days, could we see a podium clean sweep?
It would be a nice way to end the season for the Rush Performance team. It's been a challenge all the way throughout 2020 as a huge lunge.
Derek Morgan, take a bow as he dives at the inside of Bradley Barrett, who I think Barrett has spoke to Caden McQueen earlier, and he said that the Lecon tyres fall off quite quickly.
Yeah.
I think Bradley Barrett has used all those tyres up, and he is really struggling. There's Charlie Cole in the number 66 kart, but 10 seconds to go. James Glenister will cross the start-finish line with 4 seconds remaining. 2 laps. 2 laps. About 1,850 metres for that driver there. That man, Charlie Turner. First time I saw Charlie, he was driving a junior Rotax, a BS chassis, which you don't see very often. He was the only driver in the Stars of Tomorrow Championship on a BS chassis. And it broke down more than it. He's got fond memories of it, but it was not a world beater. And from that moment, Turner has honed his craft. Both him and his dad, Derek, they perfected their craft. They've worked together. They must have so many memories, travelling up and down the length and breadth of this country and into Europe and indeed the world together. And it's coming down to this moment. Half a lap to go, Anthony.
This is going to be it then for both Glenister and Turner. Both of them have had a fabulous season. Both of them have had a fabulous weekend. But for James Glenister, it's not going to be enough. For Charlie Turner on your screen, it will be enough. Out of the final corner, you can't take the win away from James Glenister, but 2022 is going to be for Charlie Turner. That 4 goes to 1. Across the line, he is your 2022 Wera Tools British Kart champion for KZ2.
And you can see him punch the air, and we are going to see some real emotion. And I'm so glad that we've got a camera down here in the paddock, because number one, you're going to see the emotion and what it means as a family for the Turners, and why karting is still, in this modern day and age, a family sport. And then you're going to see this. You're going to see the true sportsmanship, camaraderie and brotherhood amongst the KZ2 drivers. They don't all get on wonderfully well, but most of them do, and this is showing you why. They go out and they risk their safety, their lives at 100 miles an hour. They've got more respect for each other than anything else. And Charlie Turner, the helmet is still on, want him now. We'll look through the thing. There. We wait to see. There's the members of the Rush Performance team. I can't see Charlie's dad, Derek, yet, but that will be that embrace that they will share, and will be a very, very special one indeed. One dad once told me many years ago that karting is 10% success and 10% joy, 90% heartbreak, and if you can't handle that ratio, you're in the wrong sport. Well, this is the 10%, and the joy is unbridled. It's not sunk in yet for Charlie Turner. I can absolutely guarantee you that. As he sort of gets there, number one in the air. That was Chris Adams, Tom Adams' dad there, just over the thing, saying congratulations, well done. And he goes through the weighbridge. That's going to be the next thing. Looks around, sees a camera, and James Glenister, can't take anything away from James Glenister. Glenister has been perfect. Don't forget, James Glenister entered this weekend suffering from food poisoning. On Saturday, yesterday, his partner and their young child, they were back at the hotel being ill. And Glenister wasn't even sure he could race, but he toughed it out and, yeah, came through and did all he could. He pushed Charlie Turner to his absolute limits. There is that weighbridge, so that is one obstacle over. Well, he's not underweight. And so, as we wait for Anthony to speak to the winner, to the top three and our champion, just a big thank you once again to everybody here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club on a very challenging weekend. They have had to be as fluid as everyone else has, really, more so, in fact, with the various changes in timetable. Will this go ahead? Won't it go ahead? But like, I just want to say, on behalf of everyone at the British Kart Championship, thank you to the marshalling team and the Hunts Kart Racing Club for bearing with us while we take advice from our governing body as to whether this event takes place or not. And once we got the go-ahead, they reacted magnificently to make sure that everything could happen. Every driver would get their full allocation of practice sessions, qualifying sessions, heat races and finals, and they were rewarded with a fantastic championship finale in KZ2. Tension, drama, and Charlie Turner knew, well, he had to finish second, and he just about did it. In the end, it was quite a comfortable margin to P2, but my word, at the start of things, it certainly looked like maybe the ball was in James Glenister's court, but Turner, you don't win a championship by fluke, and that is why he is the champion, because he fought through, and can't wait to hear from him. He's going to be with Anthony Jordan very shortly, but here, firstly, the winner, James Glenister.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, one of the closest championship battles we've seen in, well, the modern era of racing. And look at this, a Rush Performance 1, 2, 3. And we'll start with the man who took, well okay. You know what, I respect that, James. Charlie Turner, 2022 Wera Tools British Kart Champion in KZ2.
It's just really good at the minute. It's coming in my second year to win it. I did not expect that at all. But it went down to the wire. I mean, it could have gone either way between me and James. He's been doing this class for 13 years, but no, I'm just so pleased to win it.
Well, before we take this any further, I'll get Dan into this. Dan Parker from Motorsport UK comes in to give Charlie Turner his #1 plate. But
second year, absolutely brilliant. Absolute inspiration to all these people out there. Come from other classes, moved into the gearbox class. You've done really well, so many congratulations. Well done.
Brilliant stuff there. And like I say, that race, well, me and Henry were on the edge of our seats all the way through that. We saw Glenister go for the move. He got into the lead. You were joint on points for the majority of that race, and then all of a sudden it just came in and you got past Barrett, and the points then came into it. 2 points separated you for that championship.
Of all people, it had to be Brad. I respect him a lot, but we were literally head to tail. We want to beat each other. We've known each other for a long, long time, and I thought, I've got to do this move, I've got to do it. And he was a hard person to get past, but I managed to do it, and that was just enough.
Throughout this championship, you've had your dad alongside, but I'm sure there's a smattering of other people you would like to thank.
Oh yeah, definitely my dad, my mum obviously back home, and Ollie's been a great mechanic, Brian Rush, team manager, they've done a fantastic job all year for me.
Well, Charlie Turner, congratulations. It was P2 in the race, but P1 in the British Championships. Congratulations.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Excellent, Charlie Turner. Let's chat to James Glenister now. James, a fabulous race all the way throughout that. You did what you needed to do all weekend.
Yeah. I couldn't do any more, really. I knew Charlie pretty much had the championship sealed. And then going into the final, he told me if I win it, he doesn't finish second, and I win it, and I was just a bit shocked. Yeah. So I just knew I had to do everything I could in that race. But, you know, Charlie's, like, faultless all year, so I can't really be sad, but, yeah, when you think about it, so...
I mean, it was a fabulous result for yourself. I mean, second in the championship as well. What you need to do is just do that. There you go, a bit of duct tape over that, and then you're sorted. But, you know, this is absolutely fantastic. I mean, coming into next year, what are the plans for next year? Are we going to be back? Do you want to fight for that number one?
Because Brian, the team owner of Rush Performance, he would definitely want us back. So, and especially with the 1, 2, 3 in the team, he'll want all the plates out there. So, definitely.
Well, brilliant stuff. James, it's been a fantastic season and a fantastic win here at Kimbolton. Who would you like to thank?
Brian Rush for the engines, Mike Seebeck from Germany, SRP, who tunes them, and Maranello for the chassis. It's just been perfect all year. So.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, James Glenister, second in the championship and first in the race here.
That's great, thanks.
Brilliant. Let's chat to the third place man and third in the championship as well, Tom Adams. Your first year in KZ. To finish with P3 in the championship, that's a solid effort.
Yeah, to say I would have come P3 at the beginning of the year, I probably wouldn't have believed you, but overall, I'm really happy with how this year's gone. I could have done a bit better in certain parts of the year, but I'll take P3 all day.
P3 is a fabulous result, and like you say, you're going to have a 1, 2 and a 3. Do you think next year you're going to take it to these boys here and you're going to think, oh, you know what, I want that 1 next year?
Hopefully, yeah. They're a bit older than me, especially James. He did turn 32 today, so we got to respect it. So
you got to respect the age out there, haven't you? But no, a fabulous result for yourself, and of course the season as a whole. How do you rate it?
8 out of 10, we'll say.
8 out of 10.
Room for improvement.
Room for improvement. Is that number 1 going to be the improvement for next year?
Hopefully, yep.
That's absolutely fantastic. Main thing, who would you like to thank at the end of this season?
My mum and my dad, and my brother, my sister, all of Rush Performance, and my mechanic Alan, and yeah, everyone who supported me throughout the year.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Tom Adams, third place on track and third in the British Championships in 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Tom Adams. Henry, do you want me to give you this one?
Well, I want you to speak to this man here, the man who's just... this man here, Rush Performance, Brian Rush. What performance. Congratulations on guiding not just Charlie to a championship, but a top 3 clean sweep on the podium in the championship. Well done,
Fantastic.
Sir.
Thank you so much. It's been a brilliant year, and thank you so much, guys, for all you've done. Commentating's been the bees. It's been really good. Yeah. No, very, very proud of all of them, and the work that we've put in behind the scenes over the year has paid off today.
Yeah. Do you want all 3 back next year, or you think, nah, new drivers now?
Let's get some juniors in. No, they'll be there. They'll be there next year for sure.
Well, it's fantastic. And like Henry said, you've done a fantastic job with the team. And like you say, to see them 1, 2, 3 here and 1, 2, 3 in the championship, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Brilliant.
Appreciate it. Well, again, the Rush Performance team, an absolutely fantastic team, Henry, and a fantastic weekend. Despite the fact that we're racing this weekend on quite a somber weekend, of course, but you know, we still see some great racing.
Indeed, you know, whether this event went ahead or not was a tough question, and everyone's had to ask themselves: is it right that we're here? Is it not? Yeah. We've taken all the guidance. We hope that we provided you guys and girls at home with professional broadcast. We've shown the excitement, the drama, the sportsmanship of racing, without some of the, you know, the hijinks and hilarity that we usually would be out of place this weekend. But yeah, I think it's a fantastic way. We've been rewarded with some great finals, some great racing, a first champion, and we learned many, many things from Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth over the course of the years. But one thing that we've learned especially that is fitting for this weekend, that through bad times and the good, the show must go on. And it has.
It has indeed. Couldn't say it better myself. And from us here at Kimbolton for the Motorsport UK Veratal's British Kart Championships, it is goodbye for now. Thank you so much for watching.